The sun is falling off? Probably not. It's your boy DeyZan, Smyth-EL, with another live stream. This time we want to talk about the magic glasses. When Dick Gregory and They Live, Roddy Piper and that other brother. What a time to be alive. Apollo Creed, that was him, right? Shout out to the brother PT Cruising for sending that clip this morning. He said he sent it to some people. I'm glad he sent it to me. It's a good reminder. Shout out to the brother Composure Slim. Whoa! Oh, we early. We're gonna give it a few more seconds before the notifications go off. You know how these platforms are. They starving for attention, but they sure don't want to help the few content creators left that doing stuff that's not AI generated. Damn, I just thought about that. How much of the shorts and stuff are like not even made by people. You can tell by how many times you see the same type of short in a row, but it has different branding or different images to it, but it's the same point. I think all of those are automated. It's kind of sad because it's like whoever's prompting it or whatever aggregate they'll call it, it's just so, meh. You know, it's out of touch with the meh. Ain't nobody trying to read that, Otis. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. We out here. We almost at the fall solstice, man. We went through quite an interesting summer, I think. Hopefully most of us, part of this channel, is still alive and kicking it. I pray that your situations are being cleared. I pray that your finances are in abundance coming soon. Any of those contracts or jobs that you want, you got it. Relationships, well, you know I can't talk about those. I can't help you with that one. Because not everybody got the glasses on, man. So I'm a reasonable character here, man. We got to take that one up to the Most High. But fear not. What do they say? The Bible said that 365 times, right? Fear not, do not fear. And that's very important. Because I think like fear is driving the ship for most people. I like that cliche, corny saying they got. Fear means false, evidence appearing real. They ain't onto something with that one, man. Because all fear is your body preemptively preparing for worst case scenario. And so many times that doesn't happen. You almost jinx yourself by like giving into those types of thoughts and internal conversations. I would say that fear is useless in a modern context. If you really think about it, I kind of have this kick where I look at people around me. Like right now, I'll be outside and I can look at the drivers and I have a good read on people. Power levels on some Vegeta shit. I'm like, well, if they can figure it out, you know, what the hell am I tripping about? You know, no disrespect to them, but if they're not afraid, if they're happy, if they're going around, driving around, living their best life, picking up alcohol first thing in the morning, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be all right, man. My palate's different than a lot of people, but you know, I made it 40 years in a row, so I think I'm at least good for another 40, man. Law of correspondence, I'm okay, I'm all right. And hopefully you realize the same thing too. A lot of that internal dialogue is kind of like what they mean by the word that was creating the physical reality. It's your internal voice that's creating your reality, by the way, in case no one's ever taught you that. That conversation you have with yourself, about others, about other things, that is what's stringing it along together. I'm trying to figure out the science behind it. I think basically is your brain is a receiver, and because it's two-way, the thoughts and conversations you have put the water in your brain in a certain pattern, that releases certain chemicals, that sends off a certain frequency, and that frequency you're giving off is what the magnet of attraction is bringing to you. It also changes the way you feel and see people as well, and how they feel and see you. Quite literally, the energy in the room changes when you walk in, and then people have to adapt to that energy. Or if you listen to people who've been like, for whatever reason, they're showing me FBI clips on fucking Instagram, very comforting. And how they talk to people, and what type of voice they use. Like one was like chasing down a guy. He was like, "Hey, come here, stop." And how that shit wasn't working for him. And then he said he updated it and says, "Hey, don't take another step." and how that worked out better. And I thought that shit was hilarious. Because I'm running either way, you know what I'm talking about? Like, but I understand why that would work. Like, who's this white guy chasing me? The hell no, I ain't stopping. You think I'm fucking retarded? Nah, but I understood his point. Delivery, energy is everything. In every job, every task. Delivery and energy is how you know if someone's confident, even if they're not, which is crazy. A lot of people can fake that. And they fake it so much that it becomes self-fulfilling, and then boom, all of a sudden they are that thing. Everyone's definition of that is different though, but you kind of get the gist of it. That all of that is a side effect of what's going on inside of here. That internal dialogue. That's you. That is you doing it. And the one that's fighting you, that is ego. That's the ego that everyone's talking about, your internal voice. The one that is not true. The voice that is fine-tuned for fear, worry, and all those other things, that is your ego trying to protect you by simulating all the possible outcomes and how dare they and how didn't they. Ain't nobody got time for that. When we was a child, we did childlike things. Your ego doesn't get older, if you haven't noticed. So your internal dialogue and how you express your energy is so important. I would say it's probably the most important thing that we got, for real. Handling fear within ourselves. Handling the conversation we're having within ourselves. Same thing with like dreading something, like a job or a moment, or meet the parents. Like, oh man, this is gonna do this, and this person gonna do that, and this person's gonna get on my nerves, and these kids. You're just wrapping this in your head as you drive there, as you walk there, as you get dressed, and then when you go there, what happens? Self-fulfilling prophecy. See, that's what I was talking about. You ever had that conversation with someone's kind of high-strung in your family? They warn you about one little thing. You're like, why are they tripping on this? And then you're not thinking of nothing. You got other thoughts to think about your damn self. And then the thing happens. And they're like, they fall out. Like, why are you falling out if you knew that would happen? Oh, you're falling out because you could not control the thing from happening that you caused to happen by dwelling on it happening. Who's a retard? I don't know. But we all go through that. Most of us. I can't say, I haven't consulted everyone, but I would say number one lesson that I'm learning in my big age is to control that internal chatter to a point where all undesired narratives, feelings, and outcomes in that world only are mute. And it's amazing what type of blessing that would do for you. Fear not. Fear is internal. So what are they saying? Do not entertain any vain thoughts on King David. Then you kind of rob the blessing and the miracle of the unseen of working on your behalf for real. Because it's weird. You have the free will to override peace. You have the free will to override stability in your own head. And trust me, we get it naturally now. We've been raised in these generations. Have you seen the shows we've seen and see some of the people that come across your life? Yeah, there's plenty of reason to be concerned, worried, or whatever. But the easiest way to flip that, if you're new to this kind of science, it isn't to stop it, it's to replace it. I think that's why dynamic thought was powerful for me. Napoleon Hill was the other video. I was telling you how he taught you how success to a positive mental attitude, having this invisible talisman, a coin. And you can flip it heads or tails, positive and negative. So anytime something negative occurs or you start going that way, you can flip that coin and imagine it going a better way. That's actually really difficult if you're not in practice of it. Henry Thomas Handley took that to another degree. He took it to college. Same lesson though. Not only is it not profitable to a man to worry and be in fear, and the Bible tells you not to do it 365 times, but also there's a science behind it. Because whatever you grow into, whatever you think into, whatever you dream into, becomes your daily reality. You've heard this with all these New Agers. They got that part right. I'm not quite at the part where I got $1 million because I thought it. I've been thinking it for 20 years now. Actually, I haven't. Maybe that's my fault. I think about it once in a while, like, yeah, I'm gonna and I'm like, oh, not today, I guess. Not today, I guess. A lot of blessings are like that you're asking for. A lot of them are not today, I guess. But the reversal of dynamic thought, he teaches you how to use affirmations and denials. In a perfect world, in a perfect mental world of man connected with God, it's impossible for one to live in fear. So that's the denial. And then you flip that thought, in a perfect world of man and God, a perfect mind, then all you can have is success. All you can have is victory. And then you're flipping the polarity, you're picking the polarity of these things. It's probably easier to write it down, simplify it, and then repeat it to yourself so you can see it. There's something about seeing it for me, like drawing it, charting it, and then going, yeah, this shit don't make no sense. Like doing homework, like, yeah, this is the wrong answer. Or algebra. Like, yeah, it's x plus 1 is 4, and I guess x is 3. It can't be 2. It can't be nothing else. Same thing with your thoughts. They're algebra equations, unfortunately. I'm gonna give you a higher degree, because that was college. Now we headed towards adepts and mastery. Once you figure out how to flip thoughts and flip energy, and then once you learn how to talk to yourself internally, then there's only one thing left for you to do. And that's only to imagine the life that you want. You ain't got no time or energy for nothing else for it. And I know it's gonna seem kind of whimsical, especially if you come from our background. Everyone's just being cute and clamorous and just saying shit, and shit is up, shit is down, like a roller coaster. If you've been around any of our ladies, you know what I'm talking about. Did you eat? Did you drink water today? You need a Snickers. You're not acting like yourself. That right there, even all those treatments, is saying that something's going on internally with a person. They're projecting it, and then there's something outside of them they can get to calm them down. Food does that a lot. Money does that temporarily to people, or just a person having their way, right? And we learn from that, we rewarded that, we clamor to that, and we've all been wrong. It is not the external reality responsibility to solve an internal conflict. That doesn't make any sense. But we haven't split that yet. Like, our society hasn't, there's nobody in our society that kind of toots that, actually. Not in school, not even in your public offices or anything entertainment. People allude to it. They talk about the law of attraction in passing and all type of witchcraft and magic. A lot of extra steps, I think. When the symptom and the solution is very simple. If the symptom inside is that you are bothered, aka you're not in a peace state, and you know that because of how you feel, and you got those feelings because of what you think, and then the distraction, a trip, a movie, a paycheck, briefly interrupts all of that, shows you positive feedback, and then you think about that and you celebrate that, and then it's temporarily gone. It's almost logical that you would think that that's what it requires. It requires you to have to experience something new, novel, in order for you to get past a certain feeling or thought pattern inside. But if you lived as long as I, you know that all that shit is temporary. Why? Because if you're teaching your body that you can only be at peace or happy or content when something new outside of you happens, then what are you always seeking? Something new, something outside of you. That's the biggest problem with relationships, right? I know. I missed when A, B, and C, and D was happening. Step 1. Why are you thinking about the past? Step 2. Why are you trying to do something about it? Why put all that thought and energy into what it was, and then the argument, and then the presentation, instead of solving for, how can I be happy with what it is today? Some people call that settling. Ooh. They don't want to settle their mind down? That's a bad thing? You don't want to be grateful for what you have in the moment? That's a bad thing? Well, if you cannot be grateful in the moment for what you have today, then tomorrow will never be better for you. This is good math. If you're waiting for the pinnacle of something to happen in order to be content, this too shall pass. So you'll never be happy then, right? It'll always be up and down, up and down, up and down. That's what we have all been indoctrinated and trained on, from paycheck to paycheck, season to season, game update to game update. That eventually, I'll have fun again when something new occurs. Outside of me. Don't miss that part. It's the outside of you part that's killing us. Outside of us, the world is slowing down. Dopamine is slowing down. Novelty of new ideas and entertainment are slowing down. The people themselves. Whoa. I don't think they're slowing down. I think we're just realizing they've been slow the whole time. But that's just me. That'll make a lot of people feel uncomfortable. We've been living life like this. Like work, hustle, grind, scroll, date, text. And all of a sudden it's just like, I wonder what happened. I wonder how we went through this hyper novelty process and just nothing is doing it for me. Yeah, nothing from yesterday. We hyper consumed it. You gotta think of that shit like a parasite. Or a termite. Yeah, the tree is there and the termites got something to eat, but if they speck in eating trees and they run through that bitch and that shit fall over, that tree ain't there no more. Oh man, we knocked the tree down. You hyper consumed it. And you did it all in the same day. That tree could have lasted you a whole week, month. No, we'll knock it down now. It's a hasty decision because of the fear of that it won't be there again. Same thing with everyone else. Fear that there won't be another person or it won't be a better moment. Fear that it won't be another job, another paycheck. Fear that there won't be another car or house because it was so hard to get it last time. Was it? You should. That's why journaling is important. So you keep track of when you make up your mind. And you notice that making up your mind is a direct in proportion to breakthroughs. Oh my God. So make up your mind like a builder, like Legos. You create a shape in your mind and you hold on to it. You don't let it falter. I'm trying to learn the cheat codes for it. Because I've noticed in my life, if I pray or I'm trying to manifest or think or create something, and I kind of dwell on it, because you know how it is. I ain't here yet, fuck. Even if you write it down, it's like, shit, I wrote that shit 5 days ago, ain't happened, tough. But in reality, right when you have a breakthrough, if you remember, if you can, like, it was a shock to me when this thing did happen. And if it's shocking, that means it was different than what was in the pattern of your brain. So that's what they talk about when they talk about release. When you release expectations of something, when you release the fear of something, when you're facing something like, you know, whatever it is, up or down, left or right, it is what it is. And then you somehow, you relax or you find peace in that energy. And then all of a sudden shit starts just to move around and work out for you. Very crazy. I'm trying to master that part of it. Everything else I got the paper notes. But the actual execution of being able to sit out here in the desert with my breakfast of champions, knowing that everything's going to be all right. But instead of knowing everything is going to be all right, which we use in language a lot when we talk to each other, what you're trying to learn how to do is bring it to everything is all right. Quite literally. If I need to go back in that store and buy something else, I can. Cool. If I need some air conditioning, I need to wash my hands and something, I can do it. Cool. If I need to go on YouTube and play one of my favorite songs and lift my vibration up, I can. Cool. And quite literally, I can walk anywhere I want to, although I probably won't. Where the hell am I going? But if I had somewhere to go, I can get there, right? So everything is all right. In the moment. All the things I don't have are in the future moment. And I think that's where we rob most of our joy at. That we give way more thought to the future in a negative way. In a way of that, like, oh shit, we ain't got that. Oh shit, one day I'm going to get that. And guess what? If you do that thought every day, right, just think of the math of it. Let's use something like one day, or I will, or soon, or anything that projects time away from the current moment when you think. And you do that every day. So let's say pretty soon my business is going to take off. You get hyped up. You can see it in the future. High fives, checking your fucking cash apps or whatever. Whatever you wanted to do with that. And then tomorrow you wake up. And you say the same thing, right? Because you're affirming. One day my business will take off. Now 30 days go by, and you done said one day. And then you have to come to the realization, what day am I talking about? Even the language we use for time puts our happiness and expectations into an unspecific time. All those times mean not today, though. Stay woke out here, please. Everything is but today. And now I know what you're saying. I'm going to be a millionaire today for no fucking reason. And it didn't happen. Fuck. I'm glad you're following. Exactly. Because that don't make no goddamn sense to nobody's book either way. So you got to go back to the drawing board either way you do it. But the difference is, and I'll tell you how to overcome this. This is easy. Then I'll shout in the chat in a second. Is that no matter what day it is, today is the only day you got. So worrying about tomorrow, projecting positivity into the future, or pretending that something is going to happen soon, you have to live in that moment now. That's the hardest thing to do. That's actually the work, I think. Because if you're not fearing, if you're not dreading, if you're not worrying, if you're not trying to create too far outside of yourself, then you're kind of just stuck inside yourself in the present moment with whatever's going on. And that, for a lot of people, myself included, can be challenging if you're not happy or content in the moment you're in. But dare I remind you, before you got to today, there was a series of yesterdays of thoughts that co-created the moment you're in now. And that's proof. Yesterday you said one day, today is not that day. You're disappointed that today's not that day. Well, yesterday you said it was one day. You didn't say it was tomorrow. And you didn't say it was now. Mind you, words are half the equation. Words come from thoughts. Thoughts generate behaviors and feelings. That's what you have to hack right there. That feeling of bored, that feeling of disappointment, that feeling of fear. Not the words. Maybe not even the time. Especially if you can wait for it, right? But I'm telling you, you don't have to. You can imagine what that's like right now. That is the trick. I'm trying to tell you something. I've read this so many fucking times, and I lose track of it every fucking time. Because I'm so used to listening to other people speak or teach or do something similar, and it's always like, God ain't there when you call him, but he's always on time. That's a projection into the future. So we're used to it. We're actually pro-conditioned to a better day tomorrow. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. Because in the same hand, we'll say tomorrow's not promised. Cool. So why do we do that? Fear. Scarcity. Don't quite believe that we're entitled or deserve it. And isn't that crazy? That someone would be entitled or deserving of something artificial anyway? That's why I gotta look at these people driving. They kind of retarded. Like, if they're retarded and blowing all their money at the casino, then what the fuck my problem? Gotta live in this moment. But that's a trick though. You gotta live in this moment. No, anybody know what the fuck that mean for her? They say that shit like you got a different choice. What other moment you gonna live in? Don't project too much far into the future and worry about things. Live in the moment. But then they'll tell you to not live in the moment by projecting a better future. Which one is it, bitch? See, there's a polarity difference. People know what to say when you're thinking too negatively about a time that's not now. Worry, stress, anxiety. But they don't know what to say to make it better. So they'll tell you, do the same thing you just did, but turn it positive. That's a beautiful head start. But that is not the science. If you perfected that, A+ for trying. What you have to do is live in the moment. Different science. Same words, different science. I'm gonna break it down one more time. You have to live in the moment in your mind. That's the only present moment there is anyway. So if you're not in your idealized situation, welcome to the club. Well, we're about to leave this club. We're about to start prioritizing the feelings, the realities, the thoughts, the dreams, and everything that we have now. You want to live in that moment now. I'll break it down one more time. That moment you don't yet have. Instead of saying it to yourself like you ain't got it yet, instead, daydream, think. And if you don't do none of those things with visuals, do the self-talk the same way. Self-talk as if you got it. Because you want to self-talk your fear, you want to self-talk your lack, you want to self-talk everything else that we've been programmed to do. That's what you're attacking, not attacking. That's what you're replacing. What is this, some type of physics thing where two things cannot exist in the same space at the same time? Same thing with thoughts. Two opposing thoughts, especially, law of polarity, cannot exist in the same mind at the same time. So you cannot be wishing for health and that you get better and then be worrying that you're dying at the same time. You gotta pick one. Either you're on the journey to healing or you're on the journey to the hospital. And they're opposite of each other. So you have to pick one. Most people say, I'll get through this, right? You'll be all right. It'll be well. Keep your head up. Keep moving. They're pushing the release to the future. Now, if you could surrender, that's beautiful, because the future will get to you. But what if instead you're releasing and waiting for it? What if you just experience it now? I know. That's the most difficult trick for you to pick off in your mind when you have an ego. Ego gonna tell you you're hot. Oh, I'm uncomfortable. Ego gonna tell you you've never done that before. Ego gonna tell you something and somebody else thinks something. Ego gonna tell you, well, you about to go to work in a minute. Ego gonna tell you everything to trick you out of your happiness in the meantime. Have you noticed that? That ain't nobody else's fault. That's all internal shit. People say crazy shit to me and I just start laughing. I don't see too many people do that shit. And that's because inside of me, it's really that damn funny. I can't tell if that person is serious. And I know that motherfucker ain't talking to me. I hit really fucking hard. So it's funny. But I have a paper trail of experiences that lends my present moment to be okay with it. I'm okay with whatever fucking ever in those type of situations. What the fuck? No. I know this person crazy. They gotta be. They ain't talking to me. I know they ain't talking to me. And other people are like, oh my God. Just that little difference right there. This shit funny. This person drunk or high or both. I know they ain't talking. Or when you smile. Like when you go to talk to your boss or somebody or something like that. Instead of going there worried about why they called you and being all nervous or calm, smile. And they might make a face. Don't react to their face. Fuck their face. Pause. Smile. Chuckle. You've come across narcissistic people who don't like that shit. Keep smiling anyway and watch what happens. Watch what fucking happens. Mirror neurons. Their brain chemistry cannot avoid it. If you give them feedback and like, what's wrong and all that shit, they bring your vibration down, so you lose it. But if you keep your vibration up, when that person is, you know, trying to be whatever it is, even in an argument, I just be smiling. Because I ain't arguing with nobody. They can't beat me, bro. Like, the fuck we arguing about? And I know, and I'm not even talking about hands. I'm just talking about like the argument. You can't beat me in an argument either. I know what the fuck's going on. I got notes on my phone right now. Shit, I'm waiting. But instead, I just smile. And it's kind of like in your head, you got like, are you done yet? Like you're talking to a child. No disrespect, but it's kind of like that. It's kind of like how you wouldn't get mad at a child who's just venting in goo goo gaga language. Sometimes in those high intensity moments, you got to do the same in your mind. You just got to like, Same thing with narcs who try and drain you. Remember I was telling you before, you got to break eye contact? They're looking for your reaction. So if you're not making eye contact with them, they don't know what to do. And what they'll do is they'll do a pitch drop. When they I acknowledge them, like, okay. And I'm just looking at my phone, or I'm going to do something, pick something up, drink some water or something. And I'm listening, I'm actively listening. So I'm not disrespecting them. I'm just not giving them eye contact. I'm not giving them feedback. And I notice, like, and I've done this recently a few times, they'll just go silent for a little while, waiting for me to turn around and make eye contact and tell them to keep going. And if you just get past that anxiousness of, you know, you feel it, and you just get past it and you still just don't make eye contact, they'll keep talking. But that pause break, because they have nothing to react off of you, the whole conversation gets shorter. And they won't say that you're ignoring me because you're actively listening. Like, yeah, okay. All right. You got a smile on your face, you about to make a sandwich or something, or if you watch the TV, just keep looking at the fucking TV. Unless it's somebody serious, right? You know, like they need your undivided attention. But if it's just a person just going on, or someone at your job or whatever, passing by in life, in a gas station or something, what the fuck I need to look in your eyes for? You're not my wife. I'm not married. What the fuck I gotta look in your eyes for? It's kind of weird. But we're taught that this is respect. But who the fuck taught us that? I don't have to feed anybody's, and I'm being very specific. I'm not talking about people that you want to talk to and you know how to conduct yourself. I'm talking about people that you know is gonna fuck with your energy. Because their mind's programmed the same way too. If they're not getting a response out of people, then their communication is ineffective. If they're not getting a response or energy out of a person, then they need to go on to something else. Because then you realize it's not about the conversation, it's about your response. Oh my God. They rehearse this shit, just like you do. Some people just say, I rehearse not giving a fuck. That can sound negative and irresponsible, but there's a positive angle to that, like everything. I just don't give a fuck about the response of it. This is not my conversation. I did not bring this up. I wasn't worried about this. Before you started saying it, I wasn't even thinking about it. And when you're done saying it, I'm not going to think about it no further. What changes? Nothing. Unless there's something I need to do. But depending on what kind of person you are, you know how that is. You did it already, or you would have done it anyway. So, again, you're protecting your mind. You're protecting your mind from getting wrapped up in loops and simulations and figuring out things. For the other people, for the job, for the situation, for the simulation, for the AI, for the music even. Ain't nobody got time for that. Nobody got time for that. All you got time for is to live in the present moment in your mind that you want to live in. Come on now. Pay attention to your energy around people and situations and chores and errands. You'll know which tasks bring your energy down. Common sense equation is do the things that bring your energy up. And then ego goes, but there's so many responsibilities and things that you have to do first that never get done. You'll do them today and you got to do them again tomorrow. You do them again tomorrow and you got to do them again the next day. So there is no ending to that until there's an ending to that. That's why sometimes resets and tower moments are so powerful, because they force you to disconnect from all the things that you're keeping alive with all of your soul force, all this juggling, and it wasn't ever going to go nowhere anyway, because it took you out of your zone. I thank God for moments like that, actually. They may not feel good, and they may trigger all of those survival thoughts, but if you live long enough, you know that shit ain't true. How many times have you bounced back? How many breakups have you been into? And then you've been in a relationship after that, and you thought that was apple pie. Then it wasn't. How many jobs have you had? Oh, this is the best job of my life. Or this is the worst job of my life. Then you have a better job or a worse job. You've seen the polarity. You've seen the gradient. But all of that's driven by your mind. If you're the one setting the thresholds for what's happy, what's good, what's a lot, what's acceptable, what's not, then it's all you. We just don't know, I don't think, in this generation, that it's chemical based, that the feelings, the chemicals, and the thoughts are all connected. They're a trifecta of the mind. And some people treat the wrong things at the wrong time. That's all. So back to the square. All you really have to master in everything that we do is your mind, and how to use it instead of it letting everyone else use it. That's why government and headlines and numbers and stats and racism and all that stuff is so highly effective. Because it puts people into survival mode. Like, well, if this means that, then that's next. And then, I can't do nothing. Or I got to get more people. Or I got to vent this. Or I got to say this. Or I got to fight back. And I don't know how to fight back. Like, you weren't thinking about that yesterday when you were playing Fortnite. I got to get out of Tilted Towers, motherfucker. But the storm is coming, bitch. I ain't got time to worry about no goddamn South Korean, North Korean Trump and shit. Are they going to give me dividends? Is this going to help my bank account? How is they bullshit going to pay my rent tomorrow? How about we do that for everything else? We don't though, right? We don't even do that for rent tomorrow. How is worrying about my rent tomorrow going to pay my rent tomorrow? Oh my God, you got him right there. So you got to do that to yourself. You got to figure out what that safety net is in your mind to stop all the chatter at once. That's step one. You got to figure out how to reground yourself. As soon as shit get out of control mentally in your vibration, you got to learn, you got to have like a safe word for this shit. Or a safe animation that you see. Or some funny shit that you say out loud. Whether it's Hakuna Matata, whether it's a deep breath in through the nose, hold it for 3 seconds, let it go for 5, whatever that is, to get your ass back into the present moment. That's just protection. That's just to get yourself out of the shit. But then your mind is going to go, okay, so what's next? Glad you asked mine. Not the same fucking shit, because where the fuck were we thinking about? Where the fuck was that going? I just did it yesterday. I do it every day now. It's a pain in the ass. I'm gonna reason with you. I'm not suggesting that any of this shit is instant. Because it took us years and years to become this way. Pattern, creatures of habit. 21 days for a habit, 90 days for a skill. We're doing both now. The habit is breaking up useless fucking thoughts that lead you into the negative side of polarity in your own mind. Even when the worst shit happens to you, whether you get locked up or you get into a fight or none of that shit, I've noticed everything calms down. Because the worst happened. They got me. The worst happened. I smacked his face off. The cops ain't coming. But leading to that is all this energy you can feel. It's unnecessary, man. It's a waste of energy. Make yourself tired like that. And then when you're tired, your thought quality is even worse if you're in a negative polarity. It's harder to fight back. So that is the new habit, to break up those thought patterns as soon as you have them. Then the skill is replacing them with better thoughts. You're not stopping, you're replacing inevitably. And that might be the trickiest part for you. It really is. I know it is for me. Like, damn, I ain't got enough good thoughts. Especially if you're like in a depressed state. Not depressed, like, oh, like, you know, I'm not getting out of bed and life sucks. But there's modality of depression too. The opposite of which would be expression. So if you're not expressive in thoughts and creativity and things, and you're just not killing it out there, you're probably in a depressed state. Which is fine. Which is fine. Law of rhythm. Take your time. But you get out of that faster if you incrementally replace your thoughts with a higher quality. Period. Notice I said thoughts. Notice ain't nothing you gotta save up for. Notice it's not a certain amount of miles you gotta run. Notice it's not a certain person you gotta talk to or where you gotta get dressed. It's just what you say to yourself. Oh my God. That's all it is. All of this is someone else's thought. The measurements, someone invented. The shape, some architect drew. The glass, someone learned how to use fire and shit. The construction, someone learned how to use ladders and shit. The letters, someone learned our ancestors' language and shit and learned how to do a screen press or printing press. The bricks, someone learned how to quarry that shit. What I'm saying is this whole facade is a series of thoughts of several collaborators before it even stood here. It don't get here unless you think about it. That's life. Nothing in your life shows up unless you think about it. I know that's right. You see it so many times. People who watch a certain type of genre, like horror or murder mysteries or crimes, they fall asleep to that shit. You know these girls. Why the fuck would you go to sleep with your subconscious mind getting away with a murder? Or someone chasing you around the house, like, and then they wondering why they always fucking paranoid and shit and gotta sleep with a TV or lights on. How about this shit? Fall asleep to some beautiful music at least. Fall asleep to the weather. Fall asleep to anything else but crime. Same thing with music, right? They running around with they fucking bitch ass homeboys listening to NBA Youngboy and wondering why that spirit and that energy is attracting weird looks at them at the damn gas station. Bitch, your music sucks. And they're trying to figure out what type of individual listens to that shit. They ain't got no smoke. But then all of a sudden they gotta be a tough guy because of 3 lyrics ago. And then they ass end up in jail. Living in that moment of conditioning. So imagine if instead you can condition these moments with things you actually want to happen. Oh my God, we're gonna get there eventually. That's why they call it work. Because you don't realize how much shit triggers you. You remember how much shit, when you stop shit, you're like, damn, I stopped that thought 5 minutes ago. Damn, I stopped that thought 5 days ago. And it's cool. Keep track of that. Keep track of how persistent that loop is. Because it's corresponded to how much spin and energy and attention you paid to it previously. It should whoop your ass. You should get tired of it. You should be annoyed by yourself. So you never do that shit again. It takes days. Those days turn into weeks. And if you relapse, it can take months. But no matter what, you have to do it. At some point in your life, you're going to get to this level. You just have to do it. It's not a choice. It's not an elective. It's not a science. It's not the occult. It's not magic. No, it's your fucking mind. Possessive. It's your fucking mind. You have to control it. Or the world will, boy. Or your fears will, boy. Or those spirits will, boy. If you don't have them safeguards in place, so like I prefer to think about it this way. It's the epitome of fake it till you make it. But instead of faking it till you making it by dressing in a suit and walking outside and acting like people are supposed to give a fuck, fake it in your mind. Yeah, I ain't got it right now, per se, if I open my eyes. No, I'm not in my car right now. I'm pretty sure I'm sitting outside in the shade so I don't fucking burn up. But if in my mind, I'm still talking to y'all, and I'm sitting with my head against my steering wheel, see, that nigga loud. This disrupted my thought, right? You see how easy it is. But let's go back to the steering wheel. Hold on. What's different? Just the external evidence, right? The only thing difference between me doing it in my head and me being actually in the car is the difference between opening my eyes and closing, right? Same thing with fear, right? If you're in a fear thought and you open up your eyes and you're in your fucking kitchen pouring Kool-Aid, you're not living in that fear thought, are you? You're pouring fucking Kool-Aid. But you notice how that fear thought reprograms everything. Oh my God. Do the opposite. If you're in a fear situation, go in your head and start pouring Kool-Aid, nigga. Because ultimately your response is coming from the internal. The external is a side effect. Mind is the cause, reality is the effect. There is a time delay. Don't let nobody fool you. There is a time delay. How long does it take for a horse to give birth? How long does it take for a mouse to give birth? How long does it take for a human to give birth? Those are different designs, different outcomes, different amounts of time. But they all require pregnancy. Come on now, wake your ass up. So if you do not impregnate your mind with higher quality thoughts, then what can it give birth to? They don't hear me. If it ain't there to begin with, how's it going to show up? I know that's right. And if it's a game of chance per se, you don't know the hour or the time when it will show up. What does that mean for all the time you have to think all day? I'm glad you asked. It's not just about trying to manifest $1 million or a dream house or a dream situation. It's about doing that for every area of your life. Even the simple shit. Even when you're driving, You're like, oh man, I don't feel like going to Walmart today. I can never find me a parking spot. Guess what? What if instead when you go in there, you listen to your song, you go, I'm parked right up front, and I'm gonna go straight to that aisle, and that shit that I'm looking for is gonna be on sale on top of that. And you just say that, you just live in that. You're not trying to really manipulate the physical reality. The shit might not even be there. It might be sold out that one time you try it. But you have to get into the practice, faking it until you make it. Because one of those times is gonna happen, and you're gonna have that come to Jesus moment saying, wait a minute, I thought about that, and it happened exactly like I thought about it. How the fuck did that happen? Synchronicity. What do they say? A coincidence. The fuck is that? All these things. Cool fucking story, bitch. So if you 1 out of 10 for coincidences in your life, listen, you're better than a baseball player for real. If you 1 out of 10 for intentional coincidences, then that means all you gotta do is practice to get that shit to 2 out of 10, which becomes 1 out of 5. Come on now, we start doing fractions now. Then you get out 3 out of 5. You're like, oh man, more than half the time, shit works out the way I said it. Not shit works out, just, God working it out. I'm talking about the way that you thought it. Oh shit, 4 times out of 5. You get old enough, then it's 5 times out of 5. Because you would have entrained yourself in the pattern of how your mind and your reality coincides. Coincidence, coincides. How it coincides with thought. Yeah. It's not a coincidence. It's coincide. My life coincides with what I thought. This relationship is coinciding with what I thought. This beat that I'm making, 5 minutes ago, it coincides with what I thought about it. So what happens if you only think good thoughts? And shit starts to coincide with it. Listen to the goofy ass rich people of the past flavor. I enjoy my life because I get to wake up in the morning on my own schedule, and I get to parlay and bullshit with tea and my flowers, and then my maid comes and A, B, C, and D, and G. That might not be your dream though. But listen to how they talk about it. They're walking you through that shit, but they're sitting in the goddamn interview room. So is it because they're rich? Or is it because they're able to visualize step by step what every day brings? If you take the out of it, and you go, all right, you could do the same thing from where you are. You can even trick yourself further. You can trick yourself and say, I don't need nothing else. I'm fine with whatever it is right now. That's peace, not happiness. Happiness requires dopamine. Peace doesn't require it. If you are just good with peace, oh my God. Then you live a whole different life. You want some fucking Drake Uncharted shit. Whatever the fuck happens, I'm good money out here. You feel me? Like, whatever the fuck happens, man, I'm good. And that's how I live. Like, whatever the fuck has happened to me, happens, and has happened. What they said, all the things they said, running through my head. Nah, I ain't got time for that song. None of that shit running through my head. The fuck is gonna run through my head for, bitch? I'm here. I'm chilling in a desert. Oxymoron, bitch. It's the most important skill to have. Bringing yourself to a peaceful moment, no matter what's going on outside of it. You be in the eye of a fucking storm. As long as you know that shit ain't gonna touch you, it don't even matter if it do. But law of coincidence, it probably won't. Because you're given the opportunity to think about it. When shit happens to you that you can control, like accidents and stuff like that, you know it's taking a whole bunch of time to think about it. It just happens. And then you react. Whereas other things that are kind of like coming to you real slow, and then you're fear of it, and it's like, oh shit, it's about to it miss. Oh, woo. All that energy, all that sweat. I know. The only thing that really changed is what you was thinking about. It is what it is, whatever it is. So thus, what's there to think about? But you gotta live, you gotta do things, you gotta work, you gotta get money, you gotta stream, you gotta talk, you gotta respond. Easy. But what about all those other times when it's just you and your mind? What are you thinking about? You're thinking about tomorrow, ain't you? You're thinking about what's next. You're thinking about debt. You're thinking about how you're going to do this. And how you gonna get that? In the future. But you're right here today. Can't something wonderful happen today? Because the day something good happens to you is the day it happens to you. And on that day you go, today it happened to me. Oh my God, I'm happy today. Whatever that little modality is for you. I know it's different for other people, but whatever that process is, whatever that feeling is, if you could just recall and use your mind in a good way, go back a little bit. Go back to that birthday party when you got what you want. Go back to that job, bonus, or whatever the fuck. Go back to when you sold that beat or whatever it was. And be like, that was one day in the present moment where everything worked out for you. Can you remember how that felt? You got to. That's step number 2. Remember when it was. It's so easy to remember, like, that argument. It's so easy to remember when that person went left or right. It's so easy to remember when that accident happened. But how many more times something great happened and you don't think about it at all? Like, damn, I paid my rent last month. Tough. It worked out. Damn, I became an adult. I'm not a kid anymore. It worked out. Damn, that thing that was supposed to crush me, I'm not even crushed. It worked out. Damn, that one time they sent me that check and I cashed it right away and I went to the Guitar Center, bitch. That was a great day. But the day before, you didn't know. 2 weeks before that, you didn't live in that day. And a month before that, you wasn't there either. Yet it still happened, right? I know that's right. So what if you take that same moment and that same energy and that same vibe and you live in it now? Just by remembering it. We do that with all the bad stuff. That's what depression is, right? Depression is comparing the moment with the past. Anxiety is comparing the moment with the future. So you do it all the time. People with mental health and things that need assistance, that's really what it is, right? It's rogue thoughts. We know. No judgment. Trust me. They don't prepare us for none of it. But when I'm saying this, instead of letting the thoughts that are negative be rogue, what if you let your rogue thought be the positive ones? Like, damn, I'm lucky. Damn, I am blessed. And don't make comparisons. Everyone can use more. Everyone could be this. Everyone could be that. That ain't what life is about, obviously. We would have got that in the manual. That life is about having all the things. And that's what will make you happy, once you have them all at once. Nigga said who? There's people who got $1 billion, lose 500 million of the dollars, and their life is over. Oh my God, what am I gonna do? Or even people who are like super rich at one point and they down to $1 million. Oh my God, I got a sharp at target. Like, their life is over, right? Because of contrast, polarity. But then you looking at them like, nigga, please. I give me a fucking trailer in the fucking country, pay that bitch off, whatever, a Lodial title, fuck you, and then I'll just fucking walk. The fuck? I know I'll get up again because I can remember when I didn't have it the first time. And if I can remember when I didn't have it, and then I can remember all the things that happened to when I got it and I was paying attention, then I know that another moment just like that is just a few steps away from my next ascension. And then I might get more next time because I have the wisdom, the experience, and the network, and all the tools I didn't have the first time. Matter of fact, I got more tools now and more awareness now than I did the first time I got that car, than I did the first time I was in a good relationship, but then when I got my first apartment. I've been through all that shit. I paid mad rents for 20 years. I know I can do it again, bitch. What if you think like that? Instead of, oh no, I don't know if, I don't know when, I don't know. Someone said a thing. I don't know. Donald Trump is doing things. I don't know. White people are mad at me. They don't even know your ass. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking about when you talking to yourself. Shut the fuck up. What kind of bitch ass nigga thought is that? Then you understand something. The next step, when you get good at interrupting that shit, I ain't got time to think about no bullshit. Speaking of bad bitches, how's she doing? It works for a little while. And then you're around people. You kind of forget that you're a part of this practice. You live in the moment, thank God. And then a certain person comes along, or a certain conversation comes, and all of a sudden you start feeling something. And you might not catch it at first. And then what I want you to realize is that it's not you, it's them. I'm not talking about judgment. I'm not talking about casting them away. I'm talking about you understanding that not only do you have to be on guard for your own thoughts, you have to be even extra critical of everyone else's. Just by hearing their energy entrains and mirror neurons your brain. And what does your brain do? It instantly tries to find a matching feeling or thought pattern, and all of a sudden you're daydreaming again. Like, damn, I remember when that happened. Yeah. Damn, like, oh shit, that feel like this. Oh shit, now I'm thinking this. Now your whole facial expression changed. Thank God we got a phone. Don't forget to look at your reflection sometimes. Look at your own reflection and be like, did your facial expression change? Why you look like that? You look ugly as hell. Why aren't you smiling? Even that, physiology, even with like chemicals and stuff. If you hold your head up straight and you smile, it's really hard for you to stay into a negative or a frown type of energy or thoughts. You'll feel stupid after a while, like, this is stupid as fuck. But look how easy that is, just by holding your head up. Think about that. Just by holding your head up and smiling, you force your body to produce a different chemical. It's very short term, of course, but it works. Think about that. You could trick yourself into happiness, accidentally in this bitch. It's the thoughts after that which persist, where it brings you back down and you got your head down and you're looking down and you got a serious face. Then all of a sudden you have a serious thought. Then all of a sudden you're like doing it again. What kind of bitch ass nigga shit is this? And then what do people say? Well, I need to entertain myself. I need to be distracted. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. Because that's what most people have learned how to do. Instead of thinking about the uncomfortable things or solving them or replacing them or reading a book or these things, they go somewhere else, right? And it's not a judgment thing. It is what it is. TV, video games, people, you go somewhere else. You map your whole day around being distracted. I've noticed this most in women who are kind of neurotic. Narcissists. But that's just in their polarity. I'm pretty sure they cannot be that one day once they start the damn real work. But what happens is, as soon as they get up, they gotta go do something. They can't lay in the bed and pray and think about their day. Nah, I gotta get up, I gotta brush my teeth, I gotta get ready, I'm about to go do something. Why? You're just talking about how tired you were. Well, they can never answer you. The answer is, without ever getting this answer from any of them, is that their thoughts are kicking their ass. So as long as they move, go, there's less chance to think about those thoughts and more time being frustrated with the go, which they're in control of, which they're comfortable with. That trip to Starbucks, that trip to Target. They'll complain about the drink, they'll complain about the traffic, but that's normal, right? You normalize those chemicals and those emotions. They're used to that. Versus what they got to deal with if they're sitting still. And then they go through the whole day, they gotta come home and put the thing on, and we gotta cook dinner. It's almost time to eat dinner. And mind you, they just came back from fucking Chick-fil-A. And then they gotta cook dinner, and then they gotta get a shower, and then things gotta, like, they gotta control the whole fucking tone of everything outside of them just for them to be tired. So then there's just a little bit time left before they ask to go to sleep to a murder mystery again. And then tomorrow they do it again. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. I know you've seen this. You might be one of those people. I'm gonna help you out of that then. You ain't gotta live like that. Nobody do. I know it's normal, but normal people are retarded. Let me say it. You ain't gotta say this. You ain't gotta believe it. Normal people are retarded. Normal people can't read. And if they can't do those two things, think and read, then they're probably not doing it right. It might work. It works for the serial killers too. I mean, shit, there's no respecter of persons when it comes to this law. They'll get caught eventually, Lord willing. But, you know, Garth Brooks, but the point is, why? Why is this fly, like this stupid ass fly? Like, there's all this shit around here. He could fly to everywhere in the fucking universe. But when I kill his stupid ass, they're like, damn, I only live 24 hours. Why did I mess with this nigga that can kill himself? I don't know. He wants to die, I guess. Same thing with those thoughts. Your thoughts are your number one enemy. Not people, not color, not race, not the devil. The devil whispers into your thoughts. But if you say, get that pussy ass, bitch ass nigga thought out my mind, bitch. See, I stack like that because it's funny to me. It produces a vibration that's different than just, no, stop. I don't wanna. Man, bitch ass nigga, fuck out my face. The fuck going on? Raise your vibration. That's all it is. It's manipulating the vibration. The audacity of myself to have me worry about something else than what I said. Ain't that a bitch? I cannot control my own goddamn ego. What the fuck's wrong? Exactly. A lot of people don't learn how to. A lot of people know the word, but they don't know the function. Halfway students. Don't worry. That's on purpose. You gotta join a secret society and pay dues and read an old book from the 1800s just to go, did you know? To live fearless, you can also control your fucking mind. Oh my God, you can control your mind. What kind of devil wants you to control your mind? What kind of evil demonic spirit wants you in control of your own happiness? Can you imagine the shit that's associated with that? Oh my God, if humans knew that the brain they already have, that they're already not controlling, it's completely optional to fucking control it instead, bitch. Why get a government if you can control it yourself? They're not gonna like that. Who the fuck are they? Your mama give birth to them? Fuck them niggas. They got shit to do with you. That's my point. As soon as you start changing your mind, little by little, day by day, what ends up happening over time is those thoughts that used to really upset you, and by upset, I mean take you out of your vibration and put you into a lower ring, they happen less. It's not that they stop happening, it's that you start catching them at the gate. Success through a positive mental attitude. You stop it at the gate, and then you ask yourself, is this worth wasting my time and energy for the next 5 minutes? No. Next. And if you're just left with a loading screen there, or without a sufficient distraction that will actually make you positive, then you have to go back into your mind. What was I creating, bitch? Oh, something this time. Better. I'm already better. Let me go pour some more Kool-Aid real quick before I forget. Eventually, though, those little quick fixes, you end up throwing those out. Because what ends up happening is, day by day, as you replace these lower quality thoughts and fears and patterns with just little bursts of better ones, your better patterns start to extend like telomeres in DNA. You start having longer daydreams of positive thoughts again, like when you were a kid, like before bills were due. You'll start daydreaming and creating ideas that kind of take you somewhere else without taking you downhill. That's the part you're trying to get to. Like childlike state that Kanye used to talk about. What they're talking about is a lot of children, when they imagine, they don't have these artificial limitations of experience and other people's worries. So they can act like they're an airplane for minutes, knowing damn well they're not flying nowhere. And that's fine. But you as an adult, it's the same superpower, except for you know how to fly somewhere. Instead of extending your arms and circling around the room, do that if you need to. It might be fun. But you can actually just fly an airplane. You can see yourself going through the airport. You can see yourself picking up that $12 Starbucks. You can see yourself sitting in line talking to someone that you want to talk to. You can see yourself get on that plane. You can see yourself put that belt on. You can look out the side of the window. You can hear the stupid ass messages that they say too fast. How the fuck am I supposed to put this damn parachute on? You can see yourself touching down, looking for your luggage, checking for your phone. There's some baddie right there with a sign saying welcome home. That's all you got to do. I walked you through the whole fucking airport experience just like that. But if you allow yourself, it go further than that. Like shit, she drove. Shit, what kind of car is she in? You know, all the girls that like me, they got like Benzes and Beamers. All right, so we in a goddamn what car this time? What car haven't I been in with these chicks yet? Hold on. Oh, she got one of them sports cars. Fuck it. She got it from her daddy. All right, cool. Now I'm talking about I'm hungry. I never say that, but I'm gonna say it in this dream so I can keep thinking about if I am hungry, what I want to eat, bitch. I'm working on my diet. Let me get a salad with some grilled chicken in it, motherfucker. You know, a good place like that? Shit, you know she do. And then boom, 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 part 2. In the pattern of that, if you really want that to happen and not just think about it, you do that every time you're about to take a nap or fall asleep. Theta state. So now we talk about science. Oh my God. Because if you worry all day, you normally fall asleep with your worries or concerns or tomorrow's running. But if you're daydreaming every day about something that's actually plausible and you see yourself as you are, that's very important. It takes a lot of people to get there because they're dreaming about their body, and when they're older, they'll be in that house. Like, they put everything off into a different version of themselves. What I'm saying is, if you live in the present moment, you also have to dream presently. Like it happened to you today. Like it happened to you now. Not when your beard grows, not when you fit the different pair of pants and you're trying to wear a different costume. Although, you could do that. You end up losing weight on the way to that, for sure. But then you know in your brain that'll take some time because it took you some time to gain the weight. So those type of things are true. You can lose weight just by seeing yourself in your ideal body, for sure. Your day-to-day will take you through the process without you having to be conscious of it. The subconscious will get you there. And then it'll double time you. That's a different discipline. What I am talking about is ultimately, whatever you're trying to think and envision, the key to it is now. If you need it to happen in this timeline, if you want to switch realities now, you have to dream and visualize as it is now. With the same fucked up beard, with the same fucking suntan t-shirt, whatever it is you got. You envision it now. If you need something new, you're going there today. You're shopping now. If you need to go somewhere else, you're getting on the plane in a little while. Not next week, not when you can afford it, not when your bank account matches it. I'm talking about in your fucking mind. That's what's fucking people up, I think, as an experiencer, is that even though you're given these keys, you're trying to logically work it out. Like, yeah, I can visualize that, but that house costs $500,000. My job, you know, we went to math class, so you gotta divide and multiply hours. You're like, well, if I work for about 5 more fucking years and don't eat the whole time, I could probably afford that. We'll get a new president by then. You see what I'm saying? You start going through all the reasons why you can't have it now. That's I need y'all to understand that shit right there. Even in most of these people who are talking about beloved chosen one manifesting reality, I hear them say the same thing and I start blocking their ass. They're like, well, you know, what the fuck these people be saying? You're gonna have to make a choice. And it's gonna take some work. Shut the fuck up. Why are you talking to me about imagination, God, and stuff? If you think that yo dumbass pulling a fucking card and logically deducing that you have to do something, then you're not dealing with magic at all. Magic does not require you doing anything but this. The fuck is wrong with people? They be setting up roadblocks for these people who are trying to get mental health and help by saying like, yeah, it'll get harder for you. Might have to go through a tower moment. What the fuck are you talking about? You cannot imagine, even as a person making shit up for content, that the person does not have to go through a tower moment. How about you just say all the positive things since you're just making up shit anyway for fucking views? You might as well sell the fucking dream and the delusion, so when a person's doom scrolling, they'll enter that delusion. That'd be the best case scenario. Fake this shit until you make it. You faking what the fucking pinnacles mean anyway. Stop fucking playing with me. I ain't fucking retarded. And once you start to feel like that about a lot of those things, that's how you know you're starting to evolve. Because then you know the truth. The truth of the matter is, you're not waiting for time. You're waiting for you. You're trying to catch up to you. It ain't time and money. Most of the shit you want is what to do with your time with money. So, and both of those things are external to you. So if you have to wait, prepare, dodge, answer, block, all that shit, all that's outside of you. All those challenges are outside of you. The money is true, yeah, but that's outside of you. The money's not inside of you. The money's outside of you. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about what's going on in here. That's right now. in the present fucking moment. So if you cannot hallucinate, if you cannot fake, if you cannot produce, if you cannot call to create, to dwell, to imagine beauty in your present moment, then how the fuck is it gonna show up tomorrow? If you know that shit is on a delay. You know that already. You know it's gonna take time. You were here today because you knew the shit took time. So if you know it's gonna take time, why not trick the algorithm, if you will, by every fucking day, you just lining your shit up with all the shit that's divine. Tomorrow, yeah, it didn't happen yet, but I got some more time. I'm gonna do it again today. 5 days later, I wanna do it again. And then before you know it, that shit'll be stacked up to the fucking sky. By the time one of your blessings hit you, another one hit you, and another one hit you, and another one hit you. That's what I'm trying to get my point across. Is that if just one coincidence happens 1 out of 5, what if you throw in a fucking 100 coincidences out there at a time? Yeah. What if every time you drive, you see every green light? What if every time you go to that store, it's always on sale or it's always in stock? What if every time you talk to that person, they make you smile? What if you just use your damn mind? There ain't nothing, it'll work out. There ain't nothing, rent was due for the past 20 years of my life. We get it. There ain't nothing, we get new presidents every day, B. There ain't nothing, they talk about nuclear war since I was 3. There ain't nothing, but in the meantime, this is where I'm going with it. You know what I'm talking about? This is where I want to be. I want to be at that park, at that time, smoking my weed, minding my fucking business. At the very least. At the very least. At the very least. I don't give a fuck. That is the skill. And it says take 90 days to make a new skill. All right, then. We got time. We got time. You gotta put yourself through a whole semester of fighting your own damn mind. And it'll be the best thing you've ever done in human history with your time. Taking the reins back of the quality of thoughts that you entertain in your spare time. But specifically, if you only have a little bit of time, as of now, as soon as you wake up and right before you fall asleep, if you can master those intervals of your day, and if you take naps, 3. If you have time to sit in the dark for 15 minutes, better. You don't have to go to sleep. But if you can just take time and then create the chemical response and create the expectation, like, damn, I didn't get a chance to really sit down and think about the things. All right, do it now, bitch. What the fuck? Go to the bathroom or something. You know how it is. Sit in the bathroom in the fucking dark. You know what it is. Or when you take a shower. Same thing. Close your eyes. You have time. You have time to imagine. You can use your time to imagine that you have more time. And you have to give yourself prompts on some ChatGPT shit. Real life. What would it be like if you prompt? What would it be like if I had the $1 million right now? And I ain't talking about what you want to buy. I'm talking about how you want to feel and vibe. Well, shit. I want to be rushing out this shower. I'll take my fucking time. Well, shit. I'll probably eat what the fuck I want today. Let me go ahead and order it before 5. Shit, I'll probably sit right outside. Like I ain't got nothing to do tomorrow. And you're imagining that. Some of it you can actually map and do, depending on what your answer is. Once we get out of consumerism and that everything requires a fake fiat exchange to get it, then you start going that the only thing you need to get it is to possess it in your mind. Come on now. Because I can't explain to you how it works outside. I don't know. It's fucking random, bro. It's the randomest, most randomness. It's not even worth studying it. Because the cause is the mind. It don't matter how it got to you. It gets to you. That's what I'm saying. That's why stacking it up and rationalizing and making logic of something divine is a dummy mission. Me, I'm very logical, so you know I'll be fighting that shit. Like, nah, I know how this pattern really goes. And it's true for how it manifested that time, or for them, or what they said it was. But I also know, and that's what I'm saying, your experiences and your journaling and all that stuff is to remind you in due time that my most prescient examples, I love telling these stories, so I'm gonna tell them to you again, but then I'll get to the chat. The skateboard dream. I'm 6 years old
with my dad in New Brunswick. I just started kindergarten. And I guess I was visiting my aunt for a weekend, and I seen these white boys on the skateboards and on the bikes and shit. And I think something was on TV, a commercial, Pizza Hut or something, and it was some skateboarder. So from 3 to 5 to 6, I always wanted to skateboard. Now my dad know that. He didn't get me a skateboard right away. You know how they like to do it. I'm a December baby, so they want to wait until fucking Christmas and my birthday at the same time. Being cheap. Cool. So one time, at this time, my dad takes me to a park, and I remember the stars being in it. And I think he was showing me the Big Dipper, the easiest one to point out. And then I think he suggested to me, you can wish on a star, right? I forgot how he said it, and when he said, I was just a little kid. But I do remember it. I remember specifically looking at whatever star it was, and I wished for a skateboard. Didn't get it the next day. I'm a kid. I'm not even. It happened, and then I forgot it happened, but then my brain later reconnected it. So I wished for it, went back home, went to sleep, went back to school, like another day in the neighborhood. So a Friday comes around, and I'm talking about this should be happening within weeks, like 1 or 2 weeks, my whole life. So Friday come around, and this Jamaican dude pull up, and my dad's like introducing me to him. He's like, yeah, this is such and such. Terrible, I don't remember his name. Short guy, dreads. This is like 1991. And my dad is helping him wiring his subs in his car, because my dad is an engineer. So they pop the trunk, and there's 2 skateboards in there. One green and one orange. And my dad's not clocking that, because he's about to get money to hook up some speaker wire. But the guy, he's clocking me. And he must have seen my eyes get big. And he looked at me and he said, hey, you want to try? Nigga, please. I've been trying to skateboard my whole fucking life. I think I got the green one. I took that shit out on some Ninja Turtle shit. I'm riding around, and it's the small skateboards too, the small plastic ones for a kid. Busting my ass. I'm sitting on that shit trying to go down the hill. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. They hook up that speaker in no time. I remember the sun falling. So they did shit like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. It's about 7, 8 o'clock. They about to go. So I'm bringing the skateboard back. And the guy looks at me. He says, nah, you can keep it. I look at my dad. My dad making a face. He's trying to take $20 out and pay the man for the skateboard. And the guy was like, nah. He can have it. I got another one. Man. Skateboard 1. I got older. I need another skateboard for the summer because I'm trying to learn how to do tricks. Got another one. I get a little bit older, I start learning about the different brands and the teams and shit. Everyone was telling me on the internet, you need an Element Featherlight. These are very light skateboards, so they're easy to flip. This is before I even know what manifestation was. It's just prayers and wishes. I'm in Raleigh now. I'm about 14, 13 years old. Same fucking story. I'm looking on the internet at all these skateboards and see how much they cost, and I ain't got no money. Whatever. I need an Element Featherlight. I'm gonna have it. Tony Hawk Pro Skater about to come out anyway. Same thing happens. My dad had this white friend that he used to work with named Shane. Shane had 2 roommates at the time. One of them was Tyrone. He was half black, obviously. So Shane wants to introduce Tyrone to my dad because my dad had like the Sony mini display, all this DJ shit. They want to be DJs when they grow up type shit. They're in their mid-20s. So Tyrone pulls up. And he's in this little silver Honda. And I'm on my cheap Walmart skateboard at the time. He was like, oh shit, you skate? I was like, yeah. And I could see in the back of his, what is that shit called? The seats in the back, that little window space, that little carriage space between your rear view, your rear window or whatever, you put things on it. He had one of his skateboards there. I was like, oh shit, you skateboard too? He said, yeah. He's like, and I asked him, what kind of skateboard you got? He's like, oh, I got this one and the Element. You got a what? He popped up his trunk and he took the other skateboard. One of them has the big wheels on it for ramps, for vert. And then the other one has the small wheels on it for street. He was like, you want to ride one? I saw, all I cared about was the Element. I was like, that's an Element Featherlight. Mind you, it's scuffed up. He really skateboarded on that shit when he was younger. I'm riding around on the Element Featherlight. I'm kicking this shit. I'm trying to land kickflips and shit. It's way better than my fucking cheap skateboard. They spend 2 hours with my dad, and the same fucking thing happens. Tyrone goes, you can keep it. Because at that time, he like 27, 28 years old. He fucking with kids and stuff. He ain't really skating like that no more. And he got his other skateboard. Then another time, maybe 2 to 3 years after that, I ain't done yet. I got a used Element Featherlight. Now the top corner is starting to fucking shred off. It's a Featherlight, so you know that wood's gonna chip even faster. I didn't know that. And I ain't got $300 to get another one yet. So I'm back on the internet again, looking for skateboards, blah, 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 blah. And I come across black skateboarders. Remember, this is new to us, like professional ones. We had Tony Hawk Pro Skater around that same time, so I knew about Kareem Campbell. But then I also remember watching Kids when I was little. And there's a black guy skateboarding in that movie. His name is Harold. He's part of a group called Zoo York. I was like, oh shit. Some niggas got some skateboards in New York? My family from New York. I'm gonna get one of them. How much these bitches cost? One day. Now, I'm not even thinking about wishing and praying for skateboards. I'm just every day after school, or if it was the summer, I'm going to the Zoo York Flash website, because you know I'm a Flash animator. So I'm looking at these websites, shockwave3000.com, genryusblade.com, fucking newgrounds.com. I'm on all the Flash websites. I got cable internet at the time, so you know we can do that. And but I just keep seeing Harold, I keep seeing Zoo York. Within those months, not even months, what the fuck am I talking about? Within weeks, maybe 2. My dad goes, yo, I gotta go to Winston-Salem this weekend. You coming with me? Nigga, wait. What you? You know I'm 15 at this time. I got, you know what I'm saying? I got some girls at the pool and shit. I got a bike and shit. You know, I'm trying to link some shit together. My dad needs my help. Okay. Winston-Salem, and you know I'm a navigator, Sagittarius, so I always want to go places I've never been. So I was like, all right, I'm going to Winston-Salem this weekend. All fucking day, I'm gonna be bored as shit. Usually with this guy, right? He's always up to something. I'm always got to work or wire something or do something. He's always hustling. He take me out to Wilmington. I'm not thinking nothing of it. And he said, yeah, this guy owns this club out here. He wants me and Shane to wire rewire it before it reopens. He said, we're gonna stop by his house. Tell me fucking why. He takes me to the big man's house, and the big man, I think he's blackish. I couldn't really tell. Yeah, I could tell he's a brother, but there was something else about him. But he was in his 50s, so he looked older and kind of threw me off. We go to his house. He has a son exactly my age, but he's light-skinned. I think he got a white mama. He playing the same game I'm playing on PlayStation. He got a BMX GT dyno just like I got, and he got a skateboard. My dad was like, I'll come back and get you later, towards the end of the night. So it's like 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'm hanging out with this kid all day. Like a doppelganger. It still now fucks with my mind. Because I never find those type of people in my neighborhood. He way in fucking Winston-Salem, and he do everything that I do. So we go outside, he on the bike, he on the skateboard. We're playing PlayStation most of the time. You know how that shit is. Time went by real fucking fast. And I remember talking to him about, yeah, you know, I skateboard, I got an Element Featherlight at home, I'm about to get a Zoo York, whoop, 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 whoop. He didn't know what that was. And he was like, all right, I'll ride bikes and stuff, blah, 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 blah. He got more money than we do, so you know he's in a different version of reality. But I understood everything. My dad picked me up, take me to the club. Him, Shane, 2 other people, and the big guy, he's somewhere. I'm just like in a club by myself as a 15-year-old, like, this is crazy. Adults come to this fucking shit, this should smell weird in here. Whatever. My dad's like, take these wires, whatever. I see Shane upstairs. They got these little gargoyle statues made out of foam. And I remember spending like a good 15 minutes because the music was so loud that I would sneak up on him and I would move the gargoyle behind him and I would watch behind the corner him react to that shit. Like him watching that shit get closer and closer to him. And then I was able to ninja sneak, because you know Tenshu was on PlayStation at the time. I was able to, in Metal Gear Solid, I was to ninja sneak so close to him that I literally put the statue by his fucking leg. And then I got far enough away so when you turned around and bumped into it, you should have seen I seen a white boy turn white again. He really thought that shit was haunted. And I just stopped playing with it. I started laughing, like, ah! It was me, bitch, for the past 15 minutes. Anyway, because I stressed his ass out, he was like, come on outside with me. Because he wanted to smoke a cigarette outside. Take me to the back of the club. And they have like one of those docks where you could back a truck into and unload shit. Open that up, shrink wrapped Zoo York skateboard, untouched, unused, ever in human fucking history. Get the fuck out my face. Get the fuck out my face. I swear to God, if I would have took it, no one would have fucking noticed. Nobody in that whole sector would have known if that skateboard was mine or somebody else's. I got on it while it was still wrapped, and I just rode it one time, and then I was like, nah, let me put it back. Because my mind said, maybe it's the boys. He didn't know what Zoo York was, but maybe, I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. So I left that skateboard there, hoping he'd get it, you know? Like, I don't know why, you know what I'm saying, why I reneged on that shit. But I knew, but in hindsight, I knew it was because it was mine in that sense. All right, I ended up getting a chocolate skateboard back in 2007, same type of story. Ended up moving down the street from a skate park after the big one closed down, didn't know it was there. And then here, I did it again, just talking these stories just like this. I said, you know what, I'm finally gonna, when I get my car, I'm gonna drive to California and I'm gonna hit up Tony Hawk and all their skate shops if they still have them. You know how the economy is. I just want to see it for myself ever since I was a baby. Tell me why. Where I live, there's a garage and they're cleaning it out. Somebody did something where they took a gently used Tony Hawk skateboard and put it in the living room. And I didn't see who did it. I asked somebody, I said, yo, this skateboard right here. I know none of these motherfuckers skateboard. There's only 3 of us. This yours? Like, nah, it was in the garage. Oh, it's mine. Thank you. So what I'm saying to you is, I don't know how it happens. And it doesn't fucking matter. Anywhere from a shrink-wrapped Zoo York skateboard that I know I can't afford, to an Element Featherlight, which is so super specific. I live in the fucking South. Ain't nobody shredding like that at that time. Why the fuck would he have an Element Featherlight anyway? I don't fucking know, but he did. And then this time, a Tony Hawk Pro Skater fucking skateboard, limited edition type shit for no fucking reason, with the eagle and everything on it. You already know how I feel about Angel's Landing. What? It said wanted, 4 stars on that bitch. You know I'm talking about Grand Theft Auto? What? I got a Tony Hawk skateboard right now. And I haven't been to California yet. So, imagine if. Just imagine it. You just have to imagine if that is magic. And if it's magical enough to get a little boy his first skateboard and the next 5 or 6 of them, imagine everything else that's magically coming to you into your life. So if you don't have a passion like skateboarding, you need to get one. And instead of just getting one passion like the skateboard, get plenty of them. So that you could bump into the skateboard, bump into the girl, bump into the opportunity, bump into the road trip, bump into the flight, bump into the new neighborhood, bump into everything in due time. That's only if you really impress whatever it is into your mind. See, I have the experience of the skateboard showing up in due time. And in the meantime, I don't be thinking about it. I'll be like, I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna buy a skateboard in California with the money I don't have yet. Like, I still do that by default. I don't know why. And then I gotta remind myself of these stories in a whole different category of other ones, from bitches and everything in between it. I gotta slow it down and go like, I ain't gotta buy everything. I ain't gotta do everything. I just gotta see it. And mind you, with all those skateboards, none of them were specific. It was open-ended. It was just a matter of fact. I'll have a Featherlight. Matter of fact, Zoo York, I'm gonna get one of those. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get a chocolate. Matter of fact, I'm gonna support all the black skaters. A matter of fact, a matter of fact, a matter of fact. And it becomes a matter of fact in fact. Don't forget that. Those illusions, those daydreams do become a matter of fact. You can just save the money and buy it. Or you could just act as if you already got it. Either one is valid. But what I'm telling you is the science. The science isn't whether or not anyone can just buy the skateboard. Oh my God, yeah, duh, they sell them. I ain't buying none of those. The only one I bought and built was the chocolate one, the Devon something, the black skater from Chocolate. I built that one. I spent like $275 on it because I wanted to. I wanted to have enough money to build my own skateboard. That was the caveat. But the rest of them, here, you skateboard still? Here, take it. And that's me being grateful for used skateboards. That's me being grateful for like people handing me whatever it is, I'm gonna still skate on it. So it comes to me even faster from those type of situations, those parlays. I get it. I get the science of that. Gratitude. I'm grateful for every skateboard I manifest. That ain't the only thing I've been manifesting though. You feel me? So hopefully that helps somebody. We got a long chat to catch up to. I was doing so much science. Hold on. I need some more of this. Yeah, man. We still out here trying, man. We still out here trying to land kickflips, that's all. Only land them every once in a while. TBFB, salute to the tribe. Anita, Da, Joe, Virginia, Chickamauga. Hey, Nova. New Wells in the building. New Angels. JPX, I see you. Harut, hey. See what shop behind you? I own it. Cool fucking story, dude. We got Risky but not risky. What's up, dog? Terran Art, I see you, brother. Jalert. I see Jalert in the building. Oscar, PT Cruising, what's good, man? Ellie Cleary, what other moment got me laughing? Oh, man. Asta, Ellie, Optic, Tublacan. Hey, sound familiar. OG Mudbone, what's good, twin? Smiling breaks them every time. Shout out to Kamaro Leonard. Bounce back is there every time. Intranet says, that's my only thing. Sometimes I let the vision go instead of fixing it in my mind sometimes. Peace, God, chat. Peace to chat. Honey Being. Laughing my ass off. You're right. I wasn't caring about grocery price when I was playing Battle Royale. Come on now. YouTube's algorithm. Did you hear what happened in Nepal? TBFB3. My algorithm on YouTube mentions none of it. You subscribe to any new outlets on YouTube. People forget that Peyton still has a record for INTs. Give Arc some grace. That internal dialogue is key. Mr. Now is in the building. Building. Graham. Glad I'm not a normie. Doesn't make life easy though. Did I just stumble upon my new favorite streamer? Life is good. Shout out to you. For sure. I remove almost all my subscriptions. Graham says, I try talking to people and they end up telling me they have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm not even going deep with them. I know. We're going to get there in a minute. We'll circle back to that little problem. Flight attendant having a bad attitude. You can see it. Coincides every time. Come on now. Only worth observing it and throwing shit into that not so random chaos pool. Aiden Hughes, regards from the UK. Newkind says, I wanted to play football in 8th grade so bad I cried my ass off. How bad do you want it? I feel like you kind of touching on the observer effect. Mr. Now 3, Gorilla Gospel 3. Shout out to all of you, peace and blessings and all the cool stuff too. The observer effect. We're gonna talk about split electrons and chaos and the stock market and shit. How everyone's betting on the stock market and thus their predictions become chaotic and that's what they think a healthy stock market is. And if the stock market becomes predictable, not enough people are staring at it. That's what a bad stock market is. Ain't that a bitch? A collective effect of split electrons. When two or more come together, can you fucking imagine the Bible said something like that, right? And then we don't appreciate what the Bible is saying because we're not assuming that those people are advanced. Rookie mistake. A book full of descendants of sorcerers are talking about everything but magic. Can you fucking imagine that? That a whole Old Testament of sorcerers. You heard what the fuck I said. Them people that work for Israel are magicians. I need to run this back in case anyone missed it in the past few chapters I've been reading. Every chapter mentions a sorcerer. That every chapter don't mention a farmer. Every chapter don't mention a fireman. Every chapter don't mention a president or a ruler. Well, most of them do actually, a ruler. But fuck the ruler, he ain't doing none of the magic. So it's like, fear not. They talking about divine principles, quite literally. Quite literally. They're telling you how to fight in your mind. And they give you like all these references of all these scenarios of ill shit that happen with people, whether in captivity, whether it's your own people, whether it's betrayal. It says, yeah, that shit might happen to you, but check out how they went through this shit. Conditioning. All the witches and warlocks and wannabes, they're creating rituals and ceremonies and lining to the moons and shit. Because they're trying to affect the chaos engine. They're doing an external expression of what I'm talking about mentally. Instead of doing the ritual of living in their third eye of the prize and owning it, they're placating it. They're substituting. They're saying, all right, this ritual has worked for others. I believe it worked for them. They said it worked for them. I'm going to do this ritual too. And then this ritual is supposed to have my intentions and do all the heavy lifting for me. A sigil, a talisman. Trust me, I'm not against that idea. I get it. It's the reason why you'd wear anything. Like every time I open my wallet, I read a note. Same story. That's magic in itself. I gotta pull that out every time I buy me a cigar, and I read it first. So I don't know why they need chickens and blood and shit. That's kind of extreme. But I understand where they're going with that. It's a reminder. The shapes, the numbers, the colors, the lines, they mean something to the designer. So you can just make up your own designs then, if you know what they mean. You stack all that shit. I got the note in my wallet. I got the message on my whiteboard. If I feel arsed to do it, I'll write a journal entry. And then in that journal entry, make sure I circumvent the thing I actually want to be. In spare time and thoughts when I'm not streaming, I'm thinking about it. I take my doom scroll time and I'm like, what's this shit got me thinking about? Whether I eat, whether I drink, whatever it is. The hard part is living in the moment outside of you externally, but realizing it's a culmination of everything that led you there. And if that is true, then everything in this moment is going to be the new culmination that's going to get you there. So you must always, I guess, until you get it, until you're satisfied that is, whatever it is, do it till you're satisfied. So until you're satisfied that is, I'm not satisfied, but I need the energy. I need more mana. So every day I've been lifting my vibration, just a little bit by little, incrementally, you know what I'm saying? You can fake it till you make it and get really excited and do all the dances and Zumba and shit if you want to. But then you also get tired. Then you got time left, and then you got to deal with the tired parts. And I ain't got time for that. So, little by little, rebuilding my mana, moving the things of the day out the way, or the people. I've been working on that, plus the sequels. Or I can become an absolutist and go, it don't matter what happened today, because I'm not staying there. By here, I mean in this present moment. I know this present moment is fleeting. This too shall pass. The only thing that bothers me these days is the moments I don't want to happen next. Ain't that a bitch? When I really think about it. Like when I write it down and shit, I'm like, I'm worried about this and what they said and that thing I got pending over there. And that ain't happening yet. I'm still here in the fucking desert with palm trees and shit, smoking black and mild, streaming and shit. I'm fine. I'm better than most people, actually. I ain't got the most money and I ain't got my fucking BMW yet, but damn it, I can just sit down and talk about metaphysics. Can you imagine that shit? A guy with a do-rag on. So, instead of thinking about the past and what happened and what didn't last, I'm starting to learn how to think about the past of how impossible it was to be here now. Because it takes the same type of mind power. So wonder, like, damn, when was the last time I've been in a situation like this where how I internalize it is God slowed my ass down. Not because I was doing something wrong, but because everything was really moving fast to nowhere. So now I get a chance to like slow down and look at everything and rest for the first time in a very long time, like by myself, like in my own energy-ish. And my mind always goes back far. Like it don't even go to recent times. It was like this. I gotta walk there. But let's say I go back to the time period for whatever reason. And it's funny because I think Smyth-EL draws this graph that this year is similar to those increments. But somewhere between 2005 to 2008, I was in like a system-wide tower moment. Dad went to prison, broke up with my high school girlfriend, had to figure out how to pay bills, all of them by myself, had just started that new job, and none of my family in my life. My grandfather just died maybe 3 years prior. The one that would have helped me through everything, actually. Crazy story. Very similar to the story I'm in now, which is why it reminds me of that, I guess. And I found dynamic thought during that time. I joined a church at that time. Got a better job in due time, only for 3 months. I worked at the hospital, that was cool. And I was practicing these things as I was reading the book. And then eventually it got me to another season, which was tough. But I had all the skills and thoughts and experiences of already surviving the toughest part of my life, I think. Even now, at 40 years old, I think that was the toughest part of my life because I was equipped. I was not aware in real time that I was equipped with everything that I would need to handle it. And now I have proof that I handled it. Because I can tell you about it in past tense without being connected to the outcome of it. I am the outcome of it. Back then, you couldn't tell me that. I couldn't tell myself that. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I knew how to pray. I knew how to distract myself with positivity. I was reading a good book, several actually, and I was trying. I was just trying. I wasn't perfecting it. I was manifesting things in due time. I triggered a few deja vus, but it was nothing that I actually wanted. Like, what I mean is like, I still had to get up and work at this bum ass job. I still had to live in fucking boring ass North Carolina. I still had to deal with these weird ass people. So I had all that, you know what I'm saying? I was like, I gotta leave this bitch. But not until I get a better enough job to save up so I can comfortably move somewhere else because it's expensive over there. You know, I kept fucking it up. I could believe in the fucking music thing because I've been doing it for years by then. At least 5 to 6. I could believe in like, all right, yeah, one day I'll have another job and I'm still paying rent. I believe that shit. But when it came to like a complete 180 of a different life, I created these little stepping stones that eventually in due time, in like 2 to 3 fucking years, and then I was like, woo, now I work at Apple. Hate it here. Didn't even want that fucking job. Didn't know that's what it was either. But I remember as a kid, I wanted to work at Apple. Here I am. No, I don't. But working at Apple gave me everything I wanted. The iPad, the iMac, the iPhone, music production. It worked out. It led me to becoming a streamer, actually. I didn't know that. Not no fucking 2008. Plus all the other things I was trying to manifest in between it. The way it was with people, relationships, money. Just stuck. Because I was holding on to the ground rules of a 21-year-old or 23-year-old, shit, 25-year-old. Like, I was still trying to figure it out by myself. And that's what took time. What took time is me making up my mind about myself. Not the magic. Not whether it worked or not. I was like, why isn't this working? Because you spend most of your time worrying. Affirmations and denials. I'm a perfect mental creature. There is no evil, only infinite good. I'm still here though. Fuck. What am I gonna do next? Work on your music. You're the one that wanted to be one of the greatest producers. Shit, it's gonna take you some time. You don't know how to play piano? Damn, that is gonna take some time, yeah. I attracted people that knew how to play piano. I was able to see the MIDI, develop the pattern. I worked with some of the best rappers that my city could afford me. Did their mixtapes in no time at all. That allowed me to get to know other musicians. Allowed me to make different money. Allowed me into different rooms and things. Hindsight wasn't even that big deal, but at the same time it was. Because when it came for me to talk to people in the industry, whether it was Warren G, Young Guru, or anyone else, they could tell I knew what the fuck I was talking about. Because I did it on that level the whole fucking time. From 2008 up until just about now, I've been working with people who do music. And that's what I said I wanted to do. It just wasn't as romantic as it could have been, because I was waiting for another moment, another click up to happen before it turned into that shit. But I was living in the present moment about what can I do now to pay that rent. I was shooting myself in the foot, but it was better than the alternative, than giving into all the shit that was stirring and not pushing that back, not denying that, not affirming this. I had a choice. But there's always a greater choice. So instead of me reflecting back about how come that artist didn't do that, how come that girl did that, how come this money didn't manifest that, and then like you're like, damn, my life could be so much different if A, B, and C, and D happened then. Same power, by the way. You see how easy it is for us to do that? To notice all the things that ought to have happened? Now you gotta flip the polarity and turn it the other way. Go, oh, these type of moments, as you reflect on those things and you choose a more uplifting polarity to look at it, you choose. Then you go, well, if that reality manifestation was lacking A, B, C, and D, what is the A, B, and C, D now? And what does it look like and feel like if I had it now? Oh my God. Someone can invite me to a studio now. I could bring a fucking hard drive. I could play a fucking beat from 10 years ago. And they'd be like, here, $5,000 now. Why not? They probably won it at a casino. That's all you gotta do. What if something dope happened to me now? You have enough examples and pathways. Imagine any of them. I'd rather waste my mean time and my dream time on those type of thoughts than the other ones that didn't work. We know they didn't work. We're here. Trust me, I know it didn't work. We all do. We all do. If we're honest with ourselves, we know it doesn't work. We're professionals. We're professionals at what doesn't work. Trust me, if you're an American, a Westerner, you know all about work and what doesn't work. For everything but your damn mind. That's the crime. That's the crime. All I'm saying is, you can waste your time imagining vain imaginations on David and Solomon. Don't do that. Fear not. Or you can fake it till you make it. Start being delusional in your mind. You see it's working out for everybody else. They're delusional in real life. Somehow they paying rent, or someone is. Yeah. That's why you can't compare yourself to no one else. Comparison is the thief of joy. You ain't gotta worry about no one else's manifestations. What did the Bible say? Do not covet your neighbor's things. Do not covet your neighbor's wife, his livestock, his house, aka do not covet someone else's manifestations. A, you don't know what it took for them to get it. B, you're not paying the same price, and C, it does not serve you in the same purpose. So you coveting it and wishing you can have it, you're taking away from them, and then when you get it, you make matters worse. Because then you realize most times when you get things like that, you don't even want it. That's what I noticed with the women. Just, you know, obviously I'm locked in. They covet somebody. I mean, they're looking at something on social media that's informing them to have that type of guy mentality, that trip, that picture, that outfit, and they all look the same. And then they're all fake happy. And they don't even realize it. Why? Why do I have all these things that idea or that girl had, and I have none of her results? And they can't say that out loud because they have all the things, the external proof that they ought to be happy, that they ought to be kicking ass, that they ought to be winning. But when they by themselves, when the murder mystery is on and the nightlight is on, something else is bothering them. Back to the drawing board. I need to try new external things. Now what are the girls doing? Not all of them, though. The ones I'm talking about. Man, it's just so hard for me to find love out here. We remember your tweets from 5 years ago, sis. Why is it so hard? You literally created the circumstances which every man and every person with a mind warned you, like, you're gonna scare all the dudes away. I know, but I just feel as if though people these days, well, you're not looking for people these days, you're looking for yours. What is your person doing right now? What about the 20 people you just interacted with in the last 5 years? Are they doing okay? Have you checked in on them guys? Maybe they'll still want a second chance. No. I want the thing. Actually, I don't know what I want. But somewhere along my journey of manifesting stuff, I was suggested that if I had this stuff, I would be good enough to have what I want. Bad math. Bad math. Real bad math. Be very specific. What the fuck do you want? Do you want the attention of a girl on social media with 1,000 likes and 50% of them are bots? The other 25% are thoughts. And the other 25% are men, or the men you don't want. You want more of that? Then add more of that and take more pictures and go on more trips and do more stupid quotes. You're gonna get the same quality of people. Why would your man give a fuck? The Bible says add up the cost before you build it. They don't add up the cost. They just start building shit. Cover. They think witchcraft or magic's gonna fix it. Nope. It operates out of where your mentality is. The quality of your manifestation is the quality of your mind. You gotta brainwash yourself first with positivity. All those commandments are anti-positivity. So if you're constantly chasing, if you're constantly trying to keep up with Jonesy, if you're constantly trying to prove a point to your enemies and the people who hurt you, then you're fighting fire with fire and you're burning down the forest. That's common sense. No, it's not. Look at my Air Forces. Look at that trip I went on. Who took the picture? Who took that picture? Where are they now? They take good pictures. They should take more. How about that? Well, long story. I know. Because you got into that moment, because you manifested it, and then once you manifested it, you became entitled to everybody else's energy in it. I don't think that those type of people know the difference. You don't control nobody else's mind. You don't control nobody else's reactions. You control your own. And most people are a reflection of your energy alone. You could be in a household, a home, 5 people. Each person in your household has a different impression of you based on the energy, conversations, laughter, or issues that y'all have. Some person be like, I love her. Some people are like, I hate her. Some people are like, You don't control that. You control the energy that you present to any of them. And then you just hope for the best. But then you tell people, well, you need to stop trying to manifest and do things and create things and acquire things for people. They're so used to going to work. and they don't want to be a slave. But then as soon as things go the way they want, they become a slave master. Well, if it doesn't work out this way, then I'm entitled to someone else who'll see my vision. No one's gonna see your vision. What the fuck are you talking about?
What the actual fuck
are these people talking about? No one gives a fuck. That's important. And that's liberty, by the way. That no one gives a fuck either way is freedom. For you to do whatever the fuck you want. For yourself. Not to them. Not with them. Not for them. Not by them. For yourself. Take that trip by yourself then. Shit. The fuck? Get that house by yourself then. The fuck? And when are they noticing? That they manifested all these things by themselves. I'm sure they worked hard and quite a few manipulated. And then they're by themselves and they go, that's not enough. I know, because that's not even what the fuck you wanted. You coveted it. You saw the imagery, sigil, and you saw a person that seemed happy. And at that time, you wasn't that damn happy. So you analyzed everything that was outside of that picture. Unfortunately, the picture didn't show you what was going on inside their mind. Now you have these things, and you're starting to experience the type of quality of things that you would have in your mind from having these things with a poor design. Now you're unhappier. You know why they're unhappier? Because there's no more mountains to climb. Well, if I'm not happy by now at 30 or 40, getting everything in this due time, I'll be 50 in the same amount of time. So I'm running out of it. Now they starting to adjust. I need a man right now. I need a child right now. I know. That's what people were telling me for the past 20 years. We know sis. No sis. We know sis. We know sis. None of that is what made you happy, because none of it was your own design. You did not create anything. You copied. You covered it. Check on that person now. They wouldn't even fucking remember where they got that design from. You know how people are, they steal beats and samples and shit. They don't know what producer they stole it from after due time. That's why it's so important for you to get to know your own mind. Are you that kid that wanted a skateboard? Or are you the kid that wanted a skateboard so you could fit in with the skateboarders? Two different outcomes. Not saying you can't have the best of both worlds, but I think a lot of people don't know that formula about other people. A lot of people don't really get a chance to understand that there's other people with other minds and other designs. And what you're looking for in the world of compatibility isn't, you're not trying to be famous, if you will, to code switch. I am not doing all of this so I can go into the studio and meet Usher and hang out with him. No, I'm doing all this so that I'm good enough that if I did produce a song with Usher in the studio, it'll be a fucking hit. But even if it wasn't Usher, it'll still be a fucking hit. So it leaves room for the universe to fill in whoever's up for the task. I think a lot of these people, they put on this mask to fit into the other masqueraders. And they try to fit in with a very specific group of people, whether that's covens, witches, secret societies, Freemasons, elite galas, parties, fashion week. We've seen everything. And then they just, like, I watch them now, even in their stories, they just seem out of place. Cool costume. Beautiful design of the scenery. Oh my God, they still got artists out here. But these people are not happy. And I know it's not the economy. By itself, at least. That's just a suggestion anyway. It always was, by the way.
So, maybe, just maybe, that's just me now, I'm crazy.
Maybe that's not exactly what you wanted.
Maybe those images that got you
was more about your freedom than it was about your happiness. Some people can't be happy being free. I would have freed more slaves if they knew they were slaves. We've heard this before. A lot of people are chasing freedom They're unhappy.
Damn. Nah, you wasn't chasing happiness. You were chasing freedom. Now you got freedom. You don't know what to do with it. You don't know what to do with your time.
You don't know what to do with that money. You look good, shorty, but everyone know that. What do you do with it now?
Maintain it. Eat cucumbers. Skincare routines. We know. Times 10,000. I've had a lot of followers. I've seen it all.
It's not doing it for me. I'm getting older. I know that's right. Winters are getting colder. I know that's right. Did you stop to think that your happiness had nothing to do with your lifestyle and everything to do with your mentality? Have we checked in with our mental health lately? And that's the craziest things about those people who are upper middle class or middle class and above. They talk about mental health the most.
I had to think about it.
I was like, shit, well, if they ain't running away from ghosts, what they saying about it? If people ain't trying to set them up and snake them out and they're not in a den of narcissists because you ain't got a choice, then what the fuck are they fucking trying to figure out? You won already. What do they say? I expected it to feel different. That's the number one answer to everyone who finally manifests some crazy shit that they want. What do they say? I got the thing that I thought I wanted, but I expected that I would feel different. What feeling did you expect? And why do you think your feelings come from things and checks? Maybe that's the problem. Your feelings do not come from things. Your feelings come from your thought pattern. And if that thing did not contribute to a more healthier thought pattern, then you didn't need or want that thing at all. That's why it didn't solve anything. It's cool to have. It's cool to be there. It's cool to be in the picture with that girl. She ain't your friend for real. You know how she does based on what you heard from that other girl 5 years ago. That'll happen to you eventually. Give it time. Like all great things. So, you can apply that to jobs, the CIA, or moving to another country. Yeah, I moved back to Africa. I didn't know about the blackouts. I thought you researched everything. I didn't know that I would have to come here and start a business and that how difficult it would be in a new community of people who treat me as a foreigner. How much money you would need to even get that started. I'm out here pouring my own water. It's not what I thought it would be. I know. We all know. That's why 90% of the people that move to Ghana move back to America or somewhere else. Yeah, I know. You don't hate America enough. You were just saying the Ponzi scheme was tough. We know. Yeah, I don't have to go to another country to imagine all the freedom and safety that I have. Ooh. It's a mind state. I'll walk through this bitch any damn time I want. After midnight for a cheesesteak. It wouldn't fucking matter. What am I scared of? Beating someone's ass?
I could do that in any country, any land. Same hands.
But I don't have to. A lot of people don't have that type of comfort and security in their damn self. They need to lean on something and someone else for handouts, for feelings. I don't like the way that the thing said and happened and made me feel. I just feel. I overreact to everything. It just causes me to feel. Smile then. Shit. Think about something different. I know you saw this coming. You probably worried about it. You notice how like all your worries manifest too? How many people say, oh, this was my worst fear? Your worst fear got you talking about it in past tense though, so what were you afraid of? It happened already. I can't do that science shit. But hopefully, after this video, you can. I gotta walk soon. I want another drink or no? Yeah, run that shit back. Motherfuckers are advanced as fuck. We still fucking up out here and give us all the warnings. Peace, 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 peace to everybody in there. Jonathan 3. Manifestation lie at the doors of sleep is like convincing the subconscious you already have whatever it may be. We have to believe and have faith. Yeah, you have to possess it. You have to possess it. That's what the belief is. The belief is that you already have it. Real Gospel says, never could skate very well growing up in backwoods Mississippi with dirt and asphalt roads, but I'm dangerous on a swivel board. I know that's right. Shout out to Jonathan for the Cashapp notice. Denying good math with a bag of and no money is like denying water when completely dehydrated and thirsty. That's right. Dementia and Alzheimer's do that. I wonder if drugs make the same thing happen. I bet you. I can almost bet you. I can almost bet you that a lot of these people manifested themselves into a drug habit, trying to keep up with Jonesy. Real Gospel says, we call this moving faultless growing up. Producing things from pure faith. 333. Data center hoes. That's crazy. Machiavelli. Brighten the day. Elephant blocking the drive-thru. Or the air conditioner. I want another drink on my way home. Do I got $1 in my wallet? I do. Oh, these shits don't cost $1 out here. Sons of bitches. Sons of bitches. They cost too much. Trading from Australia. Ain't got good. You can meet a brother from East Orange without ever having to live in East Orange. Can you fucking imagine the science behind that shit? Can you fucking imagine some shit like that? You can meet all the crazy people without living in a crazy neighborhood. Thank God for the internet. Oh, come on now. I ain't that 40. Sometimes you just need a change of your mental environment. Gotta unblock the eyelashes. Take on me, that's crazy. He's like, what, GTA Vice City? Black and Miles in Chicago 150. I don't like wine. I only get sweet for now. If I just smoke anything else, I end up quitting. When I'm ready to quit, I'm probably going to switch back to regular blacks. And then I'm like, I hate this shit. Then I end up quitting. I'm already ready for it. But right now, the way my habits and addictions and stresses are set up, gives me an excuse to walk out the house. Something to look forward to. As strange as that sounds. Not good for your teeth, but. So it's not sitting there chattering in the room by yourself going crazy. So you gotta pick your poisons too. Or just treat them like they're not poisons until you get through them. Amen. Vote for True. I only go with regular Black and Miles. Yeah, if I smoke those like I smoke these, I'll get a headache. Don't make me quit. Went outside, nobody outside. Just grocery buyers and drivers late to work. Everyone lives in the data center. What do you mean by that, Noel? You mean literally you just did that, or are you giving us a parable of the sorts? God damn, that mountain is beautiful. Like I'm saying, my life on paper don't make no damn sense. And the shit that I could worry about is always divorced by the environment. I just don't know. I cannot rationalize my environment versus my I don't know what my recent set of experiences for the past 4 years would lead me to believe. They don't make sense. This is the first time I experienced this though, I'll tell you that. Where the environment makes it impossible for you to accept that things are not working out. Like the environment itself is proof. Not an ideal environment. Way too hot for dude. This is supposed to be cool to them. This is still hotter than everywhere else I've ever lived. And it's cooler than it was a few weeks ago. But it's still hot as shit. So now I know. Whenever I'm manifesting next, there's a way better weather pattern, at least. I didn't know that before. Tweet. But I think about how fast I got here. It didn't even take a week. It took like 72 hours. From something that was completely impossible and not on my radar to actually being here. And that was in a high stress mental environment. That was just using my basic powers. There is no evil, only infinite good. Everything will work out for me, and God already got my next location planned. And then your rational mind is going, ha! With what money, sir? I got enough to land. I don't know about paying next month's rent, but I got enough money to land somewhere, regardless. You know, you gotta convince yourself that it's worth it, taking the risk. And it went from text message to phone call to old black woman telling me, almost yelling at me too. She's kind of pissed off at me. She was like, call him now. All right, I'll call him now. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know which way to go with it because I've never called that person before. It's kind of strange calling a person now and telling them what you're going through. And the guy answered. I was like, all right, well, oh, you know her? Yeah, 4 years now. Didn't see this coming. Actually, she did. She really did, bro. She's a psychic, by the way. And because of who she was, and because of who she referred me to, he was like, all right, come on down. I need X amount of dollars or whatever, you know, to get the game started. I had it, thank God. I had more than enough, actually. And I knew I had to keep going back and forth for the court case. Still do. A couple more weeks. Hopefully they just throw that shit away because it's stupid. But one trial at a time. And then I ended up out here. And bro, I still don't know how. It doesn't follow my logic at all. I'm not surprised because I can, you know, I pray and I kept my mind high as I could. But you gotta understand how dark my circumstances were to see how tough I was for myself, you know, in my own mind. It's like, shit, that shit was tough. But now I'm walking around mountains and shit. What I'm saying is, I think that even if shit worked out in a different way, and I was where I was, it was nowhere close to this environment. So what's important? That I maintain the old life and said I won something or it's going to get better? Or I just says, fuck the old life. We'll start a new one, bitch. I'm glad I did. I'm glad that I just didn't give a fuck about starting over. Not my first time. Shit. Not even my first time since last October. So whatever happens to me, it'll happen to me. But now it's different. Because whatever I'm worrying about hasn't happened to me. And in the meantime, this moment happened to me. And I've never had this moment before. I'm actually surprised. This is the longest I've went. How do I say it? This is the longest I've gone. Even in the best of my days, I've always worried about something next. How do I say? What is this? I don't even know yet. I haven't gotten through it yet. I'm still in the middle of some shit. But it's been 3 months in the middle of some shit. And the only memories I got is walking down this damn road or streaming with you guys. I haven't even stopped streaming yet, if you think about it. So like part of my life is completely gone. But the other part of my life is like, well, still on fucking YouTube talking to myself on my phone. So it ain't that different. It's not. It's not. Still talking 3 a.m. no matter what time it is. And the people who you would think would be in your life to help you, well, they never helped me before in my other life where I really needed the help. But somehow God sends strangers. Somehow, I can't tell you, man. What I'm telling you is I'm trying to figure out how to manifest better things while I'm actually walking through a manifestation itself. From my mouse pad being a gift from someone who visited Las Vegas, to calling someone per notification who used to live in Vegas, to actually getting me to Vegas, to actually saying, serene, I fold my hands and wait. For no care for the wind, nor time nor sea, no longer shall I rave against time or fate. For lo, my own shall come to me. Yeah. Double down on it. I seen this place in a dream already. I just didn't know where it was. Like this road. I had a dream about a year ago. Before I moved to Raleigh again. Hate moving to Raleigh again. Jesus Christ. I hope I never go back after next month. Pray for me. Anyway, for good reasons though, not for because it's bad reasons not to go back again. But I'm saying I pray in the law of liberty and freedom that I don't have to go back unless I want to. There we go. And I had a dream at nighttime, which is new to me. I normally don't dream at nighttime like that. And I was walking down the street just like this, and I was looking for a place to buy a Black and Mild. And I came across a gas station, and there was a weird line and people inside, and I wasn't really feeling the energy, especially at that time of night. So I turned around and I walked past these apartments, and my mind knew, like, oh, one of those apartments, there's these people in there, like, you know how your dreams are. And I noted how wide the road is. Very uncommon for where I used to live. So I was like, oh, it's not Houston. Because, you know, Houston got like 5 lanes by 5 lanes and shit. But this shit is wide too. And what was interesting is that I'm walking at nighttime and the store was open. Not common in this house where I live. Motherfucker, that's here. One of my first nights here, I was like, yo, I need a smoke. Let me see if I can find one of these stores. And it's too fucking hot. So I waited till nightfall. And as I'm walking down the street, I'm like, this is a wide fucking road. And there's like 2 or 3 gas stations down there. And they're open after midnight. Damn, I dreamed this a year ago. So, I can't tell you what that is. Did I manifest it a couple of days before it happened? Or did the dream already tell me I was about to be here? And that's why everything happened. That's a dilemma. Philosophy and shit. If you're gifted. If you have dreams of the future and you don't know what they mean yet, and then you live through it, and then it happens, and then you assign the meaning, like I just did, you're like, oh, well, all that could fucking mean is I've been manifesting this in my subconscious for a long time. So, like I said, elephants, horses, and people. Different birth times. I try to manifest this story $4 years ago from now. So exactly this season, 4 years ago, give or take, I was thinking about coming this way because it was cheaper than California at the time. And I never did it. I ended up in Charlotte for 2 years instead, in the meantime. But I had my car. So what I was going to do is drive here. But then I crashed my car. So I couldn't drive to Texas, Oklahoma, or Nevada. So it parked my ass. It parked my ass for 2 years in Charlotte. Mind you, I only went to Charlotte once prior, 10 years prior. And I said to myself, oh shit, I kind of like Charlotte more than Raleigh. I wouldn't mind living out here, at least for a little while. I knew it wouldn't be permanent. Then I ended up in Charlotte, at least for a little while. And it definitely wasn't permanent. So you see how, like, if you in tune your mind to those type of designs, there's no need for worry and fear, because then you'll remember like how you got here. Well, how did I get here? By saying some whimsical shit, by looking at some 24K videos. Maybe I prayed for it, maybe I asked for it. I didn't have enough variables to really imagine and feel the shit. But even without all of that, I still got here. So imagine every fucking thing else that gets to you that you didn't put no spin on, including some of the fucked up shit. And you ain't even gotta dwell on that. You just gotta know that you're responsible for that. And if it's random at its own time type of shit, then it's just as important to make sure your idle time of whimsical prayers and wondering and shit is very constructive to the end that you actually want. Because it happens, man. I cannot explain how it happened. I could tell you all the things, but it wouldn't make this happen. I couldn't plan this. My circumstances are way too classically East Orange impossible. No one give a fuck this much. Especially not about me. I know somebody lying. Or shit, maybe they do. Maybe that's a lie I was telling myself my whole life. I had the science. But if my crazy ass can go through all of that and end up on the other side, damn near anything is possible. Because I had no way in purgatory to get out of that design with my own. It required more. It required another step from someone else. Someone I didn't even know. In the meantime, people are sending me Cashapps and shit. People I haven't even shook hands with in real life. It required so many other people to give a fuck. And I don't even create imaginations where people give a fuck. So what that's taught me to do is just to be grateful that this time ain't that time. And maybe it never was. Maybe it never is. But now I have this experience, and it's like, wow, I lived again. I'm surrounded by mountains and shit. That was my favorite thing when I lived in Seattle too. There was a mountain in my backyard, quite literally. And I walk out there, whether I was cutting the grass or doing some other shit. Oh, Neville got it. Come on, another one. Just talking about that. Anyway, but I just like amazed, like, yeah, I'm from the cities and shit, or the country, just woods. Now there's a mountain in my backyard, and the air is fresh, and the sun hit different. Way cooler out there. Even this heat wave ain't as hot as this right now. But I'm actually surrounded by mountains again. Something I wouldn't even expect for going to a desert. You be forgetting, like, deserts are deserts, but they're surrounded by mountains. Valleys and shit. I can see the fucking Rich Valley right there. Like, I'm dead lying. Hold on, I'll show you. On the other side of this little Call of Duty obstruction, that's where people have money live, on top of the mountain. It takes you, like, they say, 40, 30 minutes to drive up there because it's ring around the rosy until she comes. And people have to import water there for their pools and shit. Like, can you imagine what type of balling that is? You got a 50,000 gallon tank of water just because the fire department wants you to have it. And that you can just live on a mountain in the desert? Like, that's what people doing out here? You would never have that conversation where I'm from. Like, yeah, fam, I'm gonna move to the desert. I'm gonna build me one of them fancy, futuristic, modernist homes. I'm more of a brutalist, but you know, if I get a girlfriend, we'll settle for the middle. And then I need a pool because it's hot as shit. And yeah, it's gonna cost me thousands of dollars to get some water up there. I'm gonna do that shit. And these fucking fire people gonna shut the fuck up hating on me. Nigga, please. Like, why don't you just move to a nice condo that has a pool somewhere with a nice breeze? I don't know. Path of least resistance, I guess. But this motherfucker really wanted to live on that mountain, I guess. And I'm staring right at it, you know? I'm staring at some impossible shit every fucking day. So I can't imagine what they imagine. And I know not to covet it, because if I imagine it, it wouldn't land the same way. But now I know there's another level of limits I don't need to enter into my imagination, at least. That you don't have to stay in your backyard. It doesn't have to go a certain way. Everybody ain't got to be on board with you. Everybody ain't got to understand it either. You'll get there anyway. I lived in 8 different places in the last 4 years. Doesn't make sense. That's more than when I was a kid, kind of. More than I was a kid, actually. Time period wise. So if I can live in 8 different addresses in 4 fucking years, I can't even tell you how, man. I ain't have enough money for none of that. I don't understand the science for it. I would try to duplicate it and do it again. But I know what I did. I didn't give up. That's it. That's the only thing I can tell you for sure. I confess all the cool things that it would work out, whatever it is. I just didn't give up. Or in. I did not give in to the feeling of everything else. I just said, fuck it, we'll do it again. Thus, I did. With all the hope that I needed, with all the great people that could see me, again. And now I'm at a point in my life. Skateboard just showed up. I always say to myself, how come I don't just do that again? All right then. Now I'm at a point where I gotta do this again. That's what I'm trying to say to you. That once you know it's doing it, don't forget that it did it. And do it again. You said talk about childlike wonder. That's funny. How did that go? TBFB 3, Terranor, Mountain, Jonathan 3, Honda hating dare, oh my God. And then slamming that bitch into a wall. 3, without a black mirror, being outside is like being I Am Legend. Went to GTA Vice City. I'm only going back to regular back in miles, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I did it. I don't. But artifacts. If it wasn't for artifacts, though, I know no one's gonna believe me, and that's important to know. You don't need no one to believe you. Do not need no one to believe you. That's what testimony is about. But pictures. I gotta keep charging that phone before, you know how iPhones are. You don't want that battery to die before I import everything. I don't even know if I need to import it. I just keep telling myself that, but pretty soon I will. Some pretty cool pictures. That anytime I forget, I just look at the picture and I'm like, oh, I was there. Or even this, which was like the beginning of the year. This year, in fact. I got the date on it, thank God. I was talking about the white brick level of Mario Brothers. Dun-dun-dun-dun. So I go to a Comic-Con type of convention in Raleigh for the first time. I said this years ago. I said, they need to bring these here. So they did. And I went to one. I think it was like a dream, some kind. I don't know. And there was a guy that used to draw Snoopy or some shit like that from the 80s. He was in a drawing contest. I walked in there mad late. And he said, we need you to draw Danny DeVito without a beard. That's not Danny DeVito. I got the little eyes right. I got like a One Piece Man thing going on. And I won one of the prizes for the drawing least like the prompt. And I won the prize of Super Mario Brothers. I won a Mario plush on some white brick level shit. And that was at the beginning of this year. So I thought, oh my God, like shit about to get different. I never won a contest like that before, let alone drawing contest. Fire out my face. It happened though. And then it set the tone for things. And then when I was going through that other shit, you know, I documented it for the past 4 years. Everything I had to work on internally. All the stories, all the narratives, some of the people. I even got in parentheses on this page, Jonathan. Still waiting. This is when I had my car. I even put in the paragraph to remember, I had just did Dailies 61. And I realized I seen a green skateboard during my walk. I have a green skateboard now. Can you fucking believe that? Which is a callback to one of my first manifestations. A small green board, heart chakra, rocks. That's in fucking November of 2021. Dreams. What is it now? October? Because sometimes when you write long enough, you'll see loops. That's why it's important. All right, so it starts in October. This book starts, well, you know, I restarted it. So you know how it is. You don't write on the first page and then you go back on the back. So I started this on October 13th, 2021. And I started with the BET Classic. I know you're wondering how I got here. And I just said where I was just living in Washington, driving around. I had my car by October 21st. I realized something about one of my exes, fun story. And then I was in the paradox of the fact that I'm back to where I started, although I was in a different town, technically. Same area, same story. And I went through that. I got car insurance for the low. I wrote down their phone number and I got it at that time. And even here, I said, let's go ahead and manifest our home in Los Angeles. That's at the end of 2021, I said that shit. I still ain't there yet, but I'm very fucking close, ain't I? So instead of working on that, because I couldn't see it, I couldn't feel it, I've never been there, so it's hard for me to imagine it. And then you hear all the news and stuff, and all the glamour is going from music and stuff. Like, do I really want to go there still? I don't know. I'm so close to it, I might as well. Might as well go there, get it, and then say fuck it like Charlotte and go somewhere else. But at least I should go there, right? I should at least get there for myself. Since it's already lining up. Ain't that a bitch? This book starts with that. That is crazy to me, boy. In real life. Keep on going. Wrote down all the gratitudes. Moldavite. I had just lost it on October 17th, 2021. Different lessons from church, I guess. When my family was inviting me to see what they was on. Seemed very Baptist to me. When did things change again? February, I moved to Charlotte. So let's see what happened before February. How I was feeling. was doing the damn super moons. All my sigils. New moon. I started thanking people that I wasn't even talking to instead of holding resentment or any kind of fucking alt towards the scenario. Questions that people are asking me that stood out to me. Like, why the fuck is this person talking to me about that? I wrote it down. Let's speed up. Mercury and Scorpio, November. Wrote down every time I was flunked out again. I was trying to correspond it to the patterns of the moon and stuff. On some Benjamin Banneker shit. Mad dreams, 5, 6 dreams that night. I even did like, what am I worried about and what am I trying to get instead? If you made it, you already won. If you're on a vacation, then you needed to rest. Reality is you're playing the hands you were dealt. All you got is now. And you have what you didn't have before, which before you would have wished for. So what's the problem? Don't borrow trouble. Everything prepared you, aka it was just a warm-up. All right. Working at UPS. I said flunked out but not finished. November. The path of most resistance. And I said, I do not resonate with the consensus here. This workforce reeks of slavery. Spirituality, everyone seems dead. The food is lackluster. And the women are ... They're bad. This is in November of 2021. This is before Kevin Samuels even passed away, or around that time. I said, if I died, it wouldn't be here. Says, yeah, you gotta keep it real with yourself. Then my birthday. That's when some girl was calling me. What was the lesson I wrote to myself for my birthday? I just turned 36. I've lost, yet learned a lot. I've also gained so much in that process. And I started to find the different pieces of things that I needed. My lesson has been to not settle for anything or people. I have the will and the choice to turn anything around. And that God is inside of us and is interacting with us through others. I said, next year, I hope to have more great experiences. I hope to create more lasting things, period. Because everything's so temporary. Yeah. Then that Christmas came. The people I was around don't celebrate Christmas, so that was kind of whack. The other person that I was talking to was whack. I learned a very important lesson from them. They taught me how to see things bifurcated, to look at it from someone else's angle in a very specific way. And I don't assume what they felt or what they don't assume why people do the things they do towards you. Like, is it possible that they did it because they saw it a different way? And then once you accept that, then you stop giving the responsibility of trying to correct or wonder or mentally simulate other people's actions or words towards you. Because you don't know how they're looking at it. You don't know why. Then I wrote down goals again, New Year shit, middle of the goddamn January 2022. I put one. Something about the studio, something about this. A whole bunch of dumb shit that you're supposed to fucking write down. The old stuff. I know it doesn't work. I know why it doesn't work for me. My paranoia from falling asleep went away by January 23rd. I couldn't sleep for a while because of that car accident. Like, it was really hard for me to fall asleep or close my eyes. I think it was just the PTSD. It went away. I don't even remember how that feels when we're thinking. I ain't even want to try it. Listen, I ain't gonna try to call that back. year codes. That's what Noel was just talking about. That's January 26th. That's when the crazy girl from Oregon that flipped out earlier this year was telling me about spirits or something happening. Put Royal Court. Nah. Yep. Keys open doors. Just some busy work in the meantime, I noticed. I could tell by the themes of everything. Yep. And then by February 20th, so that whole first 2 months of that year, 4 years ago, I was like, just, what do they call that shit? Staying positive, writing down gratitudes. And I just went through a trauma with 2 car accidents in 2 weeks. Unscratched, thank God. Could have killed me, both of them. So, you know, you got to count your blessings. Like, oh, I'm still alive, but fuck it. I just lost a car I paid for cash for. I ain't gonna get that money back. We'll do it again. We'll do it again. And then shit started getting weird in the energy where I was, because my mind was still like, no matter what the setback was, I was still spinning. Like I was creating something else. And then boom, mid-February, I'm in fucking Charlotte. Don't even know how I did it. I know what happened, but I don't know how I went from not in Charlotte to Charlotte, because I didn't write 7 days in between. Yeah, I knew a week in advance, and I wrote about that. I wrote about telling somebody that I'm gonna need a ride there. Obviously, they know my car just crashed. They agreed. And then I started feeling that last day of school feeling, which is a spiritual feeling. That the movie was pulling me out of that environment. Thank God I haven't really been back to that environment since. I went back to Raleigh since, but I wasn't in that environment or that loop or energy. In fact, I was the closest to that loop in energy, but that whole year I was there, I rarely interacted with it, which was very surprising to me. And then my aunt dying this month, the one that died, I think that's the only reason why I was back for her. So I could hug her one last time. As weird as that sounds. I needed that, I think. I needed to know that she did love me indeed. Because of her promise to my mom or something. It was something deep. That didn't happen yet. That happened this year. But back then, it didn't happen yet. She wasn't even here yet. So yeah, Charlotte for 2 years. And I wrote about all and everything. Even got the goddamn, when I got my, what's that shit called? Patch bay and everything. I even wrote down the patch bay codes. So then I got back on the grind, on the music shit. Started remixing shit. Started going through all these things. How I'm gonna pay my rent next month, part 5 and 10 and 15 and 211 and shit. Start unlocking doors. Start fucking dealing with crazy people and all the dumb shit and energy that they try to lend to a brother. Then I ain't need none of that shit, but thank you for the lessons. Dreams, stories, like I'm telling you boys, once you're able to see this, not in the moment, but when you look back on it, like I'm looking back on 2022. I'm looking at the handwriting, I'm looking at the headlines, I'm looking at like, damn, I haven't been in this world or that mind in a very fucking long time. Like I don't even remember, I remember it, but I don't remember the mind that was in it. There we go. July. I said, dude, where's my fucking car? Like, stop fucking playing with me. That's almost a year later. Like, I didn't get another car yet, bitch. It's okay. What did I do in the meantime? And then that's it, guys. That is the meantime. I didn't need the car. I didn't need to escape nowhere. I did not need to drive nowhere. I needed to sit my ass down in Charlotte by myself for 2 fucking years. And here I am again, 2 fucking years later, sitting by my damn self. But I can tell just by the quality of what is going on that this is not the same. And the beautiful part about this, if you're going through this journey, you get to remember reality. Now you're not even thinking about negative thoughts and bad dreams and what things could have been. Because, you know, in time, your memories adapt to your perspective. So a lot of your memories are a lie because you're recalling them with a different angle. Whereas if I read this shit, I'm like previously on X-Men, this stupid ass date I was on. Thank God it didn't work now. I didn't know that back then. I didn't know it was fucking crazy until after. And I go, wow, I haven't ran into that energy in a long time. I guess I passed. Oh shit. I end up driving everywhere and I ain't have a car. Fucking weird story. I went to my mother's grave. How the fuck I get to New Jersey from Charlotte? I don't know. Weirder fucking story. And by the time I got to the end of this book, right before I moved back to Raleigh and did it another year just now. Hold on. When did this happen? When did this happen? I even got a prayer for Av McCree in there. Ain't that a bitch? I was talking about Esther Hicks and Neville Goddard, April 2024, so a little bit over a year ago, again. I'm thankful for this book. It has helped me note all of my transitions and growth. I was reading my 2021 patterns or entries, hoping to find a pattern. And I'm currently faced with another transition or move to do. The move to California was delayed again. And I was hoping to find a sign or pattern in these previous entries to see. Basically, I was trying to figure out, what am I doing differently? Like, why does it keep, every time I go somewhere, it's like left. Like, every time I try to go there, it goes this way. Talked about all the energy. I figured out a lot of my stress and cortisol release dealt with drama from other people. I never manifested the California thing yet, as of that entry, April 2024. And then all the different beliefs I had from the beginning of the book to the current ones, and I kind of just resolved them. Like, this ain't that, basically. So then, boom, just drive. That's April 2024. Then May. So between April 26th and May 1st, I was like, damn, I'm in a tough spot. I got to figure out how to get a new apartment from this point somewhere else. And I said, this is similar to what I just went through, which was 3 years prior, 2.5 years prior in Seattle, trying to figure out where I'm going to go on the West Coast. I've never been on the West Coast, but I ended up figuring out. And I wrote down, remembering that, and all the thoughts that came with it. I even put down the law of liberty. And I said, I felt this way with that situation, this situation, that situation, that situation, this situation, that situation, this situation, that situation, that situation, and now this one. So it's like 8 different scenarios that I called to my mind, just like I'm doing now by doing this video, where I was faced with a transition, or they call it crossroads, right? A cross point, right? Where I'm gonna have to figure out how to go somewhere completely new without having enough or knowing how. But at least I remembered in May of 2024 that I had just did it again then. Check this shit out. And I says, the main thing that set me back is that people, other people, keep changing their fucking minds, and then it affects my fucking life. So I need to get, so basically informing me, like, I need to get to a point in my life where I'm not around people who have that much influence on my outcome. And then I said, similar to this other person who I'm dealing with now, a family member. And I said, that's the loop. I said, that's the loop. And damn, it sure's got me green apples a year later. That is the loop. I looped back to the same fucking person that gave me a fucking grief in 2007. Solution? It would seem that solitude is my only safe bet. I said, it would seem that being by myself, that solitude would be my best bet. And then I was like, the freedom of being in Charlotte was just a preview of that. The ability to get up and go and do everything I want when I fucking want it, sleep as long as I need it, eat whatever the fuck I wanted, watch and listen to whatever I fucking wanted, free of, but here's the thing, free of outside reactions, judgment, or nudges. That seemed to be the most closest thing to peace in all those scenarios that I was channeling in May 2024. Boom. Then I did a whole page of what I'm grateful for right after that. And then I have these quotes on, you know, how you have intentions. I have breathe instead of worry. You know, some Iceman shit. You've been here before, so it's still May. It always seems to get better. And these are quotes I put, like little fortune cookies. Build a bridge and get over it. You have helpers. Money is not the issue. Don't turn around because the old life is dead. Been telling myself this for fucking goddamn every goddamn day of my life, it seemed like. All right, and then so May 5th, closing time again. That's like the 15th time, and just in this book, I wrote closing time. Closing time means I'm about to go somewhere else. I said I'm working through these feelings of anxiety in random times this time. Everything is isolated to where I'm going next. Anytime I'm nudged or whatever, it just seems like this energy creeps up on me. It's a form of fear or worry. Because this is a loop similar to what I've been through before, I think it tries to hit as hard, if not harder. So it's similar to saying like when you get rid of one demon, 10,000 come back stronger if you let it back in. It's talking about thoughts. But the reality is, I survived through those shifts and I landed every fucking time. You know, I'm a skateboarder. We land all those tricks. But now at this time, then 38, so it's just a year ago, May last year. I'm not, when I'm writing this, I'm not in Charlotte no more. I didn't know how I got to fucking Charlotte for real. If you think about it, a fucking car accident where I should be dead. I don't know, man. I made it through some shit. And I said, and I got the ball rolling and I went there and what I did was I documented how I got to Charlotte. I got there, boom, 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 boom. And then here I said, I'm applying to this particular apartment, blah, 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 blah. Still reaching out for the car feeling, blah, 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 blah. And I'm waiting for that apartment to call me back. So sometime between May 5th and May 18th, because I skipped some days again, I reminded myself one more time what to do. I've learned that the importance of curing the old is by creating a positive new routine. It would be beneficial to you to incorporate these things, whatever it is for you. And these are all the new things. So basically I'm trying to create the new world in which I'm about to walk into before I get there. Like, it would seem to me that this would be where you are. And always keep your peace first, and always protect your vibe and your peace and your energy. And always remember, you're not missing out on anything. And then I put a George Bush quote: "A fool cannot be fooled again." I'm stupid as hell, but don't worry about it. May 18th. I moved to Raleigh May 19th. So between May 5th is when I applied. May 1st, I'm like, not this shit again. May 1st. April, I'm like, end of April, I'm like, oh shit, I can feel it coming. So that's a whole fucking 3-4 weeks before I actually knew that I had somewhere to go. So in the meantime, I'm just writing and living and going through it. But then all of a sudden on the last page of this book, almost the last page of this book, is me talking about how much the internet's gonna cost and my new address and all that shit. So from the beginning of this book, of leaving Raleigh, because that's why I started this book, I wanted to document everything I would go through after a 12-year relationship, by the way. So I ended a 12-year relationship and I started this book. And then it ended up with me back in Raleigh by my damn self for most of the time. And then it happened again. Hold on. May 20th, 2024, right? Because I had a couple of pages left. I thought that was it. I thought I landed. I thought I was like, shit, I just got to get the car next. Hold on. May 21st, boom, 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 boom. Closing those stories. I wrote a page about Indian givers, you know how those are. And I said, how else would it happen? Then June 2024 happened. Oh, I started having issues with my nervous system again. I know what it is now. Thank God. The old life is dead. Then I had a dream on June 2nd. And I think that's a dream about being here. Hold on. Full orange moon in a dream. And it was an eclipse. Jesus Christ. I had a dream about an eclipse. I was outside in the neighborhood with an open, lush type of garden with bordered by bushes. There was a lunar eclipse that turned during the day. The moon was full and orange, then it faded away. And I took pictures of it. There's other people there. I saw an African dude walking a giraffe that tried to run up to me. And then as the giraffe approached me, it turned into a dog, like in real life. All these different things. I had crystals in my pocket in my dream. That's crazy. And then someone told me, and I put it in quotes, that feeling or fire that happens when sin is in the room with you. Wow. I walked around, I sat up, and then I said, fuck all that. Even in my dream, I'm gangster. As I got up in a dream, then there was something that happened after the eclipse. I seen two people fussing about something, and they dropped a bag of weed open. Something. It was goofy as fuck. But it was a very detailed dream. I never filled a whole page like that after not writing dreams for a while. There's faint memory of something. Oh, one of my aunts appeared. So up to June 25th, which is like everyone in my family's birthday for real. I wrote down more equipment to acquire that I never did. Yet. And I said, don't trick yourself out of your spot. Then I stopped until August of 2024. I wrote down all the politics with Trump, Kamala, and Israel at the time. I was talking about my 3 a.m. podcast. And I can already sense that, I said, I'm already running out of fucks to give about things, most things. I said, past this level, there's nothing else I need to manifest. Like, based on my old patterns as a younger person, I guess. No more chasing carrots, basically. Figuring shit out. And then I think the last thing I wrote in this book, hold on. Changing the game or more of the same. Oh, I stopped smoking for a while and switched to vapes. And then I noticed how intense that is. Whatever they fucking putting in that shit. Oh, and then I noticed a certain pattern that reoccurred November 1st, 2024. But I said, health-wise, I feel the best I felt in the last 4 years. I lost a lot of weight. I finally confronted my dad. And I've been creating musically more often, similar to pre-pandemic times. So I left on a good note, although I really know what was going on. And then I just stopped writing. And then it played out until now and shit. And then I started the fucking another one. Jesus Christ. And I'm back to it. Sigils, math, and science now. A little bit different this time. Now I'm more specific. Now it's like, not specific, but scientific, I guess. Absolutely. Try to write down everyone that's helped me through this moment. The chat, text messages, Instagram people, Cashapp people. Impossible. I didn't have that list before. I wrote down everything that happens on the borders now, like a word cloud now, so I can get myself back into like, oh, in case you forgot something. There's a few characters in the story that have not manifested in my physical life yet, but my word cloud keeps bringing them to my attention. I don't want to freak them out in case they're a silent watcher of my streams. I can sense them in my energy. They're famous. There's a couple of them. I don't know who they are yet. Well, yeah, I do, but I don't. I don't know who's connected to them here, but one of you are. Because they keep showing up in my fucking word cloud. It's bothering me. So now I'm in September. I'm doing the Neville Goddard manifestations again. Like writing them down, like how to fucking do it. Because I always skip this fucking part. Important. So I'll write down the Neville Goddard ladder test because I know it, but then you know how you skip steps in assuming the ending of things, even the damn steps. This is the This is the visualization exercise to the initiation. Mind you, he didn't teach everyone this. He only taught the people that met him. So Neville Goddard would go to like theaters and rent them out and then do his little seminars, kind of like a church type of thing, but for manifestation. This is back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. But when he started, I think he was in fucking California or New York, one of them. He would invite certain people to the back to teach them something different. Similar to Noble Drew Ali did the same thing, Jesus did the same thing. He says, when you relax in silence, close your eyes and breathe and begin to visualize whatever it is you're trying to create. In general, that's just the first step for any visualization. But for this one, picture a ladder in front of you. Then picture your imaginary left hand, and that's important. So you're doing it through first person view. So you have to see a hand, or try to visualize your hand grabbing the left side of the ladder. Then picture your imaginary right hand on the right side of the ladder, right? So you're holding the ladder stability. Then picture your left foot on the first rung of the ladder, and then begin to climb. In your imagination, your third eye, right? Picture yourself climbing and reaching the top. And when you get to the top, safely climb back down, and then do it again. And do it as many times as you want. It doesn't take very long, right? To climb a ladder in real life is a few seconds, but when you do it mentally, when you relax, you're doing it a few times. But as you're doing it, you're saying in your head, I will not climb the ladder. As you're doing it. So like, as you're imagining climbing this ladder, I will not climb the ladder, right? And then I says, important, put the note to read in your wallet too. Same story. I will not climb the ladder. And then on your mirror, because he said, you get up first thing in the morning, use the bathroom, shave, and all that stuff. Whiteboard for me. I can just look at the whiteboard when I wake up. I will not climb the ladder. Also, you must mean it. You must mean you will not do it. As you see yourself doing it, you must mean it. I will not climb this fucking ladder. No matter what the fuck is going on, I will not climb the fucking ladder. And then fall asleep, visualizing the ladder. Still, climbing it. Until you find yourself face to face with that ladder in real life. And if you haven't picked up a nuance of that, you can switch that ladder with anything. He would tell people, do this and then come see me in a week. And if you see the ladder, come see me in a week. Type shit. And then that's how he got those students. Those who knew how to follow instructions. And then those who have the capability to fucking manifest ladders. Most of them went on to be millionaires. Heard what the fuck I said? That out of those people who follow those steps and able to manifest a ladder, once they're locked in, and then whatever the other lessons are that you can find on YouTube now, those people are the people that end up becoming wildly successful. Ain't that a bitch? Off of saying you will not climb a ladder while you're visualizing that you are climbing one. He had hacks, boy. I kind of know why that works, but that boy got hacks, cause like you're feeding the ego that knows that there's no ladder in your mind, knows that you're not climbing it, so you almost mute it. If you're just visualizing yourself in the Lamborghini or something, you're like money, time, fucking insurance, like your brain will do all that. But if you're looking at that shit, you're like, I will not drive that Lamborghini Diablo through the desert. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to worry about all that. Now you can just focus on driving it. But you're saying you're not. But your visual is focused on driving it. But your chatter is, I won't drive it. Ain't nothing to talk about. Well, if you ain't going to drive it, I don't need to tell you why you're not going to drive it. I don't need to tell you that it's not real. I don't need to remind you of how it's impossible. Yeah, I'm not going to drive it. I will not drive. You understand? It's a treatment to two things at once, and it's very beautiful once you get it to work for you. And then you subtract that ladder and put what the fuck you want. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm back on it. I got to be. Every time I'm in one of these fucking moments, man. Jonathan 3, Mr. Now 3, Harut. Just imagine white girl drums, AI vocals, and bad traffic. You're back in LA. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can sense it. I can almost smell the ocean from here. There's a lot of wind. Jonathan LOL. Hello from Malaysia. Hello to Miss Gigi 123. Harut 3, PT Cruising 3, Jonathan 3, Solitude LOL Loop. Brianna Florence LOL. Gorilla Gospel 3. Damn Loop. Same story, Jonathan. Cheyenne says, I need some guidance and advice. Same story. What's up, Andrew Tate? Not the real one. Mr. Dow 3, Harut 3. JM Vids, how you doing? Most of the times you'll zone out right before fighting the ladder. And zone back in when the ladder is in front of you on the way. Yep. Yeah. It could be a ladder. It could be a mountain. It could be whatever's next. You can do it the same way. So I'm on day 2. It's not a ladder though. I'll probably fuck around and manifest a ladder because I'm talking about it, but that's not what's in my wallet though. So I'll tell you, I'll tell you when it shows up. You'll know. There'll be signs. And then if I can get through that again for the 9th time, 10th time, 11th time, I don't know how many times it is. I just read that I wrote about so many times. I'm glad I went through that. I'm glad I read that again. That I wrote that symptom again. Like, bro, every time you end up in a position like this, it's very similar to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of these. And I'm like, yo, I wish you could write to yourself in the past, like, nigga, I'm writing you from number 10. Make sure you write down that again. You're gonna go through that shit again. But each time, but that's the difference. Each time those little solitude loops happen for me personally, because I'm not around the right, I know I'm not in the right environment for what I'm ultimately going after. I know I'm not with the right person or people. And I know that the people in my past are in my past for a reason, right? They served a purpose to a certain age, and I've been thugging it out on my own anyway, but I keep them in my mind a certain way, thinking, hoping, the occasional, hey, it's a birthday party, you're in town today? Like, I don't need that in my life. No disrespect to anyone that, like, no, I don't mean it like that. I mean, like, I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking for that touch and go type of family and friend dynamic. I'm too old for that. It doesn't do nothing. It doesn't move the wheel of time for me. So it makes sense why so many things were cut out of my life. And that's without getting deep about intentions and battles and all that other goofy shit. Because that goofy shit quite literally has nothing to do with me in solitude. I'm by myself, bro. In the physical. So it's like, nothing that I could refer to in my mind would even apply to me right now. Nothing. Nope. I gotta do water differently out here, completely. Like, they don't know what I'm going through. Shit. The way I move from this point to the next point is damn near a miracle, right? Anyway, so I couldn't even talk about it. I couldn't explain this shit to nobody for real. It's not possible in the language model. But here the fuck I am. In my own history book to prove it to myself. Because sometimes you forget. Sometimes you get caught up in some new shit. Sometimes you get caught up and you reawaken the old loop and you gotta start all over again. But because you left proof, because you left the artifact to your future self, it helps. It helps. Like, no, I already wrote this Bible. What happened is you'll encounter new circumstances. Ooh, new fears, new scary things. Ooh, I gotta think about it again. No, you don't. Nothing was scarier in the first 10 years, the first 20 years, first 30 years. No, it's not. You've been through all of these things already. You're now seeing the pattern of it. The pattern isn't that shit keeps happening. The pattern is that shit happens, and if you keep worrying, it extends it. So you're trying to learn how to master the things, or you're trying to master not worrying. I go between the pages. Oh shit, I skipped 2 weeks of writing. Oh shit, within 3 weeks to 4 weeks, I start from a point where shit ain't adding up. I go to another point. Oh shit, I'm starting to worry just a little bit. Let me turn this shit around. I turn to a point. Well, here's the scenario, and this is what I need to do now. And then a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, boom, I'm in a whole different fucking reality. I'm talking about 8 times in the last 4 fucking years. I was just trying to move out of Raleigh. God damn. With a Las Vegas mouse pad. Here I am. Still not California. You know, so you can imagine what's next. You can imagine where this story is going. So wherever this story is going, I know that the less I worry and the quicker I rebound my thought pattern to all the other times something unusual, and that's another thing too. It doesn't, your transition does not have to be unusual. It doesn't even have to be dramatic. In fact, I have none of the variables of those times in the last 4 years to make it that type of dramatic. So it could be a new type of dramatic, or third option, cannot be dramatic at all. It could be because I saw the ladder and because I climbed it. Yeah. Next time, I know what the time limits are now. I've seen how fast shit turn around just by reading that again. It's like shit. It never took more than a month. And that's based on the appearances of things. That I believe that this is final. I believe that I need to go somewhere else. I believe I need this transition work. I believe I have enough. It's all based on the variables that I started thinking or writing it. And of course, all the thoughts and days in between it, evolves, of course. But none of that's ever true. Because just as easily as it is for me to plan a new course somewhere else, I could have used all that thought energy in that same amount of time and stayed right where I was, and then recreated a different circumstance for it to be there. I've done that before, 12 years in a row, actually. So I know there's a difference. But you know what? The only difference, the common denominator between all of it, no matter what it is what the fuck you say it is. It follows what you say it is. It follows what you believe about yourself in it. So if you have the freedom to believe anything, then that's what I mean. Anything is possible. But it first has to be a possibility in your mind. Same story. And without experiences, without references, without videos, without books, very little new ideas, very little new examples, I guess, for you to try out in your mind. And that's really the tragedy. A lot of us don't have enough pattern recognition or mirror neurons of people working things out. You always see the finished result. Or you see finished results and you find out, like right now, as the rappers are finding out, they just showed somebody else, some pro boxer that made a lot of money working at UPS or, postal office. Or people talking about, this and that, and I'm back over here. It's confusing to the people in the comments. Like, wait a minute, these people were famous. I want to be famous. These people had a nice car. I want a nice car. You see that old before and after picture? They had a Gucci shirt on. I don't have a Gucci shirt yet. What's wrong? What happened? Yeah. Great fucking question. Maybe we should ask that person instead of speculating. I can almost imagine what happened. You thought they had more money than they actually had. You thought they were more famous than they actually were. Rookie mistake. You thought that outside of that picture and that headline for social media content, that the rest of the people in their life gave a fuck. Rookie fucking mistakes. Being rich and famous doesn't mean that's forever. You be rich and famous for one fucking weekend, bro. Yeah, and yeah, we know, rental cars, Airbnb mansions, smart ways to expand landfall, windfall income. We know. If you want it to look like that. But that's the magic. Creating it so that it seems, that it looks like that. And that's what people fall for. Appearances. We know. We know. But imagine if you knew the real story. Imagine if you knew what the real numbers were. Imagine if you knew what the real day-to-days were. Imagine if you knew what the real battles were. And what people do. And what betrayal was like. You know how you can know all that? By writing your own damn book, your damn self. I'm telling you, I can figure it all out. Shit, I got this. I got old pictures and screenshots and text messages. I can tell you about how it really go. But then I can tell you now in this moment, it don't fucking matter. After all. After sunshine comes rain or some shit. It changes. 333. Mr. Now says, most of the times you'll fade out. Jonathan says, check. Noel says they were rentals. Amy Ross says, Whoopi Goldberg can't retire from The View because she needs the money. That's crazy, yo. And then people start arguing, well, she's a millionaire. She makes $8 million a year, so blah, 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 blah. Nigga, I could retire life off of $8 million in today's value. You know the fuck, my fucking solitude leveling ass, I would never need to live nowhere if I had fucking $8 million. The fuck would I need to live at? The fuck you got bills for? You got $8 million in your life. Go somewhere, bitch. And stay there until you feel like going somewhere else. I think a lot of people got caught up into that Rockefeller Ponzi scheme where you gotta own and hold assets and appreciate values for the banks. Nah, I'm running through $8 million. Fuck what they talking about. Too many Airbnbs for me, baby. Too many motels and hotels and nice vans I can rent. Fuck you. I'm not sitting no fucking where with $8 million. Why the fuck I want to sit on my fucking golden egg? Bitch, I'm making scrambled omelets. The fuck are you talking about? I'm out. It don't cost that much to be out. But $8 million of out? Oh, I'm out. Out. Fucking out. I'm out. Like, I don't need to fucking put a bunch of clothes in the closet. Bitch, please. I'm buying me an outfit for today. I'm out. I don't give a fuck about a Met Gala. I don't give a fuck about these people. I'm out. You know, see me, I'm like Keanu Reeves in this bitch. I'm riding on a fucking motorcycle on a road where no one drives by. Fuck you. I'm out. I'm going to the lake. I'm out. I'm going to that mountain. I have one of them fucking AT&T fucking Wi-Fi things with me. But I'm out. That's the problem. People did all of that shit, manifested all that shit just so you have to keep manifesting it to keep it. No. No thanks. I can keep it. Whatever I do next. There's a few next after the next one. But I got a logical ladder. And I'm gonna work on that. I'm gonna get past this next one and I'm gonna stop using a logic ladder. But then after that one, and then after that one, then I'm like, I'm out. I'm never living my life like whatever the fuck that was. Whatever happened to the Davy Crockett's? Whatever happened to the Hardy Boys, man? No. We don't have to sit down. What did Noel say? In a data center all day. AKA your cell phone. AKA your Wi-Fi network on Sabrina Wallace. No, that is not life. Life is not moment to moment between posts. And we know that. A lot of us are old enough to remember life before that. I strongly suggest you to remember. Before everyone thought that everyone gave a fuck. Nah, man. You better live your fucking life while you can. You better use this body while you can. You better eat as much cheese pizza within reason as you can. You better enjoy that fucking ice cream. The fuck is wrong with people? Their mentality. Created by everyone else. They fell for the Masonic rich versus wealthy podcast spell. In a fixed game where most of the available wealth is owned by 1% of the people. As fucking if. They don't play Monopoly enough for me, boy. If you tell me we're playing Monopoly and then the banker says, y'all can't get none of the tender above $100, the fuck are we talking about, man? Why am I playing this game? Are you going to cut all the prices and utilities in half then, bitch? Yeah, same story. They're playing Monopoly in your damn Treasury Department right now. And they'll fuck around and find out. Because they'll end up losing their real house at that damn job. Mr. Now says, don't stop smoking if you can't smoke the person that told you to stop. Or if you really want to stop. What am I looking for? May you live in interesting times and find what you're looking for. Oh, Macarena. I am tired. Oh, keep Life just looped. And then you're like, no, it didn't. You never lived in the desert before. You've never lived here before. You've never been through this before. So it didn't move. But the feelings are definitely familiar. Oh well. I know what the constants are now. I got some constants. I know what the constants are now. Solitude is the one. In between. Is it solitude or is it peace? I notice in solitude, there's no one to disturb my peace. I see where we're going. So what is my problem? People that disturb my peace. Oh my God, we want to get there eventually. Like, all right, so what am I trying to create next time? Someone who doesn't disturb my peace. Oh my God, or a whole Cheers, a whole bar even. And you want to go where everyone knows, like the whole town, just a non-peace disturbing environment. None of that requires money. Damn. I'm finna eat this peanut butter ice cream just from you talking about it. Come on now. Hold up now. The vowels fixed first and the constants already sorted out. That's why the consonants didn't need to be ordered. The actual word means constant. Wild shit, yeah. It's talking about the alphabet. The vowels and the owls are in the wrong order. The constants are constant. Cool story. Order of operations. Mirror neurons to old systems. You start correcting old systems, you're like, wait a minute. You also started correcting old thought patterns at the same damn time. If these motherfuckers can fuck this up, imagine whatever's fucked up in my damn mind based on that. So you're pulling that shit apart to build it back together mentally. It's an adjustment though, not learning a new thing. I think that's what makes it easy. It's like you already have the connections for it. You're swapping variables. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, these journeys of solitude are the same thing. It's like, at the very least, ain't shit popping, ain't shit happening. It's not doom and gloom, at least. You know how that shit can go. You know, your worst fears and shit. But it isn't. And that's when I started becoming so-called religious. I'm like, if God ain't real, then what's doing this? Yeah. God kind of suckers you into it. Isn't that crazy? And when your life gets crazy, your tower moment just leads you to solitude. And then in your solitude, go fucking wonder. That's when you start hearing yourself the loudest. Now you understand why all the manifestations requires you to get into silence. So if you're constantly in silence, come on now, this is gonna reach somebody one day. It might not be nobody here today, because I know y'all know this already. But if the science is, for manifestation, that you must surrender yourself into silence, at least for 15 minutes, right? Before you go to sleep, which you'll be silent for hours, or, you know, in a dark room, in a rocking chair. You gotta go somewhere quiet. Now imagine if your season is silence, solitude. What is that telling you? If the prerequisite for visualizing a new future is silence, and then life moves you to silence, what is happening to you? You're in the middle of a manifestation, aren't you? Ain't that a bitch? So instead of seeing it like it's a disaster or everything is over or how you gonna figure some shit out, look at it mathematically. Everybody else is distracted. And that's a good thing. Maybe they love their distraction. Maybe that is the life that they ordered. But for everything else, it's not common that you have to be forced into solitude without a prison or something. If you ain't commit no crimes. Yet you're in silence. Oh yeah.
You know what time it is. Whether it's the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, or 11th time. JBX says 3. Same as praying, sleeping is close your eyes, removing thoughts. Similar to sleep. Mm-hmm. That's definitely one way to look at it. It can be, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Just check your timing belt. Maybe you're just overdue for a new manifestation. You gotta let the dead bury the dead, man.
Same story. This includes the dead thoughts.
That includes the dead thought patterns. That includes the dead possibilities of patterning, the whatever extension in a relationship or job. It's over, it's dead. So if you let the situation die, then you also have to let the loops of the thoughts die too.
Anger, frustration, and all that shit.
Shit tends to wake some of that stuff back up. Just bury it again.
Who gives a fuck? No one cares.
Next.
Might want to buy some ice cream today.
I got $4 to spare.
It can just be that. You can just fucking manifest some fucking ice cream today, and that's it. Tomorrow, pick something else.
A week later, pick something else. You'll see. It'll add up by itself.
And then you'll get distracted again.
Thank God.
Law of rhythm.
Time for solitude, time for not solitude. Well, if you're in the middle of solitude, what's next? Like, Jesus Christ, we've seen this before. Am I going from solitude to more solitude and death? I hope not. Lord willing. I ain't even had fun yet. But
yeah. Solitude is the perfect time to make something brand new. Yep. That's what a tower moment is. Everything gotta go.
So you can build something else.
Once you look at it like that, you're not worrying about
Judgment and punishment and fear and all that shit. Then you gotta trick your crazy ass and starting to get excited about shit like that. Like, oh shit, I get to start over again, bitch? Alright, this is what's gonna be different.
It's only as fucked up as you let it be. That's what I learned in 40 years.
On your report. How you guys doing? Yeah, if half my fears were real, I'd be dead already. Ding, ding. Piece to JPX 009. State akin to sleep. Alarm clock, Mr. Now. Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first of the month. I'm about to hit you another fucking, I think what's beautiful about these videos, the tone of them, what's going on, is that it is aligned with the motherfucking eclipse rumors that everyone comes up with the New Agers. It's time to release all patterns. Shout out to Guerrilla Gospel, man. You out of here? Weird and exciting times we have here now. Because everyone's fucking flunked out.
And we're just climbing out of it.
And what you're going to notice is the difference in your life and then everyone else's once you finish climbing out of it. Catch you later, Gorilla.
So that's really what the litmus test is for me this time.
Same thing with California, right? Oh my God. Horrible time to move to California or living in California. On paper. People moving away, the industry, blah, 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 blah. Gary Newsom, Donald Trump, I don't know.
They don't want no smoke with me. This ain't what they want. But what if I design the fucking life I want anyway? What if I do it anyway? What if these things are happening because it's making room for someone like me? What if they're clearing out all the fucking old dusty studios and all the struggle beats? And then the studio needs. And then it's like, oh shit, things are much more cheap. And then all the things fall in line for my time, this time, in the same fucking simulation. Ain't that a bitch? I think about that all the time. Like, some things happen in the bigger picture just to be the perfect little picture for you to fit there. Can you imagine that? When everyone else is scared, when everyone else is giving up, when everyone else is quitting, when everyone else is trying to do fucking QVC on TikTok, you stuck to your guns. And then it worked out. Because everyone else got the fuck out the way. I know that's right, Jesus. I know that's right. I know it's right. What I'm saying is, I know it's right. Because I did that shit on YouTube with music production. I kept trying to do shit that no one else was doing so they could stay the fuck out of my way. They were still chasing. But for the most part, once I got the Studio One in Ableton, I was by myself. It wasn't 100 other videos. Same thing. And then when I did 3 AM, oh my God. Oh my God. There's a whole nother category that isn't in any of the boxes, actually. Yep. Not every day you have one of us talking to the people about strange shit anyway. So, yeah. It's similar to Robert Greene's book called Mastery. He kind of introduced that idea to me. Gary Vee kind of doubled down on certain things that I needed to hear. And yeah, here I go. How you doing, Joseph? Today's Wednesday? I did not know that. Wish everyone shut up. They go quiet. We can finally hear their voice clear. It's that simple. It's like a sharing wow. A couple of clicks and get it. I'm doing well, blessed brother. Shout out to you, Joseph. I'm glad you're doing good, man. Wait, how much battery I got on this? Because you know every time I go outside, it's like, oh, your battery is fucking dying. No, it's not. It's only 19% though, so I won't be out there that goddamn long. Should I take the charger anyway? No, it's too far from the phone. I don't know. Do I feel like running up and down the stairs? Probably not. I'll do it alone. See, I like worrying about shit like that. Like shit that don't actually matter in 2 minutes once I walk downstairs. Rather than what's going to happen in 2 fucking years. What if the fucking polar bears swim back? Like, oh, fuck. What if Trump gets reelected? What are y'all talking about? Once you know they lie about everything. They're even lying about the disasters. They blowing up fisherman boats with AI or something. I ain't got time for this shit. Y'all let me know when there's a real war that I gotta shoot at. Everything else is fucking people's manifestation. Wow. See? When I back outside and I see mountains again. I was like, what the fuck? This one, man. Fuck, I stepped on a rock. I miss grass. I will say that if the desert had grass, it'd be a lot better. The desert had some fucking grass, boy. A whole bunch of gravel, asphalt, and pavement. At least I got sidewalks in this bitch. These other places I live can take some fucking notes. man. Who the fuck thought? Gotta fuck around and be wizards in this bitch. Even the war is on the server, ain't it? It's all narrative. Distractions on what you call it. You call it the data center, right? It's a war of data centers. We need more data centers. Am I frozen? Hold on. I'll give it a few seconds. Let me know if I'm still here or not. Am I here? You know this damn GUI don't tell you shit. He said we're not. I'm good, thank you. Data center war, yeah, I guess. They should have fun. I don't own a data center. I'm actually spending less time giving them data outside of doing the YouTube stream for real. There's nothing on the internet that I want. That's just the weirdest thing about it. Before it's kind of like, oh, you know, I want to grow and develop or possess something, brands or labels or reputations or something. I don't know what the old model was. It never worked for me, so I was like, oh, man, what the old model is. I think Gary Vee said this, and that's funny that he came up because he came back up in my timeline through passing. It wasn't even his own content, but someone cut him out saying something. And it was like logically, because I kind of borrowed some of his logic a few years ago. But he said certain people would, can you believe it, that most people are going outside again? It's like, I've said this before. It's inversion of novelty every fucking time. You hit a threshold, a day late, $1 short. So because everything is online and all the focus is on streaming and content, how much money you can get for that, post every fucking day, cut up everyone else's content, don't fucking do original. What you end up doing is creating what's that word? Kind of like an hourglass or flushing a toilet, really. Like everything is congested, like everything's there, you know, flushing is all going to spin out and ain't going to be nothing of quality left. That model of data farm existence is dead. It's as within, so without. If the farmers are dying, then the farmers online are dying too. People farming for attention, that is. If you understand everything, all of its energy, agriculture. So the agriculture of the internet is dead. There's no one buying the shit. I don't think they planned on that. They thought it was just about having control of the algorithm and keywords and like sneaking people payola into those slots and then, oh, it's good. Yeah, until someone wants something different. And then you're not paying attention to what they really want. But I think people just really want real life. Whew. The internet thing would have been fine. They would have had 10 more years of it. It's the pandemic that fucked it up. The pandemic made people scared to go outside, and thus they doubled down on their online time. And these companies is like, oh yeah, well, traffic and everything. TikTok, oh my God, TikTok happened and split up the attention. No monopolies. Now TikTok is bought by the Zionists. Didn't see that coming. Oracle and some other dude, whatever. Let them have it. Let them have cake. Let them have that. It's like these motherfuckers are trying to buy MySpace. If you think about it, instead of this happening to one cool website where all the cool kids were, think of the whole Web 2.0 as MySpace as a whole. And these motherfuckers are trying to buy MySpace after we already started going to Twitter and Facebook. That's what this moment is. We've lived through it, us who are millennials. I remember when rap music, SoundClick, and MySpace died for our first rounders. You still got Johnny Giuliano's after us. But I remember when it died for us. And I'm here to tell you, for a lot of us, internet dead already. So they're spending the most money on it when the money is the least valuable to buy fucking MySpace. That's a weird fucking story for some brilliant AI inventor, friend, gala meeting, genius, top of their class, paid for by Maxwell? Why is it always him? Anyway, so Mr. Maxwell hired all these people. So when they were kids. So they're groomed by an idiot. Anyway, we ain't even gotta go there. But with that being what it is, you have this, whatever group who believes they're my family members and my father and shit. You know, that's personal to me. That they're playing with my name, but I let them slide, man, because it's just a name on MySpace. I think a lot of us are ready just to relive real life, where they have no power, dominance, presence, influence anyway. That's always what our culture was. Our culture was always outside of the media, outside of the headlines. Our culture was from outside. Quote unquote black culture, hip hop culture, the pioneer energy of it, not the participants. The pioneer culture comes from outside. You have to be outside. Outside doesn't mean you're outside doing stupid shit, getting in trouble, causing bad energy. No, outside means you're around people. You're active. You're in the activities of space. You're in the conversations of the space. You're outside. You're not inside reading the newspaper, seeing the headlines, and oh, little Tony got shot. Yeah, not only did he got shot, but do you remember what happened before that shit? Yeah, we was outside. I know why he got shot. It's not a random act of violence. Tony was wilding. We was outside. And then that energy is what influences the art, the music, for my tribe. Very interesting that I was in music tribe my whole life, and I did not live a Stephen Lacy Mutt remix dude type of life. You know, I'm not all artsy and Andre 3000 with it, but I'm definitely that tribe, music. I live probably more like 50 Cent, which is the hilarious part about it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Minus making all that money from selling drugs. But I was outside in that same environment around those people who were. I didn't miss too much. And I think that's what being one of those people who know those people, like being in that environment, I should say. That's why the internet and the movies and none of these artists, nothing that's going on the soundtrack what we're going through would work from those people because they're not outside during it. That's why they don't know what to write about. That's why they don't know what to sell you. It's because at least since 2019, for the most part, right, a lot of people have just been inside the whole time. They haven't been outside for real. I'm talking about just now, though. Fuck 90s and early 2000s. I don't want to go back. I just thank God that I went through it. So I can understand where I'm at compared to it. Yeah, I'm infinitely in a better space because I was outside for real. This is the safest I've ever been in motherfucking years. Can you imagine that at 40 fucking years old? I finally get to say, you know what? I can go outside for real. I ain't got nothing to worry about. I have it all mapped out already. So as a younger person, that shit's useless. You wish you had so much more and shit. I get it. But if you're a different character design, you have a different skill tree. On some music tribe shit, that kept me out of streets. Because if I didn't do music as many hours a day I did, then I would just wander outside, I'm sure. I would have entertained more people. I would have found myself in the middle of more bullshit. And that's when shit goes sour for real. Is when you're outside and you're in the streets, but you're outside in the streets with the wrong people. It's a spirit in itself, I can tell you, firsthand. That's where you get all the stories from, though. When shit like that happens. It's usually when they meet new people. Almost every time. Almost every time. Think about the shootings or the drama. It's right around the time you're introduced to newer people. And people sleep on that shit. You can't afford to if you was outside for real. You gotta, what did we say? We had peep game. You gotta peep shit. And unfortunately, that's a if you know statement. But most people ain't deep enough. Nah. You really gotta peep shit. If I say some shit like that, it's because it feels different. Did you notice that the energy shifted in this room, in the frequency, as soon as these people got here? You notice you can't talk like that. It's very difficult for people to take you seriously. So instead you go like, you peep shit, you peep it? I peeped it. And the people know you peeped it too. See, that's what I mean by I was outside for real. I ain't talking about doing dumb nigga shit. I was around them too. Some of my favorite people. They don't take shit so seriously. But they live very seriously. They're like that because life is so fucking serious to them. Everything is wrong. I met people where everything they can do is wrong. When I was outside, I know exactly how that shit feel. I came up around people where everything was wrong, yo. I be thinking I went through some shit. Nah, I done seen some shit vicariously through them. Nah, I ain't doing that fucking bad for real. I promise. I promise. I've seen it. I've seen so much shit. You wouldn't fucking believe me. I don't even know how to talk about it. I just kind of assume everyone does. They don't. At least the people I could refer to. They wouldn't treat me like that if they knew what I went through. They don't understand how serious my life is. That's why I can smile. Just one metric alone. Because I'm outside by myself. And because no one gives a fuck. I can count how many times I've almost been killed. You know how like you play Fortnite and shit? There's like a little scoreboard, like how many headshots you got and all that kind of shit. Like all kind of weird parameters and metrics. I'm telling you, there's something different about people who've almost been killed a few times. It does something different. I can't explain it yet. See, I just assumed everyone would experience that. Coming where I'm from, for real. I could be on the internet and talk about Fruity Loops and not almost be killed. Until this year. So even on the internet, I've learned whatever the fuck I'm doing, minding my own business on my own damn channel. Can you imagine it? In my own room, on my own phone, or fucking iMac camera. That can still cause a ruckus in real life. And I was almost killed. That's crazy. That's heavy. I'll be outside for real. That doesn't happen to data center people. No reason to. I needed metaphysics for a different reason. My life was way too physical. Every moment dangerous, since I have to walk outside by myself. My whole life I've been walking outside by myself. So every random spirit or demon, every bored narcissist, every bus stop, every new job, every building, every restaurant I buy a burger from, I'm out there by myself for real. And I ain't in a rush to go nowhere. I gotta walk home. So it allows you to feel so many people. But why you shake your head, bro? Why not? You shake your head too. If it happened to you so many times. And then you're still here. And you're still here. And don't miss the nuance. I was outside for, I know a lot of people that are not here. Just at Apple, I met one of my new best friends. He reminded me of Tori from Henderson. He kind of was. He was raised by his aunt, and his aunt was kind of slow. Interesting. His aunt raised him, and I think some of his sisters or something. And he loved her so much. And he was like, yeah, I used to work at a chicken manufacturing plant out there in fucking Bumfuck, North Carolina. So I came out here, doing this call center shit. Now I'm here at Apple. Things are getting better. But I still gotta take care of my aunt. She's like my mother. I'm like, oh, I like this kid. Talking shit. Weed and bitches. I ain't smoking weed yet. He was just so fucking happy to fucking be in the city for the first time in human history. And everything was going good. Go outside on smoke break. I talked to him. I'm always positive. And then one day he just wasn't there. Didn't think nothing of it. High attrition, call center. So he got a better job for real. Maybe a couple weeks later, big story on the news. 3 guys arrested for murdering a guy behind some fucking nondescript, half-ass old business factory type building. Old tin shed type shit for like mattress firms and shit. Way at the end of a road. And what had happened was, these motherfuckers were jealous of him. And they tried to set him up. And I think he fought back. So they got scared and they killed him. This is a kid taking care of his auntie. After losing his mother. And he's just excited about being in the fucking city. And the first thing the city does is kill him. Crazy. I had to learn that my homie died on the news. But I got the answer to my question. Law of attraction. Crazy story. Got so many of those. I know so many of those people. They're not here no more. So I think it makes people like me see different. I don't really be tripping on nothing. No one gives a fuck. Quite literally. They might act like they do. But then suddenly they don't. And then it becomes a mystery. You ever been in a relationship? This person cared so much. All these rules and what they call ideals and what it means to be in love with them. Best thing since sliced bread. No butter. Then all of a sudden, they just become so ungodly, unreasonable. It don't even make sense to them. They just made a decision, just like that. And all those quips and sayings and the way that it is up the fucking window. You ain't do nothing to them. They just up and decided. They just woke up one day. You know how manifestation works. They've been thinking about it. But that's the day that they chose. Something anxiety. It's just another day for you. Until it wasn't. And all of a sudden, oh my God, part 2, 3, 7, 9. How many times does it have to happen to you? You know what I'm talking about. Human mattress is crazy. That's a crazy. I don't even know what you said that to. There's nothing good about that statement. Shout out to Sigma. Bum, bum, bum. Kayla, hey. That's a boy, Raymond. There's so many boys in here. Acting like girls. He a big Tesla. If I was, you still couldn't beat me. I don't even think your father could. I don't think no one in your family can beat me. Because I was outside for real. I had to hurt a lot of fucking people. I don't even be remembering it. It's so normal. I had a few years off it. Until this year. God damn it. I thought things were changing for the better. And they did. That's the illest shit about it. Even for someone like me, everything has matched that frequency. And I'm so desperate to change it. I don't even know what to change it to. But it's happening incrementally. Mm-hmm. My mask was tough. My mask was that I wasn't dangerous. I think everyone thought that I wasn't dangerous. Why would you think that? You know anyone who survived what I went through who isn't dangerous? I've never heard that story in human history. I haven't met that person yet. It would only be me. And then I realized, like, yeah, no one's really hearing what the fuck I be saying for. They don't understand where I came from. Or they think I'm making it up or something. Because I sound like this. Whatever the fuck that is. Or King James or somebody. Mm-mm. No, my life was fucking vicious. I think that's why I can appreciate these mountains. And even this particular condition is not even the worst condition I've been in. It's pretty cool. But I still feel out of place. That's how much sense this shit don't make once you start understanding the power of your mind for real. That's why that shit's important. Because whatever you're doing, in the time delays and everything about it, is literally mapped to your belief system, even your own story about yourself. Whatever you even remember and how you feel and what you pivot off of from yourself definitely filters and influences what's possible in your manifestations. They're almost your own self-limiting beliefs, which is crazy. If you're not careful, you have to understand you must classify these things about yourself. Are they helping you or are they limiting you? Girls say that a lot. If you bring up something deep to them as a guy, like, well, that seems pretty heavy. You just have to, what do they say? I've heard it quite a few times. You just have to let it go and get past that. Cool story. Could you fucking imagine a solution so fucking simple? I should just hang it up and leave it where it was in the past and never open it and never deal with it. Just cut the cord to it. Like, that's all I fucking had to do? Can you fucking imagine that, man? If I hadn't met you, I would have not have fucking realized that this guy, has to get past some shit. Wow. How much therapy costs again? Shit. But then what they were really saying was, they ain't got an answer for that. My life is so wild that motherfuckers don't have an answer for it. I can't get advice about shit about what I did because everything else don't map to that. That's how you know you're in some spiritual shit. That's what spiritual warfare is. If your life don't fucking make sense, there's a third option. It might not be you, but it's on you. Yeah, so if you attract energy, then what about all these other unseen forces? They have their own energy, right? We're talking about spirits and the unseen things. I don't want to scare you, but they're real. You should stay out at night. Those are their own energy sources. Those are the things that are feeding on you, on other things too. So they'll have their own law of attraction too. One turns into 10,000, all types of things. True. Just in terms of energy. Some people say there's a dark cloud following people. You've heard this. It's speaking to something that's not from what they're saying or even in their eyes, but you can still sense it around them. Like a dark passenger. Like a witch riding your back. You felt that before. They're all their own energy sources. And what I've learned in 40 years is that the people who suffer with those are the ones who kept choosing to do, I can't even say right or wrong. There's no fucking such thing. But they kept making things worse for other people. The more they did that, the more I started to see it becoming spiritual. Like people who fuck everything up. Always a fucking problem. Always angry. That's what it is. That's what feeds it. You'll notice it on angry people. So maybe alcoholics. Like bad alcoholics, because they're angry. Or just women. A lot of narcissistic women are just narcissistic because they're so fucking angry about shit they can't let go. That's the beauty and irony of their poetry. Their personalities is built off of shit they haven't let go. Same story. So yeah, it's a spiritual war. You'll realize that as soon as you start writing down your thoughts and trying to take your mind back, you're gonna realize that there's something fucking else. You're gonna finally get coherent with your own inner voice, and then you're gonna realize that these other thoughts are not coming from that. What the fuck? How did that subconscious program get there? And what's triggering it? It ain't always there. Clue, energy source. It needs an energy source to be there, or it would always be there. So what are you feeding it? That's when you start talking about Sabrina Wallace and biofield. It's your aura. Your aura is pivoting off of your heart. Your heart is in sync with, hopefully is in sync with your brain. Hopefully your brain is in sync with higher level frequencies. So your aura becomes a shield. That's what people are effectively doing when they pray for divine protection of any sort. If you play the RPG for boys, we know what this is. It's a field, it's a buff. You don't need one of those if you're tough. So you'll notice a lot of more people who've been through that really, really, really believe in God for real. It's not an act. It doesn't sound like a Bible or religious. It's because it's not coming from that. It's not a religion. You know, if you survived outside for real. Like, nah. If God is real, then this is a spiritual battle for real. If God is real, and I'm talking about on the level of you praying and getting answers, if whatever that is, however the fuck you imagine it currently, if that is real, then so is everything in between us. Yeah, our society has lost sight of that. Mind you, my people started that. My people, my bloodline, we started this concept of all of it anyway. I think that's why it's so strong in me, by default. They never taught us how to use it, though. That's how evil this life is. Gotta be outside, and then you gotta be denied all of your fucking ESP and shit. That shit's not real. It doesn't apply to you. The devil is a liar. It's the only fucking way I survived this long. Is with my psychic abilities. If I was just a regular person, just all willy-nilly, I can't fucking imagine what that would be like, honestly. But if I was like that, I'd be dead already. Being psychic saves my life. And it lets me know when it's time to let go before it's time to let go. It knows when it's important to be right, wrong, or right. It knows when to turn left or right when I'm in a fucking pinch, boy. Like, that shit loud, boy. I have saved my life so many fucking times, boy, by listening to that shit. I think people call it God or something. I called it God too, I guess. I fucking guess. But that might not even be it, though. It might be some all kind of other shit for real. And we ain't even got the language model for it. Yeah. That shit's real. That's the scary part about it. I didn't know. I just believe in God by default. We put that shit in the God box for a long time. Till you go outside and you realize no one's talking about their God box. Like, why is that strange to these people? You never heard of that before? Why did everyone default to witchcraft? What the fuck are they talking about? They can't even tell you what witchcraft is. Huh? Crazy story. You don't know what the fuck you're missing, then. And maybe that's why I should do these videos. And help people who might find yourselves in a spiritual warfare. Maybe you even fucking know it for real. Because you're so used to people being cute and glamorous. It's not about believing in something and just skipping past life and going straight to heaven. It doesn't show you how to live for real. I get it. And then they divorce the spiritual part of it. For the battle is not against flesh and blood. All right, so you're not talking about the people. It's against what? Spirits and principalities in high places. Oh my God. It's in the damn book. English. My language, by the way. How you doing? Hello, sir. Do you like dumplings? No. We're different type of people. Cool. So I can tell you for sure. Spiritual warfare is real. It's been whooping my ass for years. You understand me? See, thank God for writing those notebooks. I know clearly where my mind was at. So I know when shit is happening, when it's on me, and then I know it's something else. You hear people joke about it. Like, God only gives the battles to his strongest soldiers or some shit. And people are like, I didn't ask God to be his strongest soldier. Shit. A lot of people think that shit's just about social economics. Nah, we dead ass serious. We are not talking about money, bitch. We are talking about that no matter what the fuck is going on, there's always going to be some type of devil or dark entity. You have to deal with it. You call it a vampire, you call it a narcissist. You start to feel them shits. They got their own fucking feeling, bitch. I ain't got to talk about shit. I could feel that shit. That shit saved my life for real. Then you code switch. You got to code switch around such an energy to save yourself. It's a skill set. I didn't know that. I didn't know that most people don't even know that. I wouldn't even think about other people that way. There is a lot of evil people here. And I'm not talking about good and bad morals. Nah, I'm talking about like entities. I'm talking about something spiritual, like evil. So no matter what, no matter how rich it is, no matter how drunk or drugs it is, no matter what do you fuck you think that is, that shit that's behind that, oh, that motherfucker right there is behind all of them. It's the same thing. I can tell you. I felt all of them. They all feel the same. It's the same entity behind all of them. Whatever it is. Whatever the fuck that is, have fun. But I need to let y'all know that shit is real. Narcissism in that kind of way is not just a condition of trauma. It's spiritual. That is that pattern, that spirit, I call it a spirit, but you call it a pattern. That spirit or that pattern is what they mean by something's being possessed, by something demonic. And you'll notice it in the Bible when the girl was taking a bath and those two guys, old horny dudes, set her up to try to make it look like she was being inappropriate with a boy, to take the heat off of them for trying to get her naked by themselves. They're trying to extort her. And she had to pray for help, for justice. And then God sent her Daniel, a prophet, who was able to do the first 48 hours on the shit. And it literally saved her life. They're about to kill her. It wasn't just a rumor. So you just got to follow that pattern real quick. You'll get used to it. It's in every story. So the setup is there's a beautiful woman, a child of God on top of that, minding her own fucking business. She ain't sinning. She ain't fucking up. She ain't doing nothing but chilling in her fucking garden bath. They're bathing outside. She had her homegirls with her. Destiny's Child or something. She one of those. And these horny old men who were the judges, meaning authority figures, pastors, those type of niggas, who try and set this bitch up and extort her on some OnlyFans. Think about that. They wrote that story in the Bible a very long time ago. Like, think about that whole setup. Someone in power and authority is willing to extort you for sex, and if you say no or snitch on them, they'll make up a new crime, and since they're on the judges, you'll get stoned to death, right? Like, think about how evil that is. That either you're going to let us rape you, or we're going to get you killed. Don't miss that part. Like, this is the Bible, bro. Like, that's the craziest thing about it. Like, think about how long ago. And it's my ancestors, too, specifically, so I can put some energy into it to make it real for you, like how they would feel. And then they're telling you at the end of the day, no matter what the fuck you do, you could be chilling by yourself in your own damn pool, and these demons will still show up. Don't mess with that. They're the people you least likely to expect. Don't miss that. Don't miss that. It's a pattern of where that demon shows up, what type of people, what type of situations. And it hasn't changed for all of those years. I can understand it until I lived through it. I couldn't see that story that way until I lived through a version of that story, a time or two, or 3 or 5 or 50, 11. How many times it takes before you realize that they're dead serious about this? It don't matter what the fuck that people call themselves, boy. There's something else behind that for real. There's something else behind that. And it's only given access to them if they make a series of bad choices. Like, they just sin, they fall into it, and they just replicate that pattern. Because you know that ain't the first time they try to pull that shit. Imagine how many people they could have got killed. They're getting people killed while they're sentencing people for murder. Like, think about the loop on that shit. So they're just telling you that that pattern is real in people. Like, They wrote that story to tell you in the future, like, there's people like that out here. Stay woke. You might have different variables, but this demon is the same. It's what you call a narcissist today. I am not talking about their self-esteem or arrogance. I'm talking about that thing that's trying to kill you. Make sure you adjust the polarity threshold. No, I ain't talking about people with bad attitudes. I'm talking about the actual spirit that possesses those people. They're willing to lie at your destruction because you didn't give them something they wanted. And it's not good enough that they couldn't have it. It's that they weren't going to give you a fucking choice. That's what you have to be careful with some of these people and spirits if you're outside. Is that some situations and people, you're faced with difficult scenario because they don't afford you different choices. Thank God I could punch through people's faces. Different outcome. But sometimes like a Fallout 3, you might not have that option yet. So I get it. I get where they get their practice from. So just like you try to stack metaphysics and positive mental attitude, so after a couple of weeks you notice that you're generally in a better mood, you're out of your depression, and then because you mastered that frequency, then the rest of your life, as you match it, will feel right. Like, oh, I feel light. So now everything in my life is mapping to lightness, frequencies. It's the opposite is true for demons. Forget that. We weren't just saying shit. It's too accurate. So if you understand that this whole book is about casting out demons. I think my grandfather was casting demons out of people. I'm pretty sure that Elisha was being made fun of by the little boys being fucking evil. And then 2 bears came out and devoured those boys in that city. On Elisha's set though. Like on the strength that he's who he is. On the strength that he's that nigga for real. And he didn't feel it. He felt the way about that. Like, I came here to heal these people. Why are they making fun of me? Oh, they're fucking useless. And 2 bears came out and devoured them. It's in the same book, by the way. I hope you don't think they're just playing about that. That's a whole class on Diablo 3 and shit. They're dead ass serious when they talked about that. The math. But there's people out here. You cross them or you do something to them, and you fuck around and nature will kill you. I think to sell that correctly, it's a spirit that will possess an animal to defend you. Genghis Khan has them. That's his people though. That's what I'm saying. It's very, people play with this. I think that's what irritates me. When I realize that they have no idea that it's real. Where people doing rituals and crystals and stuff and they're talking spiritual. That sounds stupid to me. What the fuck are they talking about? If you can be spiritual, then you're going to be dealing with spirits. And they're absolutely real. Some people have ancestors with them. Some people have spirits. Some of us have both. Archangels and archdemons. Different battles for different dimensions. Yeah, like they just getting started, I guess. They're just getting started. I get it. They don't understand why the Bible, the people, the disciplines exist to begin with. None of it's required for you to be people. Like none of it. I don't even understand. They believe in a God and a religion and a bad guy that God can beat. So you already know that if you're making a choice about a God and religion, that there's a fight against evil. Like as a force, like as its own energy source, like outside of your imagination, there's this evil, there's this, not even that, this is another force pulling the other way that equally gets stronger as it pulls more things its way. So it's tug of war, law of rhythm, yin and yang shit, come on now. You're familiar with that. What I'm saying is, all of our gifts are spiritual. So when you're manifesting something, I need you to understand something for the other language models that coexist in your timeline. That the thing carrying out your manifestation is a spirit. They'll get it eventually. When you connect to that frequency, state akin to fall asleep, you tend to dream. If you've been in lucid dreams or surreal dreams, you'll notice other spirits come to visit you in the form of people. You'll know this if you dream long enough and live long enough. Eventually, people will come into your dream and teach you something that you didn't know. One more time, I'll run that shit back. You can have dreams that are symbolic and crazy, like an acid trip, or you have like a normal dream with your dog and shit. Whatever it is. And some people have cooler dreams than I can ever have. I don't fly in shit. The plane always crashes into the fucking ocean, and I get out of that bitch. But certain dreams feel like you're actually talking to people. And sometimes those people will teach you something, and you'll wake up and be like, ain't no fucking way in human history that I would even think about what that lesson was, let alone arrive at that conclusion. I got a good subconscious mind. I have to give it to that. That was a person. That was a spirit. Yeah, I know. So you'll know if you come from a religious background, you've had them dreams where there's demons in your dream. And I'm talking about the energy, the force. The force is fucking real. You know what I'm saying? Your imagination may have not filled it in, but you know how it feels to be chased by a demon. Yeah. You know how it feels to be chased by a demon. Something that does not exist. But it has its own unique feeling. Ain't that a bitch? You are primed to understand how it feels to be chased or pursued by something that isn't real. Weird. It's like your brain could just say it doesn't bother you, but no, it's not real, and it bothers you. Yeah, that force, that energy is real. Because once you learn some things, you understand that a lot of witchcraft involves other people who are against you, creating the thoughts and the energy and emotions, just like manifestation, but they're doing it in a weird way. They're drumming up fucked up energy. And then they're using mediums, your pictures, voodoo dolls, mirrors, whatever it is, to target you. That form, that energy that they charge, is like a spirit, a thought form without a body. And then it reaches you. And if you are in your lower energy, shield down, that thought form will attach to you, and through its frequency, your thought patterns will start to be triggered off, almost like anxiety or panic. And it'll feel like it came out of nowhere, like maybe you ate the wrong thing, and all of a sudden you're in this fucked up mind state. What's supposed to happen next is, in that fucked up mind state, you are supposed to, depending on how guarded or where you are, you're supposed to make an irrational decision. And there's a fixed amount of choices based on who you are and who these people are intended for you. They're intending for you to feel the energy, to complain, either to take yourself out if they really think they're magical, or for you to go outside and do something irrational. But mind you, they did all of that with a thought. Their rituals and their pagan beliefs is just a bunch of extra work to charge the thought up. But it's their thought. Their thought becomes a spirit. They charge it up with the moon and all kind of weird mirrors and shit. Then they forward it to you. And if you're vulnerable, boom, it does what it does. It's different. They can get onto you or feed you or do certain things. Certain chemicals alter your brain state, different brain wave, and then they nudge you. And it's always, from what I can tell, and all this whack shit that's going on, it's always for the same end. Like it's a very specific set of magic too, where all of it is just to create a Joseph situation with Reuben and all of them in the Bible. Same fucking story. They wanted to take their brother Joseph with the multicolored coat, right? He's the one with the gifts and talents, right? His other brothers didn't get the same thing. So they're jealous of him for some fucking reason, right? Instead of just being his fucking brother and shit. So they're like, let's kill him. So they dug a ditch for him. Mind you, on top of that story just being a story, it's so applicable because it's the same fucking story for all of us. If you've been through it. They try to dig a pit for their brother. And they want him to fall in. And they hope that the outcome is that a bear, Michael, or something will come down there and eat him to make it seem like an accident so that they don't get in trouble for it. But don't forget that part. They want this nigga to die for having gifts, a drink, a coat, for having, AKA, there was something about him. Spiritual, right? Reuben was like, I don't like him, but I don't like him enough for us to kill him like that. How about we just sell him into slavery? This is brothers, bro. Either we kill him or put him into slavery. You see how they don't leave you with choices. But you know how that story goes. It works out and shit. He ends up going into the palace. His jacket, his gift, whatever it is. People could tell he was competent. He put his time in. He started winning favor. He ended up becoming like VIP and shit, like assistant to the fucking pharaoh. Such a real nigga, he invited his brothers in. Remember, so many years had passed. Because he accepted the fact that they led him to his destiny irregardless. I mean, best case scenario back then, he could have just grew up around them, lame as fuck. Nah, he got a chance to be surrounded by royalty. Multi-dream code, his captain, who he is, genetics. On top of that, a lot of people don't understand that that's spiritual. That's why it keeps happening. It's the same spirit. It's the same thought pattern. It's the same type of people. All the same thing. The witchcraft that they're using is similar to that story right there. They want it to look like it's natural because they're scared of accountability, aka they're narcissists. It's a narcissistic magic pattern that these covens and these people lately have been using. I know, crazy story. But so many people got candles and crystals and incense for a reason, bro. It's not for the vibe check, but it is. I've learned from the worst. I've learned from the best of the worst. And they don't understand or as lucid as I am about none of it. But it's real enough to them for it to fucking work. I tell you that. They ain't got all the fucking pieces together. But they got enough for that shit to work with. You know where that comes from? Their thoughts. Like how dark they are. How dark they're able to conjure a spirit like that and send it to someone else. Like, that's what I'm saying. It comes from them. They think it's like extra help. Ew, you're not that important. You conjured that up and sent it out. You magnetized it. You magnified it. You didn't need no demon to help you out. That's all you. To the degree in which you feel like that person is worthy of that manifestation, to your frustration, your anger, and how much energy and spin you put onto that shit, that's what's going to happen to them if they're not fucking careful, aware, or protected. It happens a lot, y'all, for real. I grew up around these people. I'm talking about the befores and afters. Nah, this shit real. A lot of people used to tell me that. Man, just make sure you protect yourself. Nigga, I can fight. What are you talking about? Nah, man. I was like, oh, now I gotta enter the spiritual protection realm at 33. No one really said that before. Until I started winning. When I started winning in my frequency, that's when all of a sudden I had a new message. You need to learn how to protect yourself. Like from everybody. Like they'll just say it at the end of a conversation. You gotta learn how to protect yourself. The fuck you talking about? I'm playing Fortnite. The fuck? I know how to build. Protect myself. And then you understand that that in itself, those messages are spiritual. See, the spirit works through other people, dude. Back to that story again. She prayed for real, because she knew what the outcome was going to be. And she said what she said, and the accountability, she made a point of reference to justice and all these things, right? She's pleading her case to something spiritual. Check out her format, MLA. You should use it. It works. That's what they're trying to teach you. So she puts this MLA fucking step-by-step actionable item list of what to do if you find yourself in a situation where you need a justice. Because the consequences they're about to kill your ass. So understand the intensity behind her letter. Now, as she prays this and whatever it is, how is it answered? Through Daniel. Now, Daniel, until that point, he's just some dude who's gifted. And he's just going from town to town, you know, helping people out. And he just so happens to be walking into that town at the exact same time she needed someone to help her out. So these are two different timelines. These are two different people. But it's spiritual. We don't know if had she not had prayed, right? And that's how it always is. You'll never know if you didn't. But we'll never know if had she not prayed, would Daniel got there that day? What if he turned around? What if he met a baddie? What if he said, fuck, I'm tired? You know, fell off a horse. Nah. He's on his way, but he's there on the day that she needs him. And you'll find like that, that's the same way in your real life too. Like when shit is however it be sometimes. And then like the right person comes up at the right time and it connects you to the right thing. Even sometimes you might forget some of your in-between people. Like the people that help you find the building you're looking for. You kind of forget who they are and their faces. Or certain people who might tell you about a place to apply to or do a thing at. And then like, cool, man, I got it, I did it. And then like right after that, you just don't know them no more. Like some people say, oh, those are angels or those are messengers. Yeah. But they didn't shapeshift. It's that the spirit used that person who has their own NPC as life and they brought them to you at that time for that baton pass. And then they go back to their real life. Like, yeah, it wasn't for the organic connection. It was for that reason, to help you get there. So of course, none of the other options were there for it to continue. I think that's what people miss. It happens to all of us. You can be outside and something will just tell you, turn back around and give that person $10, $20. Or, you know, turn back around and like, bring that person their wallet when you know you're busy. You know what I'm saying? There's something like, as you're in the process of making one decision, you're nudged or impulse to renege, turn around and go do the other thing. And you're just like, what fucking difference would it make? You know what I'm saying? But you did the right thing, aka the thing you were nudged to do. That's spirit. That is what they're talking about by spirit, by the way. Spirit ain't whether or not you overcooked your macaroni and cheese. That's not what they're talking about. No. You can feel when it's spiritual. I think people should talk about that. You can feel the difference. It's not the shit they just be saying. No. It's not something to say. No. You can say things you repeated, mantras and everything. Cool fucking story, bitch. But you're saying that until you feel the spirit there. That's how you know you did it. That's how you know, that's how you know you conjured the genie on Aladdin and shit. Come on now, talk to me. I know. We just no longer have that language model. We no longer give consent or consensus to the idea that there's something else between us that's unseen that also collects and goes in energy. No matter how you perceive it, it's there. It's absolutely there. However you break it down, however your dogma causes you to put a box around the shit, don't fucking matter. That motherfucker with the top hat was standing in my fucking hallway in several different fucking years. And then people I don't even know, I don't even talk to about it, they'll bring it up out of their own damn mouth and say they seen that motherfucker too. And we live miles the fuck apart. That motherfucker's real. I don't give a fuck what nobody talking about. Can't nobody tell me shit. We ain't crazy enough for all of us to see that nigga as kids. Get the fuck out my face. Why does that spirit come see all of us? If we only knew enough, we'd be dangerous. See what I'm saying? A lot of people, like a lot of my people, we go through that, and then the society itself or the consensus, there's nothing to talk about. Like, how do you talk about that experience? People think you're crazy. Oh, you're schizophrenic. We'll put a label on it. That means whatever you label it, that means it's not to be considered. You're just putting it away. You're filing it. Oh, you file it as crazy. But did you hear what the fuck I just said to you? I don't give a fuck how you file it. It really happened. To me, to him. And I ain't the fucking ask these niggas. All right, then. So it puts you in a very perplexing situation if you're one of us in that predicament where you know it's spiritual and then people just like, yeah. Give it to God. Give what to God? Wait, Oh, y'all got a God for these things. Interesting. What y'all got God for again? To not touch children and grow enough crops for people to eat and shit? Like, what did you need a God for anyway? For these motherfuckers? Like, what do they need a God for? Like, they ain't even got the human part right. Why are they trying to be godly? It doesn't even fit their fucking language model. Why is it there for them to be the fucking people they are today? It doesn't make no fucking sense to need a fucking religion for none of these motherfuckers for real. Especially if you're ignoring the fact that we were talking about spirits. Indians, great spirit. That's us, by the way. Just make that connection in your brain. The people in the Bible are the American Indians. One more time. The people in the Bible are American Indians. One more time. The Bible and the people in it, the Judeans and Israelites, is the same exact pedigree and the same exact habitat as what you picture in your mind as the first Indians. Because the people in the Bible were the first people in goddamn America. One more damn time. So, once you understand they're Indians, then you can borrow some of the lore you may have heard about us when we're Indians, and how so much of our thing is spiritual. So much of our Bible is spiritual. But you live in a Western society where they remove the spirit out of it, and God is a choice or an equation. Then people came back in and they start calling it a matrix. Tricky. I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to create a layer that puts you and your consciousness between the unseen and other people. So I get it. You're talking about spiritual. Same story. So you're talking about spirits. Yeah, I get that out the way. My grandfather wrote demonology, and then he assembled the Bible. One more time. So you don't miss none of this. My grandfather. Very biased. But I make sense now. I'm glad that God allowed me to know that. My grandfather wrote demonology first. I ain't even read that yet. I didn't think I would need it for real. We ain't trying to conjure demons or nothing. But I bet before you read this Bible, you need to understand something about these demons, bitch. So demonology is a prerequisite to the Bible then, 400 years ago. So 400 years ago, starting a new thing out here, Mr. Prester John Smith, my 13th grandfather, said, you know what, when we do this Jamestown, Virgin, Marylands, and dedication and honor my parents and shit, let's make sure we put this shit back into the fucking rotation real quick, because goddamn, we just went through some shit with some damn demons. Jinn, genie. Mm-hmm. We're talking about the bad ones now, though. That's the reason why this bitch gets reset, by the way. It's not the bodies, it's the evil spirits that are driving them. No Scientology. Come on now. They read the Bible or not. Noah's scenario wasn't flooded because people were like us, just humans being stupid. No, it was the evil spirits that would possess these giants to go to war and defile and eat everything. It was a parasite to itself. It was so destructive and so strong that nothing else would fucking work. And then the people and the humans started following these things as to placate to its energy, so it would assist it in doing horrible things. And thus it was corrupting the people. Influencers, idols and shit. Get it? Because these idols are evil spirits. We meant that literally. We weren't saying that being cute and clamorous. And I'm trying to say that today so people understand, like, really the degree of what you're tapping into when you invoke any of this. You're not jumping into the world of just your own mental space. That internet between it and manifested reality is spiritual or astral or whatever the fuck they want to call it tomorrow. They're talking about the same thing. Outside of you, but unseen to you. So it's outside of you, but you don't see it. So there's outside of you in which you see, there's inside of you which you see, and there's inside of you what no one will ever see. So think about it. There's something outside of us we will never see. That's what we're talking about. But you absolutely interact with it through your thought space. That's the connection. That's what it is. When people hypnotize and all that other bullshit and seances and everything, it's to get your vibration to a certain space, to open up, to allow these type of energies, spirits, whatever you want to call them, into them. They do the blood stuff and all that because of the spirit of the dead animal. It attracts these entities and they're trying to get in contact with it. Hopefully that a bigger entity will show up to make them a wish, if you will. Or some Death Note shit. There's some people who can absolutely go there, but it doesn't work on everybody. So you probably wouldn't hear about it if you are protected. And even things in your environment will stop some of those entities, which is why they started doing so much shit with iron. Whole different story though. On some supernatural shit, on some Sam Nadine shit, for real. For real, for real. They were close. Very close to just saying, hey, this is what they were living like, but we're gonna make it white people in Canada. Same story. Same story. It's the same story though. Ghostbusters, Dan Aykroyd and shit. Same story. It's like what they're trying to tell you is, especially if you came to America, and the first story you hear is the Salem witch trials. Assalamu alaikum, bitch. Tallahassee, Alabama, crescent moon and stars and shit. You understand? You're dealing with a whole nation of magicians. I don't know what the fuck they be talking about for real. That's right, they really don't talk about us, the real Indians, either, do they? They don't. Do you understand all of our superstitions and the things we say and all the things we're talking about? The girl told you not to go out that day and look what happened to you. Understand that? Yeah, we got that naturally. I wish my people knew that. Nah, bro. Y'all can't just start talking about, oh, that's God and the devil, and you skip the most important part of this equation. You're talking about the spiritual world. Why are all you niggas by default tapped into it? We should start that conversation. Why is that your default settings? Why are you tapped into the spiritual world? Everybody else isn't. That's not default to everybody. Have you noticed that? But you have it. Why do you have it? You choosing gods and religions and churches. Slow your bitch ass down. What is it that you're choosing from? Why are you choosing something? What happened? You're just a person. What's going on? I'm noticing something spiritual. I know that's right. I know that's right. But before you choose something stupid, why do you notice that? And no, most people today can't answer that fucking question. Why would spirituality and religion try to find out if God and the Bible is real? Why are you even on that path? It doesn't make no fucking sense for a human. All we gotta do is get more money, buy things, and try not to go to jail or something, right? It seems so fucking easy. You don't need a God for that. In a monopoly that's made up by children 100 years ago. So we know it ain't spiritual. That's my point though. There's so many people here who come from the bloodlines. So bloodlines means habit, tradition, cultures, and customs for decades and centuries. Epigenetics passed down to you, but you can't express it properly because you're no longer in that paradigm. That's why. So what am I asking the person? Do you fucking realize the reason why you looking at my eyes is because your dumbass comes from the time period where everyone's bloodline was practicing fucking magic? Jesus Christ, bastards. And then we'll get to it. Then we'll be like, oh, the spirits that they conjured that are attracted and attached to our bloodline is still with us. Yeah, some bastard back then probably casted it that way. They casted these things for the future, by the way. Like a Tylenol with time release. They invented this shit, bastards. You been knew they did this. That's what that Bible's about. It's all they say, I'm writing this to you right now, the person listening and scribing, but write this down for a timeline that ain't here yet. Have you noticed something? Revelations, for a timeline that ain't here yet. Genghis Khan, for a timeline that ain't here yet. They're casting a spell on the future, dog. Every time someone else reads that shit, they're casting that same spell. That at a time that wasn't here, not here you reading it, here when they fucking wrote it. So if you're in the future of when they wrote it, bitch, they talking to you now. So in your time now, the person reading it from a long time ago now, they're telling you something. Like, nah, this ain't that. Fear not. We already casted all the spells. Oh, here we go. It's cool. So you gotta be careful what you sample from. If I wasn't one of them, how can I tell you that? That book is full of spells. So they casted that spell on themselves. Spells require something spiritual. So then you have to ask yourself, if you're noticing in people lately, Is it logical? Is it practical? Is it necessarily medical? All right. It's impossible then that so many people right now are suddenly feeling away and losing their balance, even to more extremes. Crazy. You cutting them off. You don't want nothing to do with them. They're showing their true colors. Their mask is falling off. You know these things. All that fucking once, bitch. All because of TikTok? Fuck out my face. My space was so much better. So why would now everything would be demasked at once? Even the goddamn president. How the fuck did he lose MAGA's attention? What did he do for real? Support Israel? Even Israel's face mask of being untouchable and unspeakable, making a drastic edit to buy TikTok as if we give a fuck. They're rushing in with millions of dollars to protect themselves. Ain't that, before you go nowhere else, before you go no fucking where else in your goddamn political mind, these motherfuckers are doing this to protect themselves. So switch positions. Why would I need to protect myself? Oh shit, because something's bad is about to fucking happen to me. So they already casted that spell, right? They casted that spell because we know they spent millions of dollars to protect themselves and their narrative and what people are saying about them. Just think about that. You trying to stand up for yourself, telling the truth to a family member, and how no one's feeling it, no one's hearing you, and you gotta wait for time to go by, and they're like, oh, you were right. And you're like, fuck yourself. Now imagine if you had to do all that and spend $45 million and get rid of certain people. Like, think about how drastic your life is, where you have to course correct history and timelines to protect yourself. All right, so now you know what time it is for them up here. Blowing up boats and taking over oil pipelines, that is drastic, suddenly. Keep following me. I'm talking about something spiritual. So that's going on too. The people in power are stressed out, not just the money, but the money is one thing, but in the sense that they can't fix a math problem, they also are protecting themselves. Remember, Trump allegedly got shot a year ago. Don't forget how gangster this life is, allegedly. Whichever one is fake, whichever one is real, the power suggestion is that someone shot that nigga's ear and then someone got Charlie's neck. That's like they Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Put yourself in their position. They shot their Martin Luther King and they killed their Malcolm X. You ain't hearing me. No, y'all ain't hearing me. Y'all ain't quite there yet. That's a cool story though. So you're reliving a timeline again, but the polarities are switched. We wish the money did. I get it. Shut your ass up. Ain't nothing but our sisters in school. It wasn't like that then. They didn't even let women vote, remember? How soon we forget. You start to see why, right? They thought it was because of slavery. No, it's because this shit don't make no fucking sense. So, in 60 years, we've seen the difference. So understand everything. You have to understand everything at once. But all of a sudden now, though, just this year, for no fucking reason at all these people wigging out, all these people dropping dead, the money ain't making sense. Your president and BB, whoever the fuck they want to call them, they're like, who's next? Let's throw some more propaganda out there, but we forgot how to talk to these kids. We locked them down for 6 years, and now they want to go outside, and what's outside? Nothing. Can't even find a job if they wanted it. Not for all of them, but you know how they make you feel, right? That's a spell, by the way. So, there ain't no chance in Hades with these motherfuckers. What I'm trying to tell them, they ain't got no fucking chance in Hades to figure this out. And I know why. They don't have a money problem. They have a spiritual problem. In order for a witch to get you, you have to be at a certain low enough vibration for the work, they call it, to catch. They throw work at you and you catch it. The thought patterns, the energies, and then the irrational behavior that leads you to a demise of some sort. Now think about the United States as a whole. a corpse, an entity, whose vibration is constantly being lowered as a whole. Better hold on to your seatbelts, guys. So the United States as an entity, a spirit, an idea, shared in our all reality who participate in it. Some who want to, some who don't have a choice. We're in the United States, we're participating in the United States. So we're part of that thought entity together. We're feeding that spirit of the United States Service Corporation in America by thinking about it. That's why I say it's like Freddy Krueger, by the way. I'm talking about spiritually. You understand everything eventually. Watch. So we fed this thing, and now it's malnourished, and now it's at its weakest point, and now people are questioning whether it can defend them or support them, if it's worth sticking to it. And before anyone picks a move, what do they change? You know the science says they change their thoughts first. So now they're doing which Freddy Krueger is better or which Freddy Krueger is worse. No matter which one you choose, one of them are going to get weaker. Like putting batteries, like 2 new batteries with 2 old ones. It'll last for a little while, but no matter what, it's a weaker signal. So the United States as an idea, as a spirit, is already losing signal with the Aboriginals, at least. The people that they built the spell on. Hi, how are we doing? We're already signed out of it. Like, I cannot imagine any version of the United States which would benefit me or my future children. So if I was electorate and I had to vote for its existence, I would vote nay. But now that's spiritual. Then you understand who my spirit is and why if I don't vote for it, it becomes critical. At least a little bit. I hope us get to the edge. Anyway, so everybody in a lower vibration, whether it's the timeline, whether it's the TV, whether it's the price of eggs, lower vibration, day to day, guys. They're starting to lament it and type it out. They on fucking TikTok and Reels for asking people why. And everyone's saying it's cost too much, aka I'm flunked out, I'm flunked out, I'm flunked out. I know that ain't everybody, but I want you to notice it if you're noticing it. That out of all the people who are flunked out, suddenly, hold on now, you heard what the fuck I just said. Flunked out suddenly, all off the power suggestion and word spells being casted through the timelines on the internet. They're on their phones for real. How the fuck did they change from hopeful, baddie to all of that to, oh my God, where am I gonna go for real? You know the bitch ain't go outside for real. So that's no matter what's causing it, it signifies, it's a very loud signal that is spiritual. There's no motion between before let's say 4 weeks ago to where I was starting to call this shit out. I was like, watch what's about to happen. Watch what's about to happen. Remember, I was calling it out before it happened. I knew it was going to happen. That's what's weird about doing this goddamn channel. Anyway, I be knowing it's going to happen. And I was like, I feel it. I know this shit's about to happen. Jesus Christ, it's about to fucking happen. I don't know how people want to act when they finally realize when this shit starts happening. Motherfuckers don't understand that the jobs and the numbers mean the shit ain't going up. It's about to go down one more time. Shit. I can't wait for people to realize that you can't fiat to pay off a debt to the Federal Reserve. So it doesn't matter which bank owns it, bitch. You're not part of the banks or the Federal Reserve. They own you. I can't wait for motherfuckers to figure it out. All right, so up to down. So now you got so many people trying to figure shit out. We got so many people out here trying to figure this shit out. Suddenly. COVID was 6 years ago. And now people are trying to figure things out. Suddenly. Don't matter how they did it. It's spiritual. Everything else is correspondence. It's like someone casted a big fucking spell on the United States. Cut to now, astrality. Yep. There was no motion. There was no blur transition. It wasn't a Z cut, X cut. Well, none of the special cuts. It was sun, the moon. No roosters. Like, just suddenly. But it wasn't suddenly, because I've been talking about it for a very long fucking time. So for me, I lived in it. I lived in the prequel while I was loading the game. You see what I'm saying? That's how I know it's real. Because I felt it before it happened. And then I documented it because I could do streaming. And I'm documenting it for the timeline. Not for really what I be talking about. I want to see how long shit takes. And it doesn't take that long. I was just talking about it. We the people were never meant to live another day. Oh, a classic. That's a classic track. Yeah, we weren't meant to live another day, according to their standards. Useless. Bad math. But I get why they would feel that way about something they don't understand. If they don't understand anything to begin with. I wouldn't try to kill things I would understand. I'd probably ask it questions. Like, if you met an alien, would you try to do witchcraft on it and kill it? And treat it like Joseph? No Reuben? Probably fucking not. But these entities do. That's what the problem is, guys. This realm, quite possibly, was hijacked spiritually 225 years ago, if I was a betting man. 1770s. And if I could feel it, then my ancestors could feel it too. That's why they wrote like they do. And our ability to feel time is different, I guess, than most people. I guess that's what they mean by the bloodline of prophets. We can feel time before we get there. I think that's the key difference. I can feel the future. I can feel what I'm feeling. I can feel the past, and it hurts, or it's nostalgic. But I can also feel the future too. The fake one I'm creating for myself, which I'm always wrong about, and then the consensus one. I get that one right. I get mine right too. When I write it. But I just be saying shit most of the time. Until I'm writing. That's why I should write more. So yeah, start teaching myself, man. This whole thing is self-taught. I've been teaching myself. Ain't that a bitch? It's a gift. It's just a gift from my ancestors. I can't take credit for that. They won't even let me. They won't even let me be who the fuck I actually am. I actually am King James' grandson. That's crazy, boy. I say that shit a couple times a day, just like so I can wake up. Like, what does that mean? I am King James' grandson. And I have all the damn goofy ass gifts and symptoms of one of those people. And I'm willing to risk sounding crazy, proving it. Yeah. People don't understand how crazy my life has been. So I know they want to understand bravery. They should call us braves. You could put us up just about to do anything. If we think we'll live, we'll do it. That's the only prerequisite. If I survive it, yeah, I'll do it. And if I don't survive, is it worth doing it? I'll still do it. I think that's the difference, genetically. I can speak to that. It's the only way I can survive this shit. With the kind of life I had. I'm King James, though. I'm like the son of like over 15 different kings. Yeah, I'm the son of at least 15 different kings from that time period. And you cannot tell by my environments. I know. Lord knows I know. That shit still don't make no sense to me. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Random cat alert. How you doing, cat? Why are you here, brother? Orange cat. Orange and white. You be killing pigeons and dropping them. Asshole cat. But anyway. Yeah. That's how I know nothing's the same. Like even when I wrote in those books I showed you earlier in this video. I'm not in that timeline no more at all, bro. I did not expect it. I'm glad I get to document this for somebody in the future, I hope, who might go through something similar. Might find yourself in spiritual warfare or spiritual awakening, depending on what side of it you're on. Or if you've never heard of this shit before, now you got a better language model. You probably enjoy Netflix that much more. So you go back to Castlevania Nocturne. It was right on the money. Bluey Truskin, they made it a white boy. Don't fall asleep on it. So anyway. Yeah, I've been doing this job as the descendant of kings. That's a whole different story right there, boy. Before it was just some kid out of East Orange, unfortunate. I'm not even from there. That's where I ended up. That's how more unfortunate it is. We were in a way better neighborhood when I started. Our own house and everything. But then we wasn't. And then I just had to keep going. And it never got back to that. Even when I got back to that a few years ago. I understand why spirit would not let me settle for it. Yeah, my spirit wouldn't let me settle for shit. Answers, ways of life, and patterns, nah, this ain't it. That's what it is. I think that's what really the people didn't get about me. Is that I'm literally a king. And we're talking about genetically. It's a different pedigree. They breed it different on purpose. To lock these gifts in. Now I'm starting to understand everything. The God part about it is the design itself. You don't need God's help in that sense. Like, our superpowers come from ourselves. And with the resume, frozen and looping. Ah, King, yeah, send 50K, bro. They still think it only means nepotism money. And something turtlenecks being gay and helping their bills out. That's funny. No, that's not what a king means. They try to stop you at all costs, putting doom on now you're cooked. Reductive reasoning challenge, no typos. Many people would. That's what doom used to mean. The spell of we the people definitely crumbled. We the people never meant to live another day. True story. We back. I forgot what the fuck I was saying. I done went to Andromeda in this bitch. Nope. Same story though. Dealing with spiritual warfare. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's spiritual warfare. The United States is in the middle of spiritual warfare, bro. Them witches over there was dead serious. I did a video about them too. They've been casting spells on Trump. Of course he's gonna get sick. Same thing with Elon Musk too. They all are targets of witchcraft. So is a lot of the United States. So is just a lot of dudes out here. All these stupid girls on TikTok. So it's all pulling the same source. Theoretically, it's weakening. If everyone's pulling it at once for dumb shit. And if everyone's asking it for money, then of course it'll cause more debt so that more people can get their wish. So the markets will always do what they're doing if everyone's calling that spirit to do the same thing. But eventually it'll run out and break or be casted away, which I think it is. That spirit that had everyone acting up this year, I think it is. I think it's on its way on to the next place. Where the fuck is going? It ain't gonna be here. That's why it's gonna be weird when shit come back together. It ain't gonna make sense to you. It's like, this is impossible. No, it ain't. It's spiritual. They talking about some quantum realities, bitch. You done skipped a step. Don't forget everything in between us. There's a whole lot of shit in between us. That's what's going on downstairs. Yeah, the one that kept fake money up, $1, bro. Spirits they invoked. Idolatry spirit, yep. False idol. Empowered by the imaginations of the people that believe in it. Same people, they put their hand on the Bible, so they can read the Bible. Yep. I think they just dropped a stat today that, how many people can't read or something again? They made it worse. Oh no, they said adults reading books as a pastime has dropped 50% or some shit like that. I was like, what book have they announced? I only know one person that dropped a new book. That's it. So people ain't reading that much because they're always scrolling now. So the spells, the word cloud that most people use day to day, even with the shorthand emojis and everything, people are internalizing less language. That means they're completely imagining the meaning and connotation. Or they're listening to someone else spell to them. They ain't really reading and spelling things. So that type of magic wouldn't work as well no more. Especially if the kids, the people with pure imagination, they ain't paying attention to the shit that's serious, then it ain't serious no more. That's all it is. The more and more of these new people tune out of politics and all that shit, the less you will hear about it. Once you unfollow 3 accounts, you won't hear about it. It's because it's the imaginations of the collective that keeps that spirit alive. So a lot of times you think you're trying to pull away from people or energy. You're literally trying to pull yourself out of a cloud. Like you're in a spiritual cloud, a collective, a group. And when you start doing things that moves against the group or the spirit of the movement, and you start praying or going a different direction, you're going to notice the battle that comes with that. It's not just going to show up in the person that you think you're battling. It's going to show up in the whole collective of that group, in that spirit group. That's what people understand. Grandma said, watch out, yo fast ass. Don't out there swapping spirits. Yeah, they're being quite fucking literal, by the way. They weren't just saying shit. They had a different understanding of what it was. No one asked them to explain the shit. So, yeah, it's a spirit. It's a great spirit, meaning it's not an individual. It's a great spirit. It's a deity. It's a false god that's been here for just a couple hundred years. It ain't even that old. It ain't even that old. And it's obviously stupid. So, once you realize that most of their idols are stupid, thus law of correspondence, then you ain't gotta, you know what I'm saying? Half the battle battle is not even mine, said the Lord. The battle is, give it to me, give me the battle. Don't you worry about it. But your participation is in realizing it. Everyone don't realize it. So everyone can't even invoke that passage. Another spell again. If you're giving something to God, then that means there's something worth giving. Most people don't have nothing to give to God, like in that sense. Like if you're waiting for God to handle something, but the prerequisite is that you must give it the command, the prompt. Then if no one knows that's there, no one's prompting anything, no one's thinking about something that ought to change on a godly level, then it won't. Sometimes these thoughts are probably first of a generation for real. When you think about it, how low the society has gone, and how childish religion and that crowd of energy isn't. You can't even lean on it for real. You won't even believe it if you could. They lost a lot of power, whatever spirit that was. I call it white Jesus. White Jesus lost a lot of power this time. That didn't last long either. It wasn't during slavery. Look up the stats on slaves that became Christians. It wasn't that many. That's why when they talk about Christianity and slavery, that doesn't make sense. You know, land full of Mohammedans anyway. No, I'm not. The people that stole the narrative didn't say that. I know. You gotta read it on your own. They ain't read it either. They're not the same people. That's what I'm trying to tell you, dumbass. Well, no. If that was true, then I wouldn't know the wrong thing that I know is right. And then they get stuck in that type of loop. Pride. They're proud to be an American. It's the spirit of pride. False pride, though. Pride that was not built on progress. It's a false sense of pride. It's a prideful spirit. But it's a great spirit. It's shared. It's a false spirit of pride that didn't come from anything fair. And then now the people who would give into that, they're asking for fairness, and that's why it's dying. They're countering their own spells now. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It's gotten so bad that their core belief that made the spell work is a contradiction now. And that's powering the spell down. That's what I'm saying. It don't matter what they do. What was behind it when they were doing the most is a spirit. That spirit is going away from the people who are in control of it. Tough. Because they're playing in the spiritual world. Sigils on your money and everything. It's inherently of God we trust, and they know their spirits. So don't you try to talk yourself out of this. That you're dealing with people who practice dark magic. If there's a witch trial, you know what I'm saying, on their behalf, that they're hunting witches, then that means they know what a witch is. How the fuck do they know what that is? Did it say that they didn't practice magic? You never asked, did you? I know that's right. So, because you're invaded by people practicing this type of dark demonic energy and jinn summoning and all this shit, and learn how to power up Molech and owls and all that dumb shit. And then that's what all the missing people and sacrifices is about. Part 2, isn't it? You think they just be saying that shit? If these motherfuckers keep doing it? You have a whole bunch of people out there in your target who go somewhere on a weird midnight under a certain moon and be drinking goat blood and everything. Like, that shit cool. And they got the nerve to talk to you about whether or not you believe in Jesus or some other stupid, silly nigga shit. But fuck around with them human traffickers. Half of them is for rituals. How many fucking people are there doing those rituals if that many fucking people are missing? That's the equation you need to fucking solve down here. There's too many Luciferian, Satanist, occult, white people groups being busted up just this year. Mariah Carey was in one of them, wasn't she? Imagine that shit. All I Want for Christmas Is You was being child trafficked. According to a documentary by her damn big sister, rest in peace. That's why her brother moved to another country. She's told everything. She said that Tommy Mottola was the devil. Y'all don't remember anything. Now, listen to a girl who was in a satanic child trafficking background say that. They're not just saying shit. Yeah, I understand everything. I understand why people are missing these days. Why people are missing the fucking point. And that's why I think the resurgence of people going back to the Bible or invoking God or Christianity, even in the people who are loud about it in a weird way, then there's obviously law of correspondence. There's people on the other side of the polarity who are looking for it in a genuine way. I get it now. People have realized that it doesn't make sense logically or in the ladder no more. So by default, the brain goes, no, this is a higher order. They're calling for God and Christianity and questioning that. So they're no longer looking down at the phone. Thank God. Now they're looking up, but they're on the doom side of things. Like, it's the end of the world. Christ is about to return. It's just so bad on my phone that I'm up here on the wrong side of the hemispheres, but they threw the fishnets off the right side of the boat. But anyway, They won't get that. But yeah, they it's a spiritual matter. Oh, Abdul Pride, yep. What the fuck are you on Black Wolf 6? I'm on intelligence. I'm not a stupid streamer. Find another channel, brother. Mr. Now says, BRB, some green star thing just landed down at the chemical plant down the street. It's going on, 3 planes in the sky moving strange next to it. But you'll start seeing those videos in Instagram. They've been landing down in China and Russia all year. They still think it only means nepotism? Oh, it'd be a bloodline king? Yeah, shit's weird. It makes me look at everything different again. I don't like it. Zephyr says, you're the best. Thank you for everything. I'm all right. The movie Flight with Denzel. I do remember parts of that movie. All I Want for Christmas is a Little Boy Dad. Not even just a little, maybe, I don't know. But more so that her mother was involved in one of those cults. And her sister, her big sister, was the main victim. Crazy. Yeah, it's all Satanism. Even if they don't know what Satan means. Oh, they're talking about white Satan. Ah, they got a white Jesus and a white Satan. I get it. I see what they did. That's why it's not the same. Because Saturn isn't Satan. But that's what the word means. They hypothecated it. They made discipline in Jehovah a bad thing. Oh my God, these people are fucking idiots. That's why they demonize Satan, Saturn. Because he's Jehovah, he's disciplined. I'm pretty sure that's the father of Kronos, Jupiter, Zeus. So Zeus's dad is Satan. Whatever, they fucked it up because they made a white Satan and a white Jesus. I get it. Let them have it. Let them have it. I'll stick to the Chaldeans. Anyway, on my grandma. So, not too many people can say that. Like, the shit they be reporting in Panama, some rock crashed down and a weird looking bug came out of it. It might be AI though. A lot of it's going to be, because people just cannot stop siphoning the attention for fucking cheap likes. Like, people, I want my video went viral faking something. I'm a fucking nerd. Yeah. That's why more people can go outside without their damn phone. There ain't nothing but nerds left trying to do weird shit like that. And not even the cool ones from a long time ago, like the new nerds. They don't even know how to nerd right. They didn't watch all the nerd movies. They missed a lot of recipes. But yeah, that nerd spirit is dying too. Since the tech is dying, then the nerd spirit, the geek spirit will die with it too, in that sense. They're begging for testosterone and masculinity as a spirit. I don't think they're ready for that, but they're asking for it. Too bad isn't so many women. Oh, they have to subdue that energy. They have to forfeit that energy and hand it back to the boys. It's fixed. Oh, it's a fixed polarity. Oh, it's like water finds level. So if one side of it has too much of it, you can't match it. You can't match that energy. It's shared between your generation. Yeah. Oh, we're stupid people. That's why the rules are like that. They try to keep everything equal tempered, so it finds balance. Even if you have stragglers, you have enough people centered in the mass of behavior and patterns of societies. I get it. But if you let people be willy-nilly, like all the way far left and all the way go far right, and then you have these clusters moving back and forth all the time, it'll always be out of balance like a ship if everyone's standing on one side. So they try to create that Hegelian dialectic bullshit to control the steer or the direction of their ship. But now it's lopsided because so many people died. A lot of people in their wrong demographics died off. I'm pretty sure that's the way to do it politically. Their voting demographic died off. So now they're kind of fucked in terms of genuine consensus. Because it only works if it's a spell, and the spell only works if there's a mind to interpret it. So AI and robots can't help this shit. If you understand that you're dealing with spellcasters. Yeah, AI and automation will help with the weird nerds who want to control whatever the fuck. Something for the first time outside of their fucking mouse and keyboard. But the magician side of it, it wouldn't work on computers like that. They'd lose way more control of their spell work if you decentralized from narrative. So that's what your feds, your CIA, and those secret programs would have to worry about. The people who hire all the psychics and all the narrative writers. They don't have enough of them to know what's going on because they're not outside if they're working for the government. So nah, they ain't got nobody outside that can help them fix that spell either. Thank God. So it's gonna have to seem to be organic, and they won't be able to do it. So either way they go, it's a disaster. We just gotta figure out how it's gonna clean up. That's all. We already have to start visualizing the repair of this. Yeah, they're cooked. They didn't understand it was spiritual. The thing about your smartest people and the scientists and all those people like this, a time like this, is they really thought that intelligence or money, cotton paper, was going to supersede something they can't see. They counted on physical, made-up human degrees to be good enough or hit the threshold in which all things unseen somehow still doesn't apply to them. Some people might call that universal laws, spirits, that keep that matrix going, if you will. But yeah, that's the thing. They might have thought that, but there's obviously enough of us that thinks that the universal laws are laws for a reason. So there goes the tug of war and the identity of that spirit. Freddy Krueger, you're starting to wake up like, nah, it doesn't make sense that if God is this and this, and these people are evil, well, if they're still there, then that doesn't mean God did something wrong. That just means they're on their way out. Once I've identified and invoked God for this problem, then if the law is true, then yeah, God was going to have to take them out. So the next scene for them is God taking them out. What's weird about it, you've been impartial to this. You've seen like, you try to do all the work in yourself and you do like the law of attraction and all these things, and it's in and out. But if you meet somebody else who's having a hard time, you know exactly what to say to them. And then you just don't worry about it. And then you see them later and they're all worked out for them. And you're like, yeah, I knew it. And then you ask yourself, well, how come I know that for myself? Like, how come for them it's just like, but with myself, it's so much more intense? Because you gotta live through it, right? It's like that with everything else too. When you're dealing with law. See, it would seem like people had to vote and protest and burn building down to affect the change of their society. Yeah, that's physical stuff. That's external force. But if your society was organized by magicians and usurped or hypothecated the legacy of magical people, then you gotta look at it from a different click. And most people won't. I get it. Good for fucking them. No one fucking asked them to be here. Now, us here, the magical people, we're telling you, one more time. Well, you don't reverse magic by driving. You don't reverse magic by dining. You don't reverse magic by buying things. It's in our mind anyway. A magi nation. So all you would have to imagine, like, could you fucking imagine that divine judgment will hold all these people abusing their spiritual powers to accountability? Like, could you fucking imagine what type of world people will be held spiritually accountable for all the bullshit they've been doing? Like, just could you imagine it? Think about that shit. Such a simple solution for everything, isn't it? Mm-hmm. I know. I know. It's like math and science for real. The root issue, or the root prayer, if you would, if you're praying outside of yourself, knowing what the society has done to each other, and what it's doing to itself, you know that it's impossible for it to still be here unless something behind it is holding it together. This is what we're learning about ourselves. But the problem is, these people are spiritually bankrupt and spiritually corrupt and have spiritually abused powers of those entities, of the spell work, of the black magic, of the wordcraft, of the mind control. All of that's in that category. They have abused that. Before anything else happens outside of us, they have abused our mind. Governmente, mind control, right? Same story. So, because they're no longer good stewards of sheep, they have lost grasp of a spiritual principle. They have broken a spiritual law. They have forfeited spiritual control in doing so because there's consequences. And thus their treatment must be in the category of spiritual justice or retribution. You have reclamations, you have reparations spiritually. I want my shit back for my people, first of all, spiritually. So all of those degrees they have activated. Every day, every decision, every fisherman boat, every lie, every racism, every kid hanging from a tree, they're doubling down on the fact that they have forfeited their spiritual authority over the minds of other people. And that's important in a society that forgot that it was formed by spiritualists, which is why we can find all these books 100 years ago. So all we have to do as a collective is make sure that God is true and that God in spirit holds these people who have abused spirits and principalities in high places, who perform witchcraft, who've assumed title and position over those stewards, because judges would be judges of witches too. Since they assume this with their magistrates and turn into stocks and bonds, let me know they know how to do black magic and straw man, so I know they know how to do word games, which is under black magic. So I know they're magic-ish. All I pray for God is just hold them accountable then. Divine judgment on anyone who has abused their spiritual powers against the masses. That'll take care of everything else that manifests out of them. That's the root issue, that they're abusing power. All those kids, all that adrenochrome, all of that shit turns into a Tower of Babel moment in front of Baal or some idol, some freaky sex party for tantra and magic, wasted bodily fluids to do some bastard shit. That's all an abuse of spiritual power. And all you have to do is call for divine accountability on those who abuse spiritual powers. And you'll notice how many people in your fucking life will get out your face. It'll surprise you. Do not surprise yourself if you ask God to remove you from the things holding you back and you find out that you are a goddamn black sheep when you're done. Don't be surprised, because then you understand how far the spiritual battle goes. Right up to your nose. Watching the International Space Station, much love, Brother Booney. Why would you be watching some CGI and some fake shit? They ain't got no goddamn space station. They got a stupid ass weather balloon up there and got people in a fucking shitty room where the water don't even float when they do. But we had to suspend our fucking common sense of physics because they're supposed to be the scientists in space and shit. So we're just supposed to believe these ugly ass people. Fuck out my face. Not you. The idea that there's such a thing. No, they ain't going fucking nowhere. Part 2. Too many rats running around their shit. Too many air bubbles coming out of space. I've seen too much proof that they lie. And their name is to deceive, so I believe the liar's copyrighted name at least. NASA to deceive. Hebrew. Oh. Hebrew. Nazis that are attacking Hebrews, but they named their first company in America after Hebrews. Deceive. Oh, maybe the Nazis were the bad guys. Maybe the Nazis were the bad guys. Since they took over this country. Ha! You lose. Meet me at the space station, bro, and we'll handle it. Even Barney's imagination, boy. That sounds like some faggot shit. Shout out to PS3. He said, hello, 50 Cent. Who was that? What does that even mean, brother? Make that make sense for me, PS3. You're a bot? You're AI? Do these things talk back? Dead Internet Theory, part 2. Think about how many of those comments are fake too. The fixed ones. On comments and profiles and Instagrams. He says definitely stuck in 2007. Most of the internet is. Like, what the fuck happened? The amount of energy it costs to do it, they're paying for it. That's why it might be YouTube itself. Because there are a lot of generic accounts and names and stuff. Remember, Spotify made its own fake artists. So it's quite possible that YouTube generates its own fake traffic for live streams. Like, it's not payola because it's doing it itself to keep whatever going. The narratives it picks are weird though, yeah. If it is internal or in the house. And if it's an external force and foreign, even bigger waste of time. Because they don't have a different script. It's weird. Yeah, they're saying that about Facebook. Oh yeah, Mark Zuckerberg been juicing those profiles. Fake Facebook comments to build engagement. Yep. They all juice. Like the company juices itself, and then hackers can hack it, and then you can pay for it to be hacked. Like it's 3 different people affecting the shit, and none of it is real. Like that's the craziest thing about it, that the majority of the traffic is artificial. And we've known that since we were kids. Everyone else is like arguing with us. Like, bitch, I used to do it. I'm not just saying shit. I'm not hating on nobody. Bitch, I know how to do it. But what's the point of doing it? It's not real. They had it like it was a prerequisite. Well, if you know how to do it, then why don't you do it? I don't need a million fake engagements, faggot. What the fuck are they talking about? Why would you need that many fake anything? Oh, strength in numbers, power suggestion. Oh, it's like witchcraft again. I wonder who gave them that idea. Looks are deceiving. Oh my God. But we got idol worship based off of fake views. Don't miss that part. You got Billie Eilish's out of this shit. Based on numbers that are not real. Nudged. Fake it till you make it or something. I did not know they want to talk about fake account engagement. I thought they were talking about actually having a good personality. Carlucci. You're like the 20th robot to do that. Are you from Alphabet Group? Did they just send y'all out that to check out the live streams for no reason? We get like 3 to 4 of those a day. At least we graduated. We graduated from the what bots we used to get. There's a lot of weird bots. A lot of call center bots. Now we got the positive hashtags on YouTube comment bots. It doesn't make sense. You still got the Indian bots once a day. An attention fractional reserve is crazy. Attention deficit reserve. If only Brenda had a baby. What battery I got? I ain't got enough battery to have fun. Fuck this life. Fool. Let me take my charger. I need some water too. Shit. I'll be forgetting I'm in the desert for real. Been through the desert on a horse. Something, something, something again. Something, something. Something, 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 something. La 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 la. Lord have mercy. Shout out to DeyZan and NLG. What's good, body count? So what's going on the timelines? Topics, what's going on? Y'all tell me something. Y'all tell me something fucking new. I'm trying to figure it out. My damn self. I gotta get used to my new persona now. Yeah, fucked up my whole damn day. I'm fucking 40 years old. I want to drop off some new information on my ass. Can't nick this shit up with. And then no one will believe me if it did. Giving us back our identities is a huge fucking step. That's spiritual too. not get that from the outside world in that way. It wasn't waiting for me outside. It was waiting for me inside the whole time. That's what I'm trying to figure out what they mean by spiritual awakening. I don't think it's the angel numbers. I think that you're starting to pay attention to frequencies. Yeah. That's not the awakening part. The awakening is when you realize why you can see it. Not that you're seeing it. It's always there. You changed. It didn't change. But spiritual awakening happens when it changes you. I think that's in the Bible too. Trust me, I sure as hell didn't have no fucking clue. I thought it was a few Hail Marys and pass offering short for real, for some shit like that to happen though. But they always demonstrate and symbolize and ritualize physical. They're idol worshippers. Like, not in a particular religion or belief system, but just in pedigree. Like, they worship idols. Like, that's their default settings. They worship something else outside of them. That doesn't mean anything because they're not spiritual. So I'm not going to go spiritual, but it means something physically. It means in their own mind, they always see somebody else greater than them. So they're looking at things and people as greater than and less than by default if they're idol worshiping. Like in music, we debate about drum kits and producers. Like, no, that's the best producer because of A, B, C, and D. Oh, that's the best beat because this song back then in '93. We were just talking about hypotheticals, like sports podcasting. But people who idol worship, they're actually talking about people. Like, this person deserves or is entitled to these things because they have these external forces. And I don't have those external things, so I cannot claim that authority. So I have to make sure I get there, but it's not easy because everyone wants to get there. So I got to play dirty. You know, I get it. Like, I get it. Unfortunately, I get it, all of it. And it's underwhelming because it's not real. So it's crazy. The more spiritual aware you become, the more real you become. So you cannot be real and not spiritual. I think that's important for a spiritual person to notice. A person talking about they're real or they're authentic or they're genuine and they're not spiritual. How the fuck is that even possible? But then you'd have to define spiritual. Back at square one. You'll know signs of it. They'll talk about their dreams. They'll talk about speaking things into existence. They might mention God, angels, fairies, or ancestors. You'll start to hear it. And they ain't trying to tell you what they saw on TikTok. They're trying to tell you since they was a little kid. That's where the story starts, for most of us. It didn't start during the pandemic, no. That's how you could tell, easily. But even that's just the beginning of this shit for real. I'm telling you something. That shit cute and glamorous until it's real. And then once you realize it's real, then you realize who you are. Israel. One day you just wake up and realize you're Israel. What the fuck is going on down here? That is not in none of the books that I studied. But it is in the Bible. That's a whole different story. Yeah, I woke up in a whole different story. I think I say thank God enough. Shit, boy. You go through all that shit, and they be like, nah. But wait, there's more. What in the Wayans brothers is going on in this life? Nah, you King James grandson, bro. Fuck out my face times 5. I should hate everything. Someone asked me, if my family told me anything along those lines, would I have kept it a secret if, when we were younger? I was like, yeah, I guess. It would have saved me so many dummy missions, but if they could explain to me why it's secret, then maybe. I would have definitely ended up on a different path for most of my life if I hadn't known that shit since I was a kid. But they didn't keep that a secret. They don't even know what the secret is. They know there's a secret. Telephone game they were playing with each other, I guess. They know there's a secret. They just don't know what it is. It might go as far as the bloodline of Israelites or the bloodline of Jesus or something. It might just kind of be that, like, vague. Like, nah, those are our people for real. Something happened to us. Ah, cool fucking story. Couldn't have guessed it. Living in the United States of America. Okay, all right, cool fucking story. Big secret, big fucking deal. People talking about making kids had kids. Couldn't see that coming. Whole book about procreation. They procreated it. Can you fucking imagine it? We still have their book or something. I wonder if they're here. Nah, that wasn't it. That's not what this is. Yeah. They got that game fucked up. I could tell you as their kid. Now I understand where it comes from. That's the only question I had since I was a kid. That's the only question that nobody I've ever met, especially my damn family, that could ever answer me. When I talk about shit like that. Like, what the fuck gives? What is this? What is this about? Tell me more about it. What did your grandmother say? Blah, 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 blah. They could have just said the truth. Like, oh yeah, that's in the Bible too. All right, so how come our family ain't in the Bible then? How come we're doing everything else but the Bible then? I think they didn't want to start that discussion. Maybe that's what it is. They knew they weren't living like that, even if they knew something like that. So, shame, guilt, whatever it is. Narcissist blues, part 2, whatever. They have their reasons, I guess. But now that I know, because it was a spiritual inquiry and not a physical one, then it becomes something totally different. It was like I wasn't seeking that for no reason. It was seeking me. I'm talking about spirits and principalities. They'll tell you that in metaphysics. Whatever you're seeking is seeking you already. And all your desires of your heart come from God anyway. So then you should figure out what a desire of the heart is and line that shit up and watch what happens if you manifest that shit instead of everything else. I'm telling you something. I am telling you something. Whatever that pulse is, that one is for you, buddy. Go after it. That's the only one worth going after. I can tell you. I can promise you. You just stick to your guns, whatever they say, and watch what happens to your ass. You're going to figure out those are your guns for a reason. Spiritually standing on business. Because of who you are. Not like I had a choice. Freedom of will where? Free will where? They lied to you. There ain't no free will down here, boy. It's free-ish. I gotta compare us to something that doesn't have free will, I guess. Maybe it is free compared to some other shit. Nah, this is a free-ish will. Yeah, if you're assigned purpose. And the people who assign that shit don't miss. It must be hard for you to fuck it up. You would have to be like reprobate on top of reprobate and just do everything wrong, knowing it's wrong on purpose. So there's no way to fuck this up. It wouldn't work for you if it wasn't part of your purpose anyway. Same story. So just like one side of this equation has that phenomenon and the people that it picks out, the other side of the equation does the same exact story, but just in a different polarity. It picks its favorites up. What's it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul in the process? So how do you fix that equation for prophecy? Well, gain your soul and then gain the whole world after it. That's like the wisdom of Solomon. It didn't say you can have the whole world. It just says, what does it profit you to gain it if you lose your soul in the process? But what does it profit you if you gain the whole world and keep your soul in the process? So that's it. Simple pre-algebra. You'll fix it. Yeah, that book was written to stupid people. There's a lot of dumb people around for them to overstate the obvious. You gotta respect it. Everyone didn't know English. Why would they? They barely use it now. A language made for spellcraft. Don't miss it. A language crafted by magicians. Don't miss it. The language itself is proof of its existence. You didn't wake up knowing English. Neither did they. It's not theirs. So why do they pick this language? To do spellcraft. Easy. Their spellcraft is money. Easy. Is there math and symbols on their money? Yes. Easy. It's also in the damn source code of your programs. Yeah, they're conjuring ideas, demons, and don't work no more. Now they're losing everything, as if the demons went the other way. I think that's why they should probably watch fucking Death Note. Ain't that story? Ain't that the same fucking story? I'm telling them Japanese people, they be on something. Death Note, this boy finds a notebook. The notebook is assigned to a demon. The boy writes into the notebook who gets to die. And then the demon orchestrates the spiritual world for that person to die. Death Note. You piss this guy off and you don't like your tie. It'll happen to you. Sometimes in the story it didn't happen. You try to figure out what happened at first. But at the end of the story, that same demon, who he thought was like, Bonnie and Clyde and shit, that demon was sick of him. It was the opposite of Robin Williams and Genie. This genie wanted to go away. He's like, I'm tired of dealing with humans. So he ends up setting this kid up to kill himself, basically. Sad story. But it's a beautiful lesson on the abuse of power. See, he had the power to do some good things with that. But then he ended up pretending to be God. He ended up inducing this karma. But the demon itself is what enacted it. So the same thing that makes you laugh will be the same thing that makes you cry. Same story. So if you notice these people crying who used to laugh, then that means that same thing ran out of time. That's all it is. These people ran out of time to pretend, ran out of time to laugh, ran out of time to manifest their best destiny. They're all 40 years old now. They know the time is up. Same thing with the government. They're sick right now. They know how many years they got left at best. Time's up. Same thing with the financiers. Doesn't matter if it's crypto to the moon or not, bitch. You owe over $100 trillion in debt. You're never going to pay it off in your lifetime. So what's a good or bad idea on something you'll never do? Right. Time's up. Even the tension in the world with all the wars, these weak-ass demonstrations of people's frustrations, combustible. But it's really not that destructive. I want to call it a war. I call it people are pissed off. Have you seen white people tear up a fucking college town after their team loses? Shit, have you seen them tear up a damn town after the team wins? They'll set cars on fire. If you've ever lived in the United States of America. So, I don't know if that's what that is. But, time's up. Whatever game they were playing up until this moment in our lifetime, whatever that promise was, whatever they bet on, spiritually, time is up. And they wagered their souls on that. Hypothetically, if that's what they're invoking, that type of energy, the dark side, then yeah. They wagered their life force in exchange for whatever they had in the meantime. And if they don't have what they have in the meantime, then that means that shit's coming to collect. If that is true. If that's what they did. If that's not what they're doing, it won't apply to them. But if all the people you've seen signed in Hollywood, who you think or heard they sold a soul or two, and all of a sudden they out of here flying like Ozzy and them, then you gotta think about it. Maybe they really did. And their time is up. Rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. A lot of these people associate with secret societies. You don't have that without rituals and magic, bro. It's a prerequisite, by the way. All the way back to American Revolution, Boston Tea Party, Dragon Lodge, same story. Most people don't know that part of history because the same faggots don't teach you the real history. It's not an important detail. There's no such thing. All right, faggot, but there is. Anyway, so yeah, that's what they did. And that's why they're dying like they are. They're dying spiritually. It's like saying they're dying inside. Yep. You die spiritually, you die inside, then there's reprobate mind. Because not only do you have that condition, now you're at your lowest vibration, which is why it's dangerous for us. We have to learn how to get out of that. But as they're at their lowest vibration, then they're susceptible to all the existing programs and spells and the old matrix, if you will. They'll be wiped out by that shit. Flunked, emotionally, everything. They'll start losing things because they won't be able to operate at homeostasis. That's all. It ain't the job, it ain't the location, it's how they interface with it. And because they can no longer interface with it, they'll no longer be compelled or inspired to do the steps that they need. And then thus, crash and burn, bro. If they're lucky or chosen, they'll wake the fuck up. If they're not so lucky, tough. You won't see them too much longer. Kitty litter or torta his passport. You crazy boy. Jonathan says 3. Haru says 3. Wrong channel, buddy. What did he say? We're just passengers on a chain we have no control over. What is this one of them Donnie Darko ass movies? Hell no. You 2 minutes behind. You had to put that shit on that 1.5x. They'll catch up to real time, I guess. Let's talk about manifestations. I forget, I'm full of them. I wish it was the ones I've been trying, man. Have y'all seen that girl I've been talking about lately? Where's she at? I might have seen that supposed to her boyfriend that she's hiding. Anyway, somehow I got one of these. And I didn't buy it. But this is what happened. So, 3 days ago, I don't know what thought pattern I was on, but I was like, I didn't even go, because, you know, Vegas always suggests tacos, strip clubs, tequilas. It's a trope, I guess. And I was like, what type of alcohol do I like to drink? Because I see so many people buy alcohol. And I was thinking about these other drinks. I was like, no. I forgot. Tequila. And I thought of a beer too, and I started getting the ads on Instagram, so they are reading our eye scans part too, but it doesn't matter. What was interesting thing about it though, so that's day 1. I had a few power suggestion thoughts from an external source. It made me consider, think about, choosing alcohol, and then I let it go. Next day, I'm at the liquor store. I'm not buying liquor though. The person in front of me made a very special request based on what they were saying on their total. But they were waiting for the money, I guess. Weird story. All of a sudden, the store is getting full. Line is packing up. She steps aside and she says, "Get him." I'm like, "Thank you, tough. Finish your phone call, bitch." And this is sitting there already. So I put my things down, and the guy packing the bags, the first thing he packs is this. Mind you, the best part of me wanted to like, "Hey, I didn't buy that." But I was just looking at the receipt. I was like, he's not even going to charge me. He's just about to give it to me for real. Cool. So he gave it to me for real without even scanning it. For her or for me. It's just like spiritual. It was meant to be. There was 3 to 5 thoughts about alcohol for 2 to 3 different reasons. And then it picked my favorite kind. And obviously, according to this woman who spent so much time trying to find it, this is actually some good tequila. And what I'm saying is you can't make that shit up. It happens so randomly. You don't even be going for it. You know, like, I'm trying to, because you can buy it, right? You can just go to a liquor store damn near every day. I can just buy some if I wanted some. No. I was just thinking about trying it. Like, what if I drink tequila in Las Vegas, Nevada, in a desert one day? There's a desert design on that bitch. Same story, I guess. I'm back. Nothing physically actually landed. He's on my UFO. Just like the Gibraltar, but the wind created it from it stopped the vapor coming out of the plant for a bit. Oh, the power coming. Tequila. 1613. Allegedly. So that means the ancestors would have made it to the Moors and their Indian associates. Ain't that a bitch? In the territory of the ancestors that made it, libations. I wonder if it would get to their spirit. Then you understand everything. Crazy story. I was literally just thinking about it the day before. Then I gotta go back to why I was thinking about it and what my intention was, and then walk it out. Pay attention to it. It's not always 11:11. Tequila, tequila, tecal. No method, man. There's always agave, isn't it? Roasted in a brick oven. Gluten-free. Vanilla. My dad called me gay. You would know best? Like father, like son, I guess. Weird story. Yeah, Highland agave. 40% alcohol. Oh, they don't want you to stand up when you're done with it. I have to figure out something. But yeah. Even tequilas for celebrations too. So like, if you achieve something, if you finish something, if you overcame something, and then it manifests a spiritual celebration, if you will. That's also another consideration. That it's a reward. Yep, agave and Vega, same story. Vega Saturn. Strange story. Sand City. Same story. Sega Vega Saturn. Same story. Moon. Same story. Sin is moon. Same story. Moon City. Same story. Allah City. Same story. And the city of Allah. Same story. Moab Desert. Same story. Moab. Sodom and Gomorrah. Same story. Sin City. Same story. Same fucking story. Literally the same fucking story. That's why there's not a fucking ocean here no more. Same story, same story. That shit was done by vehicles. I don't know what the fuck they talking about. They wasn't here, I guess. Anyway, so they even got the Rosicrucian shit on that, or whoever the fuck that is. What in the Assassin's Creed is going on with that secret society? Am I British? I'm European. I'm from the moon called Europa, so I'm European. Use it for cold sores or cuts. I don't cut anything. What I'm saying is a celebration, bitches. I passed the spiritual test. This is from my ancestors, though, spiritual wise. So when that thing came to my mind, like while I was thinking about alcohol at all, it came through a bunch of nudges at the same time. I normally don't catch them because I wasn't worrying about drinking or alcohol. It was just a hypothetical in my mind, but it would nudge to me. It was asking me to pick what type of alcohol did I want, tequila or beer. And then the next day, because I picked tequila, it spiritually manifested tequila for no damn reason. I did not trigger it. I did not imagine it. Nothing like that. The person just automatically gave it to me. Didn't check. I didn't run with it. Nothing. Here. For whatever fucking reason. His spirit picked this up, looked me dead in the eye, put it in my damn bag, rung up all my shit last. Then I paid for that. The price didn't change, and this was in my bag first. I need you to understand everything about science and math. He did that shit automatically. It's spiritual. That's how it works. Same story. They said tequila is worth 1,000 beers. That's hilarious. Jonathan says 3. So I just gotta figure out what the hell I'm celebrating. There we go. So 2 days ago, day before yesterday. You know how it is in this waiting season. You know you're waiting for the end of a loop. You're waiting for the rubber band to cut off of you. So it feels like you're not being pulled backwards. Take some time though. But we're on the other side of the other time that it takes some time more. So we're closer to the end than we were when we began here. I know that's right. But if it's a celebration or it's a gift, and even in a more, because you know how it is, I can rationalize how it happened. But I'm talking about why it happened, the way that it did. So I already invoked fifth dimension. So in a fifth dimensional appreciation of the fact that something thought it wise to give me tequila as a celebratory fact of a fifth dimensional act. You gotta jump around this shit. What I'm saying is, this manifested due to law of correspondence. I could have just bought the shit anytime I wanted to, but I wasn't going to, and I knew that. I said something on my birthday. That's a few months down the road. But it gave it to me the next fucking day instead. We don't give a fuck. It's not your birthday. You can find me in the club. Same story. So I understood it was a celebration. I just gotta fucking remember. And what the fifth dimensional what? And I could tell you the only thing. Actually, no. Oh. It's because the spiritual is multiple dimensions at once. But I know one thing's a celebration from a very particular local variable that was going on that I had gave me internal realization that this is a continuation of a spiritual degree I was on. And I don't think that variable is here anymore or nearby anymore. I also had a reoccurring character. One of the first characters I met when I got here, we called him Will Ty II because he looked just like Will Ty, he's just taller. And he talked like him too. And he showed up the same day I was thinking about tequila, I guess, and he had apologized to me. Like he was always out there, and then that incident happened, and then he wasn't there no more. I seen him 1 or 2 times in passing, but wasn't close. But this time he turned around the corner and I was right there. And he walked right up to me. And mind you, this is after a moment where he was being disrespectful, by the way. That's why he's apologizing. This is back in lagging. iPad kids out school flooding the server. Next time, gadget. Chief Quimby, a throwback. I almost forgot what Chief Quimby looked like, but Chief Quimby as a cashier is hilarious. The Folian in too. Come on now. It's called Terra Mana. It's a mana for terras, for terrs. It's Tartarian mana, by the way. It's Terra Mana. That's great. I've been talking about mana all week, by the way. Crazy fucking story. Terra, tree, 3 mana. I get something now. AA, Foley. EEAA. Yeah. TRMN. ain't it. It's NNRT. Like Manerta. Interesting story. Ma from the earth. Terramana. You put that shit on, got it. But yeah, saw the futuristic Will Tie. And he had apologized, dapped me up, and asked me did I see the trash that was around me. And then he reenacted the conversation without me answering and started to clean it up. And he was like, you know, cleanliness is next to godliness. And then he cleaned it up and walked across the street to throw it out, and I didn't see him again. It's like, wow, what a fucking all-star cameo. It's been a good season. Because of what I got here in June, yeah, I haven't seen him since then. July maybe. So he came back and he finished the loop. So then I already knew, because I've been plotting just my life and how those moments happen. I even got a journal entry about that guy, I think. Or something. So that ended the loop with whatever that energy that led me into that particular conflict and everything that was in that moment, in that energy too, that season, that cycle, that moon, whatever the fuck it was, that all came to an end just 2 days ago because he apologized for no reason. I wasn't expecting it. It wouldn't have mattered. Even if I would have seen him without that, I'd have been whatever. But boom, cool fucking story, part 2. He wearing green too. Clue. You know, when you start following these signals, you start writing them down, you start to see that its spirit is always talking to you. But it's not always something to talk about. Maybe that's nuance. It's always available to show you something, but it's not always something going on. When you start seeing cars start turning green and parking in front of you, like, all right, I know what time it is. Or you see too many girls trying to follow you with a green dress, like, oh, I know what time it is. Leave me alone. Or you go, oh shit, there's a new color out, blue again. What's all these damn blue dress and blue shirt people? What, any Etruscan madness starting over again? I don't fucking think so. We ain't doing February again. So that was 2 days ago. This was yesterday. I think this is something slightly different. That wasn't my mission, you know. Understood that he was possessed by spirits. He was talking to me about the Bible and everything. I said when I came here, I wanted to find a basketball court. Next time I see him, he had a basketball. I ain't even talking about a basketball court. He was telling me what a basketball court was. He got a problem with his leg too, so that makes sense. So I was like, oh, this is spiritual. This guy is not playing basketball with that fucking hip hop he got. Or maybe he is, you know. You never know with these NPCs. But that NPC had a co-pilot. He was talking to me about God and the Bible and all kinds of timelines, all kinds of things. Like, oh, Will Tie, I get it. Spirits. Will Tie used to practice all kinds of, he had an altar and everything, so I understood everything. So that's something different. And his all corresponds to Will Tie too. Same difference. I haven't seen him in months. But then this came out a day after that. So I'm trying to figure this shit all out at once because it's spiritual. Yeah, it is. It's signals and symbolism. That's why you can't ask other people what it means for real. All they can tell you is that it might mean something, but you have to keep track of your own signals almost. Because it's real for real. Black Spider-Man is crazy. Brazil and Mexico. Bobby, Libation, and Bound. It's always written, but now all needed to be highlighted. A murder to kill is crazy. Back kind of glitchy. We back. Jonathan, part 3. Jonathan, 33333. Oh, you know what I'm talking about? I know what I'm talking about. I know y'all knew what I was talking about because I've been telling you something. I've been trying to figure that shit out. Fuck everything else. Fuck the stock market, bitch. The stock market cannot buy this. They don't even really know what it is. If they could put a price on it, trust me, they would try. It's just too unreliable, too unpredictable, so they don't think it's important because if it's unpredictable, you can't add a price. They do everything for profit. They the boys in the hood for real. If everything wasn't about profit, they'd have more profits, I'll tell you that. Because people would be able to see with the right glasses. You'd be able to see through so many fucking smokes and mirrors. Just by the narrative. I can hear a certain sentence and be like, nah, that ain't it. It didn't land right. It's like Guitar Hero. You didn't hit the button in the right time. Almost just like that. It feels like that. Like something's out of dissonance. It had nothing wrong to do with what we talking about, but you're the wrong one to say it or something. You keep spinning that variable. I see the dissonance. You start become more accurate with it. You start to understand the science of what you're doing, and then you understand it's scientific what you're doing. That's funny. They say the spirit world isn't scientific. Like you don't get any of this without science and math first, bitch. What are we talking about? The spiritual world is scientific. They're just not spiritualists. Saying you're a scientist doesn't mean you know what science is. They're trained to a particular way of seeing things. That ain't what science is it? How do you train a scientist? Either you is or you isn't sciencing. It's a pattern of mind first. Everything else is rehearsal. The ritualists, I get it. Degree systems. That wasn't given to anyone but spiritual people. Wake your ass up. Degrees come from spiritual systems, not school books. What degree did Aristotle have? Shut your ass up. Nah, a 33-degree Mason. Spiritual quest. And they created your schools. Shut your ass up. Square Saturn cap. They're scared of Satan or something. But you celebrate Saturn every time you graduate, every year or something. Around the same time every year, almost like a goddamn ritual or something. To the sun? You think the sun is Saturn or something? Weird fucking story. Where did they get that idea from, Sabbatean? Where would they get the law of correspondence? That you always have the three elements with you. If the sun is Saturn, then the moon is Venus, and then you're standing on Mercury. What? If you're standing on Jupiter, that's Hera, and then that's Saturn. What? If you're standing on Mercury, that's Mars, and that's Venus. What? If you're standing on the moon, and those are two planets instead, or a sun and a moon, or a moon and a planet. Which one is it? Which one are you? Rubik's Cube. Or in Europa. You can call that Luna if you want to. That sun is the only thing that they care about. It's internal to the firmament. It's powering this Dyson sphere if you want. It's not a sun out there in space. It's an artificial sun placed. They call it miraculous. You're not relying on the sun that's in the middle of our galaxy. You can't even see it from here. You're relying on the sun right there. You can touch it if you had an airplane to go high enough. It'll still burn your ass up, I guess. I don't know. It's dielectric or whatever the fuck they call it. Whatever it is, it opens, there's craft around it. You've seen the pictures. But it's right fucking there. It's not in outer space. It's not millions of miles away. No, it's wherever you see the sun. When you go outside and you look at the sun, that motherfucker right there. Now, if you had the right technology to get there, you'll get there. Way before you get to space. That's what I'm saying. It's within the firmament. It is. We've seen it under clouds. That doesn't make sense. There's no clouds in space. So we've seen pictures of the sun between clouds. There's pilot photos or pilot videos. The pilot going right above the sun. And right beneath them is the sun in the clouds. To the right. Far enough away from it, but you can see the sun looking down. You got high enough. All the, elevations and all that shit. It's probably very small pockets around the world where you can pull that off. But yeah. He fucking did. And I've seen it several times. I was like, I knew the devil's a damn lie. They can't get fucking out of here. Psalms 19:1. Just like the damn Genesis said day one. The people who built this place told the people writing about that what they built in this place. So you weren't confused. Like, no. The ancestors built this place and they put that sun and that moon there. So even if you didn't know, right? Even if you're ignorant and that was just a superstition, for you, the people of that book, you would go, my ancestors put that there. What that helps you with is when someone else appears on your shores talking about 93 million miles and all this shit, you're like, man, shut the fuck up in King James English. What the fuck are you talking about? The dumbass doing the math ain't been there either. Don't tell me NASA's been to the sun. Please, save me the gory details. So, yeah, it helps you if you live by a standard, if you live by a code, if you honor your mothers and fathers. None of that's going to pay your rent tomorrow. So I lean towards the fact that it's right there. And then you attract the evidence and you'll see, oh yeah, it is right there. Yes. So what does that mean? The Bible said it's right there. You get the visual proof that it's right there. You feel like it's right there. What does that mean? Then that means quite literally something else put the firmament above that. And if something is that fucking grand in any scale, in any reality, where it can artificially gas house experiment this fucking punk ass world for us. Oh my god, can you fucking imagine how tough that is? That something handcrafted or mentally created the idea and schematic and executed it, and threw a sun and a moon up there, put that shit into rotation to control all the weather, wind, and radiation and growth, regeneration, and had this bitch light up again as the ice outside of it is melting. Friction or something, right? And then you got the rays of Jupiter or something in Saturn, melting it even faster. It's like they're doing two fucking things at once. And we're stuck inside dealing with these crazy bastards. Can you fucking imagine that? There's a lot of levels to this shit. They be skipping them. But it's important to know it's all at once. So the same thing terraforming it is doing something outside of it. At the same time, there's spiritual and all kind of random acts of violence. And at the same time, there's another world under us. And we forget all about them. Yeah. Sheol, Abyss, Tartarus, or Hades. It's positioned as another world. There's a world above us and a world below us. As above, so below. No, you're the Oreo, you're a sandwich, you're in the middle of it. Now, there's a world above you, and there's a world below you. Whatever world you're on, there's a world below you too. That's what they were saying. It's in all the Egyptian hieroglyphs too. So you got that problem too. Maybe they can tumble up or something. Maybe that's what underground railroads are. Maybe that's a whole different civilization of so-called cave people, but the cave is just a tunnel. And then the other side is another world. I can see that easily. We'll probably find those paintings too. I mean, shit, the miracle was putting the fucking sun here, period. So you can imagine. If it's a miracle, it's probably not down there, is it? So you can reverse engineer this whole construct if you really give a fuck. But you have to pivot off the truth of your people. Like if I pivot off the truth that book said what it said, and they didn't get a chance to remix that part, and then it's true, and then you find out it's true, and that's part is true too, and then you're like, oh, all the other mysteries make sense too. It's exactly what the fuck they said. They just changed the context, trying to manipulate shit. That's how you know if someone's spiritual. Because you can't get that from a book. You would have to actually be able to visualize it or experience it or feel it out. Can't no one tell you nothing like that. Then you get confirmation. Then you get correspondence. You ain't got to question it. That's how the spiritual world proves itself. Since it can't talk to you. Well, since most of it does not talk to you, we should say it that way. You'll get your self-fulfilling prophecies, but pay attention to other spirits and people. If for whatever reason they just start talking to you or sending you things that correspond to a thought pattern you have, that's spirit. So spirit is like giving you confirmation on that frequency. And then you go out somewhere totally different. It ain't got nothing to do with you. It might be on TV or it might be on an ad on the airplane. You're like, that's exactly what the fuck I was just, wait a minute, that's exactly what the fuck, wait a minute, that's what that person just said it was, wait a minute. It's just saying, keep going, stupid. It's a confirmation of the path you're on, not a confirmation of profundity. It's not supposed to be profound. It's every fucking day. It's not profound. Profound would mean that it's rare or exclusive. It's not profound. It's every day of your life almost, if you're assigning variables to it, prompts. A lot of people don't prompt their own computers, bro. And that's what the government and the media did. It entered all these prompts into these people's subconscious minds. So there was fixed, hustle, get, act like this, baddie, independent, entrepreneur, ooh. None of that spiritual. But I get it. And they didn't accomplish none of that either. They faked it till they made it. Now they're in a fake persona with a fake mask on, and they can't return back unless they, subtract 7 to 8 years. And that's why you're noticing that people are arguing and bickering like they're even younger minded than they were. You already got the moon map? I just had a call from La Jolla. Come on now, because you're talking to me, man. You know I'm headed there. I know, you know, we know I'm going there. I'm saying Los Angeles, but I gotta go to that Los first. I gotta go to La Jolla. Georgetown, what? Take me to the one by the damn ocean. Fuck out my face. You just got a random call from there for your work or something from them people? Tell them I'm on my way, one of these dimensions. I'm going to fucking figure it out. And when I fucking do it, I want you to remember, I told you, I was gonna fucking figure it out. As long as nothing happens to me, I'm talking about all things being equal. I'm gonna get there just to fucking say I got there. Because now I understand full and well that at least the majority of the day is spiritual. It has to be. I just keep collecting shit that I didn't ask for. Or, I did. Never mind. I don't even know that phrasing. I keep, shit just keeps popping up. There we go. God damn it. So, if you think about frequency too, because that's a law as well, intensity of frequency. When your life is changing and things start to pile up, you're like, oh, breakthrough's coming. So that's why gratitude is so important, because a lot of people skip over that moment as a coincidence. Well, if you show gratitude for it, you pay attention, and you count it as such, something outside of me is communicating. And once you pour that gratitude into it, what do you think happens? It creates reciprocation loop. It's consent too. It'll just keep happening. Yep. With almost anything that you can imagine. Gator travels. When you're in the toughest times, the darkest times in life, who stand beside you? I walk alone. My shadow's only one that stands beside me. I walk alone. You know what I'm talking about? Hopefully that answers your question. I think Smashing Pumpkins answered that for us. Gotta walk alone. In the dark. You said in the dark, right? You said in the toughest times. When you got whole shit down by yourself, who's walking next to me? No one's walking next to me. Tough times don't last. Tough people do. Tough people need people walking next to them to be tough. If you're going through a tough time, then it's asking you what? To become tough. All right then. So why are you invoking hope? When you're in your darkest times, what does that mean? Can you afford a light? Like I said, most problems that people have are money problems, and those aren't real problems. So let's say we're in the dark, and I ain't got a light. What's someone else walking next to me in the dark going to do besides help us stumble over each other? Someone got to be light, and someone's got to be strong. But if you're alone, who you got? I walk alone. Cool story be like, well, how do you channel such inner strength, toughness, or light? Yeah, but you have to do that. You have to call on that energy. You have to believe. You have to invest. You have to even invoke such a concept in those moments. Most people don't, though. I've witnessed it. Most people don't look to spiritual or God or authority of principalities when they hit those roadblocks you spoke of. So for people to have the cliche answer, well, God or Jesus walks beside me, I'm quite literally genetically them. So they're inside of me by default. I ain't got to worry about that story. But I don't see or feel them next to me. It's almost like it's not required. I'm tough because I just had to find out why. Darkness, one of my favorite books for seventh grade, The Dark is Rising. I'm cool. I'm cool with the dark. I prefer to walk at night, actually. I don't like the sun that much. The heat, I mean. So, yeah, you get used to it. You get used to it. You get used to times being tough and dark. Because you start to realize law of rhythm. Meaning, if it's dark and tough now, then the next season I'm entering is what? You can almost get excited about it. Once you process the preliminary feelings and readjustments and losing damn near your whole old life at once. But once you get out of the dust and the rubble of that shit, and you take a shower and you're like, all right, I think I'm tough. I lived. What's next? Law of polarity. It has to be the opposite of dark and tough. Unless you want to keep pushing the prong back on some Sonic and Tails shit and just spin until the spring. You can do that if you want to. But initially, even the best materials end up having a limit in terms of, before they pop or suspend themselves, tension and release. So no matter how much tension you face, as long as you're alive, there has to be a release point, even if you cannot contribute to your own release. That energy, that moment, that momentum has to release itself. This is physics. So nothing can keep it there, even if it's witchcraft or someone sent you there. It's temporary. Even if it lasted for a year, that would be temporary. Thus, when you're in a moment like that, you don't think about that moment. I mean, it's, like I said, it's fucking easier said than done after you do it a few times, but you have to know that going into it. Yeah, it may not release right away, but the rate in which something releases from you is in the degree in which you believe it can be releasable. Do you not believe that you can release it today? Well, if you do, it'll release today. If you think it's a process, it'll be a process. If you think it'll take time, it'll take time. If it'll take money, it'll take money. If it'll take help, it'll take help. When you set that parameters at the go, because that's what you're going to hold on to. That's what you're going to lean on. Time, money, or someone else. And there's different situations that call for that. No problem. But when it comes to tough and dark times, you can go better than that. You ain't got to worry about how and who and what and everything in between it. That's what I'm saying the mastery of it is. The mastery is before you're learning how to visualize steps and sequences. Eventually get to a point, well, just imagine the end. And then that allows and affords the thing in between us to carry out all the things. But if you're very specific and detailed, like they tell you to do a list and goals, then you have to wait for each goal if it's a sequence. Then I did this. Then I did that. Then this happened. Then something went left. Then I got back on track. Then I did step 7. Then I was on step 13. Yeah, that makes sense for logic. That's what AI is going to have to do. That ain't what I'm talking about. I know I'm on step 0. I don't know the steps. So you know how like people used to tell us when we were younger, well, all you got to do is get a business plan and go to the bank and get a loan. Bitch, what's a business plan? Usually planning what you intend to do in business. Bitch, I've never done a business. So what am I supposed to expect? If I did do a business plan, I can make a business plan, but what are the expectations of business? And what's a good business plan? What's a bad one? Is there reference business plans? Is there a business plan for my industry? And this is way before the internet we're talking about. Just have a business plan. Steps and sequences. Your dumbass who's never started a business is going to make up some arbitrary steps you've probably seen on TV and some shit. And you're pretty smart. You want to figure it out. And you want to go through each one of those steps in an attempt to start some idea or do a business. And then be like, whoa, that didn't work out as good as it should have. You've never started a business before. Why would it? The first 1 or 100 or 1,000 ideas are usually the worst. Why? Lack of experience of what business is. Lack of experience of what you're doing for it. And the only way you would get that experience in a world full of people just telling you to make business plans is to go head for it. Just stick to your guns. Stick to your plan. What if my plan fucking sucks? Who proofreads these things? The bank? So, this degree skips all of that. You just live in the end. It's unlike everything else we've learned. Everything else requires you to go step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, in order for you to be all right. In order for you to hedge percentages and bets against the likelihood of you completing each task. Weather patterns, what you're going on, how much money you got. You got to consider that in between each of those steps too, right? That's the dynamics of everything. Nah. You're going to do all that anyway. So you might as well then, instead of trying to imagine each of those steps of that ladder, just imagine yourself at the top of that ladder. Like you're teleporting. Like you're teleporting from where you are now to where you want to be. And not only are you just teleporting forward, you're in it already. That's why your eyes gotta be closed, because your eyes lie to you, tell you you're here. No, you gotta close your eyes. You're there. No, I can feel no, this is not the house I want to live in. I can tell you I'm not there. No, close your eyes, you're there. No, I can feel it. I know how much money I got on my Cashapp, and not quite there. No, close your eyes. Look at your phone in your eyes when you imagine your hand and look at your Cashapp. Ain't all the money there? Yeah, but if I open my eyes and I check for it and I try to spend it right now, it ain't there. No, because that's not where it is. It's in here. That is the toughest thing to get a wrangle of. Your present moment experience and ego is going to prove to you that it's not real. No shit, nigga. That's not what it is, though. It is. You gotta close your eyes again. Until you stack it so fucking high. Until you have that internal narrative, which is what it is, because it gotta be, because what you is and what it gotta be. And how it feels and how it's going to be, but it's not how it's going to be or how it used to be. It is because you feel it right now. And eventually, sometimes you get lucky with this shit. And you feel it. Eventually, you'll feel it. Like, you're not just talking to yourself, you're not just visualizing, you'll feel it. Like, make sure you know that. If you're writing notes, I need you to highlight that shit. You're doing all of this ritualistic bullshit on the dark side, and then you're doing all this other repetitious stuff on the way to sleep on the other side. All of it, like the whole fucking table of steps that people are trying and alchemy patterns and weird shit. Let me save you some motherfucking time for real. All you trying to do in any of those disciplines, in any of those first steps of anything you're trying to do or acquire through the mentality that we have or the type of design that we have with the unseen, is based on how you feel. How you feel about that pattern. When you feel that pattern, that's spirit. So if there's no difference between you playing putt-putt golf, yay, and then you imagining you playing putt-putt golf, yay, if both of those yays are the same kind to your brain, if there's no difference in how you feel about the event, whether you physically do it or whether you do it mentally, when you get those two abilities in sync, to where like you can imagine doing something and it feels like you just did it. It doesn't matter how long it lasts. It is not required that you feel like that all day. If you could do it at all. If you can just trigger that feeling, like 5 seconds, 15 seconds, 2 minutes, 15 minutes. I seen some shit happen that I wasn't trying to trigger. That shit lasted with me for like 10 to 15 minutes. I could not fuck that feeling up. I threw negative inverse feelings at it just to see if they'll stick, and it would not stick at all. Because that's how tough that frequency was. Now you understand everything. What I'm trying to say is, all this extra shit that people are doing, they're training you how to take control of your imagination and your thoughts so that you can be very clear with them and feel what you're trying to see. Because then you'll be distracted by everything. That's why you gotta sit still. You gotta rest your body, you gotta change your breathing so that your whole aura, your whole feeling system is just centered to your imagination. And if everything is coherent and paying attention, eventually you'll feel what you're imagining. You feel what you're writing sometimes. If you're stacking gratitude and positivity, you'll feel the memories. If you highlight all of the best memories, you might start smiling. That's what they're talking about. Is that you're triggering a physiological and chemical response based on the quality of the thought or the imagination. What you're trying to do, or what the secret is quantum entanglement. If you can live in something impossible up here, and experience it and then feel it, then the actual physical reality of your brain and everything in between it don't know the fucking difference. And that's a problem for quantum computers. Because if your mind or the third party thing that's tracking this experience, or as they would say, timeline, if it notices that you exist in another place and you're happier and you're, whatever emotions you're producing with these thoughts, and it's real to you and it's realer than where you are, pay attention to this part. You start detaching from the old world. It has to render the new one. Just like Freddy Krueger. Your modern day, this moment right now is Freddy Krueger to me. I'm here, obviously, logically, physically, consequentially, and all these things in between us, but I don't have to be here. So the more I spend time where I ought to be, if you will, if you have an idea already, if it's strong and it's colorful, and that's why you gotta write this shit down. That's why you gotta do this every day. Because the first time you come up with the idea, it's gonna suck. You're gonna keep adding stairs to it and then find the secret to how you can trigger the gratitude and feel it and convince yourself. And you'll learn different ways to take the shapes, the sigils, the words, the language, the story you tell yourself to trick yourself, if you will. Fake it until you make the emotional response. And then you're like, I know how to think about that and how to make it happy. I have a little sequence in my head where it's making me start laughing. I know what that is now. And then you do it for the things you're trying to manifest. It's the same fucking story. Once you can call them like a card or a sigil to your mind, you ain't gotta do all that extra shit outside. You can come up with one little shape you can draw in your mind, and if it could trigger the feeling that that shape is supposed to trigger, then it'll override everything else. That's all that practical magic shit is. It's their way of getting you to that feeling, but you don't get to that feeling without the awareness of what that feeling is and what's causing it, and it's your fucking imagination, part 10. It's the way you imagine shit. That is your internal dialogue. It's the way you imagine that shit going, the way you imagine that shit feels, and the way you imagine why that person did that or didn't do that. Like that, you making it all up. So you need to make up shit tough that you're actually happy about. The same exact fucking unrealistic way, the same fucking delusion where you think these people and this conspiracies and all this is happening. Use that same fucking engine and make the conspiracy of your fucking happiness. But I'll charge you to do peace instead. Happiness is dopamine. You just eat some sugar or something. So put yourself in your peace, in your contentment, not in your happiness. You can buy the ice cream later. I just think people should know there's a difference because it's chemical. So happiness is chemical. So go to peace. Or away from what you don't want to be next to. That might be happiness by default for a little while at least. You get bored again, trust me. So, but you have to feel it. And the more you feel that, what's happening logically. If you live in the past, you get depressed, obviously. And you think of all the other things you're not feeling, and you're lower vibration, looking downward. You don't remember all the things that lift you up. For a time, it runs out, you release, and then you start looking, and things get bright again, hopefully. I'm speed running you through that shit. If you find yourself in depression, then what should you spend most of your time thinking about? Envisioning yourself happy. There's nothing else to think about. You ain't got to figure out why you're depressed. You ain't got to figure out what did it. You ain't got to buy nothing. You got to be like, no, in my spare time, let me think about how would I feel right now if I was expressive? If you make music, you know the test. Like, you would visualize yourself making music that you like. That's a key sign that you're no longer depressed. You ain't got to do it. You ain't got to get up and start clicking on shit in a depressed, fucked up energy. No, you go into your mind, which doesn't need energy for the body to move. And you put all the energy here, and then you imagine yourself getting up, going to your chair, playing the music. And how would it feel if it was a song that you're making that you liked? That's your beat block, that's your depression, that's everything else in life. Because you know by design, in order for you to visualize that and feel that way, everything else has to be right too. Like top performance type shit. You imagine your top performance. If you've done it before, then you just remember it, but then you put it to now. Like, I can feel that now, here, in this shirt, in this room, now. You ain't got to get up and do it. You got to be able to do that one more time. You ain't got to get out of your fucking slump and then go start doing stuff. No. You got to be able to imagine that you are already. Because you're not trying to do nothing. You're trying to change the channel of your mind already. Free your mind, then your ass will follow. People try to free their ass first, pause, and then their mind's still stuck. One more time. You're trying to activate this shit with your mind first. That's the only fucking thing you gotta worry about. One more time. I know they have you worrying about steps 1 through 10, how many miles, and your testosterone. I get it fucking now. Trust me. That is not what the fuck I'm talking about, though. I need to be very serious about this because those books don't highlight, they don't assume that you won't catch their drift. The drift isn't about doing shit. The drift is about being able to create and imagine anything you fucking want despite how you fucking feel. And then imagine that and feel what you want instead. That is what the magic is. Stop right fucking there. You ain't gotta join no secret society. You can read the Bible. I recommend it for my people. You know how that go. I ain't talking about morality. I'm talking about how to reprogram your mind's chemicals. If I see an attractive girl, why a kid used to, when he's not used to that, act goofy, it's because there's a chemical release. If a guy is attracted to a woman that walks in the room, his eyes get bigger. It's not because he's a freak. It's because the brain is triggering a chemical response that you need to see more of her. So let's let more light in. Let me take a closer look at her. She's bright, so my eyes are opening to take in more data from her. It's like a hunter. It's like a hawk eye or owl eye. It's not a, oh my God, eye, but it can be. If that guy feels like that type of guy, yes, it'll lead to that. But no, it's a chemical reaction first. You see someone attractive, whether they thought it was red lipstick for the white guys or something like that, or blush, it's a chemical reaction first. And then that person's at the mercy of their filter, and then at the mercy of what they've imagined or lived through, and then they try to act that out to get that feeling. But before you get to all of that shit and all the steps and what's right and wrong and morality and crossing people, you notice how all that's after you imagine something. So if you understand that shit about magic and magi nation, magistrates, magicians, you understand that they're all talking about this. That's the prerequisite. Motherfuckers be skipping steps is what I'm trying to say. You have to be able to force your imagination to live in a moment and then to experience it through your feelings, your nervous system, or the brain's chemical reaction to it. You'll know, you'll start laughing, you'll be smiling, you'll feel better, and you'll notice it right away because you changed the channel. And what you don't want to do is pull yourself back down saying, well, you know, back to the negative things. Oh my God, there goes that bitch again. Oh my God, like once you start complaining and going back through the rigmarole in your head, it's going to turn that channel down. But what you're practicing every fucking day is finding something 2 to 3 times a day that'll turn your channel. That's the practice. That's the work. That's why manifestation is a sucky way to understand what this is, because it's not just for manifestation. It's for every fucking moment of your life. It's not just for the impossible PlayStation or $1 million. I think a lot of people don't understand that, right? I get why though, because your life will play out until you get to $1 million if you're really adamant about it, yes. And it could take days, months, or years. Most people are fine as long as they get to it. But in the meantime, cool story, bitch. That's not what that's about. That's almost a gross use of power. To use something so sublime to pimp it for something that's fiat, exclusively, I mean, you know, bar every other goal they have. I understand everything though. People think, again, using magic to get the thing, to buy the thing. I think that's what I'm trying to say. They're doing too much math. They want $1 million for a lifestyle experience or to acquire things. But they're using magic to acquire the thing to acquire things. What I'm trying to say is, that's like, cut the middleman out, and the pastor too. How about you just imagine the thing that produces the experience and the feeling that you have, and that is the desire in your heart that's getting you there, God. So like, you understand what I'm trying to say? If it's in your heart, you'll feel it. You know, we'll use these words. If you can get it in your imagination and you can feel it in your heart, aka it sends a signal through your nervous system, it produces a drip in your brain. You know how the story goes, and you're like, oh shit, I'm here again. But I went there, I felt that shit. Yeah, bitch, of course I can do it. I just did. 3 times a day. What does that mean? Well, instead of everything else that you can't do, the impossible, later, tomorrow, happening and wrestling with that 3 times a day, now you've at least given 3 quality moments of your day in which your mind has the ability to practice snapping into a reality or a feeling state that you desire. It starts to learn from you. You're creating a new pattern. That's why you can't say stop, I'm not negative, blah, blah, blah. No. That's day one. That's to shut the fucking voice up that's going that way. Once you shut it the fuck up, but then you have to replace it with the same amount of energy the other way. And the only way to use that energy is to imagine whatever the fuck it is you call manifesting, that you possess it all fucking ready. That's the requisite. It ain't about having shit. One more fucking time, because no one can get this shit through to me. I want to make sure I get it through to you people. It's not about you trying to manifest something in this moment and then boom, it happens. It sounds like it. It's fucking not, I promise you. It can though. That's the caveat. Yeah, it can happen now or it can happen tomorrow. It can happen whenever it fucking happens. It'll happen even if you really didn't want it to happen. You know what I'm talking about. That ain't what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the ability to identify those moments or those thought patterns. It ain't even gotta be a manifestation thought pattern. It can be another thought pattern you have already that already does this. Like, yeah, man, I'm about to go home, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna play some Fortnite and blah, blah, blah. And then your goofy ass smiling on the way home, turning at a red light. You probably do it already. And then you walk that out and that's your routine, right? Routines are kind of like that. Your routines are that actually. They're your normal. And then most people flip the fuck out when you interrupt their routine, right? Whether it's working out, whether it's a certain walk or cucumber. I don't know. I've seen everyone triggered by fucking something. Fucking relax, bitch. Breathe, center, quiet, peace, imagination again. All right. That's all it takes. I just could laugh at an idea. That fucking fast. That shit funny. You see what I'm saying? You just gotta practice that. You gotta be that fast with it too. You gotta find the thoughts that do that shit right there. What I just did. I can change the frequency. I don't know how long I can hold it. I don't know how long I can hold that feeling. I don't know how long I can convince myself. It's not what we're doing though. You're not trying to live your whole life in a fucking delusion, just smiling and laughing about being in a reality that's obviously not in front of you. No. What you're learning is that you're learning how to control your mind again. Remember, they say, go forth and sin no more. What is sin? Wrong thought. Well, how do you go back forth and don't sin no more? Learn how to control your damn thoughts. So you see what I'm saying is, like, even this science is not even like an elective. It's a requirement. You have to know how to do that, or you'll just be acting out your gross animal instincts in place of a better pattern or behavior. You have to raise a child in the way they should go, to teach them patterns and behaviors, one thought to another. But if the kid doesn't know which way to go, they'll guess, they'll fumble, or they'll lean on someone else's sources, which might not be the right kind. It might work, but it might not be the right kind for them. Hence, they're paying so much attention to what you entertain in your mind, period. That's what they mean, bro. In the Bible and everything else. I want to save you so much fucking trouble. What they're talking about is that you are absolutely responsible for your physical reality because you're not in control of your mind. Not because you don't have enough, not because of how much you got, not in any standards of external Olympics. I am not talking about that. That's not what those spiritual people who practice magic and sorcery were talking about either. Pro tip. What I'm telling you is they're giving you all these parables and stories and outlines and histories and reference points, just like I do in this video, so that you can pick a pattern that you resonate with to get you out of sin. Wrong thought. The thoughts first. I thought it. Here's the rules. These are the best rules because I thought about the rules we're breaking and how that's turning out things. That's for the worst. That's for the worst. Let's do the opposite of it. Write that down. All right, this is when worse. This is worse. This is what they always bitching and arguing about. I'm tired of hearing it. Let's write that down. Boom, boom. Don't do these 10 things, motherfucker. And I think that's enough multiplication to calm you down. Can you do this? No. Oh, fuck. They fucking need punishment still. All right. Do you want to be thrown into the fucking furnace? No. Then do this. Can you try to do this? I guess. That's all I need. So all I need you to do is start to try, because to try it means you thought about it. You considered it. You considered that you can control your thoughts. You considered that you can control your mind. You considered that you can follow a rule that you weren't following before. You just considered that it's possible. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. All right, now, so now that I know that you know it's possible, you gotta spend more time with the possibility, don't you? See, it's not about seeing yourself with the thing, and if it is, no. That belief thing that we be talking about, it ain't about God. You know God got it. It's about whether or not you can entertain a thing and you can believe it. Can you create something besides fear, panic, destruction, and everything that people expect on the negative polarity? But instead of doing that at any time of your life, how about all the time of your life? Do you believe that you can then use that same fucking engine and quote unquote worry about only things that make you happy? I'm not talking about doing only things. I'm not talking about neglecting physical outward possibilities. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about imagination. I'm saying, do you think you can worry, imagine only things that make you happy? And that's where people get stuck on this damn level. They start getting mad at external people and factors that are not on their code or their program. Like, bitch, this ain't got nothing to do with us. The spirit will use us to move things around for you, but you're not trying to control the NPCs too, are you? I don't know. Necromancy part 2. We ain't into that. Anyway, I'm not saying that you can't, though. As soon as you can imagine it, you'll find a lesson about that. And then I'm telling you, you don't waste your time again. Back to controlling your own shit. Mind your own business. Same story. So once we learn how to mind our own business, you start to understand how important it is. That's the most important thing there is. Getting control of your mind. Motherfuckers want to get on fucking spacecraft and Voltron and shit. No, nigga. Before you jump into somebody else's design, make sure you're in control of your own shit, Power Ranger. One more time. Before you get into somebody else's business, make sure you're running your business. Ain't that the whole thing about a speck in your own eye? It ain't always about judgment and dying. It's also about like doing the same judgment for everything at the same time, bitch. Like, if you don't understand what that person's going through, then how the fuck can you imagine that they're doing it right or wrong? Shit, are you gonna help them or not? Are you gonna imagine a better timeline for them at least? A silent prayer and walk on. Why do we stay there and start talking about all the things that are wrong? You don't fucking know enough. And then you'll still miss stuff you never even seen or heard before. So what's the point? That's what they be saying. They talking about that right there. They're talking about all that negative energy that people spin up with vain imaginations about something else that they haven't even figured out in their own life. And they're talking about the polarity that you spin in that judgment. If it was positive, they'll tell you to do more of it. But since it's negative, then we know what they're talking about. The quality of judgment is negativity projected on other people based on you projecting the fact that you do it too. Come on now, we talk about narcissism, don't miss it. So anyway, see what I'm saying? They gotta make you go to Sunday school and get dressed and be all sweaty and jumping down, hallelujah, and they don't even know what the fuck the book talking about just yet. I know that, but they have to imagine the possibility that one day they could read the Bible and understand it first. Come on, God. Why so many people got this book in King James English and act like they can't understand it at first? Because they made it seem so difficult. You gotta be so special and so holy to read a book in English? Nah, family. See, it's preloaded. Authority is preloaded. The color palette of who it ought to be is preloaded. How tall you gotta be, how skinny you gotta be is preloaded. And that's what's causing resistance in your own fucking design. Because you're sampling the whole world, and instead of taking the best out of the best because that's what you want in your design, you also take all the stress and the mess and the steps to get that design. Like, well, that person took 10 years. Well, maybe it'll take me 5. Well, that person said blue works better than red because the RGB spectrum, oh my God. Yeah, that's called science. But it's the wrong math, so it's the wrong science. Nah, one more time. You gotta get your mind into compliance. You're not supposed to worry about how you get happy or how you get contentment or how you get what you're imagining. That's fucking stupid. I'll say it one more time. You're not supposed to worry if you're using your imagination. Just think about the word. You're using, I gotta break this down. You're using your imagination. So why the fuck are we adding so many steps and worries and concerns and considerations to everything outside of our damn imagination? You're in your imagination. Meaning, if you ever dreamed before, like all of a sudden you went from there to there, yeah, it's instant, ain't it? That's the same imagination, by the way. So they have kind of a punished imagination by adding words like impossible, likelihood, percentages, 9 out of 10 doctors, people won't survive this, social economics. You understand that's an external dialogue in science. This don't require that. This is none of that. This is actually the antithesis of your society, actually. It's crazy how they designed this, where all the fucking warlocks live. So I think when you get your mind back, your real spiritual awakening, the one I'm talking about, you'll see how this very simple task is going to be the most eye-opening thing in your whole fucking life. How difficult it is, depending on how indoctrinated and how entrenched you are in your environment, how difficult it is to actually control your mind. I need you to appreciate that, though. If you know it's difficult, like, hooray, motherfuckers, it is. Thank you. We're here now. Yeah, it is pretty the most difficult thing in my life is me controlling my fucking mind. Not my temper, not my attitude. No, it starts with your mind. Come on now. You gotta have the thought first before you act it out. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the thought form, the internal dialogue. That's what you have to control at all fucking times. All the time. You don't always control it though. You're gonna notice when you're not though. You're gonna notice when that shit's running off and you gotta bring it, get over here, like some scorpion and shit. Like, nah, it's mine. I don't fucking want to think about that. I don't fucking see it that way. I don't fucking believe this person. I don't give a fuck what this person thinks anyway. Mind you, that's how I use the language in my mind when I'm boxing out negative suggestion. Other times it's like house music playing. I ain't got time for anything. So, once you learn that it's happening, I mean, not master it, once you learn it, like once you're aware of it, that it's a process that you're not in control of by default. And that's what your society has been programming and nudging the whole fucking time you've been alive now. This is what they're talking about, by the way. Once you start imagining you can take ownership of it, once you start imagining that one day you will become a master of it, and then you have to imagine what that means. If you manage to master controlling your mood, your mind, your vibration, your emotions, even 15 minutes a day, even if it's 5 minutes once an hour a day, even if it's just when you look at yourself in the mirror and throw water in your face and you have some type of ritual for that shit to trigger a different chemical, psychological, and spiritual reaction. Just when you get in the groove of knowing that that's what the work is and that's what you're doing and it's successful, then what else do you start noticing? Synchronicities. Then that's what you start noticing. Some of the other lighter things that you're manifesting are coming to you much more clearly. Then what you start noticing? Things that would normally throw you off your dean, you'll feel it, you sense it, you know it's a challenge, and then all you go, bitch, please, I ain't about to do all of this fucking shit again. I'm talking about emotionally, mentally, and running through it. Nah, I don't need all of that. It ain't even happened yet. You know what I'm talking about? Once you start catching shit, then you start throwing it back. Come on now. I'm reaching out to somebody today. One day you're gonna fucking understand that. That's just what the Bible was talking about, by the way. Do you not believe, motherfucker? No, you don't. You ain't even got a mustard seed of faith in that bitch. You ain't got a mustard seed. You ain't got at least 60 seconds of something you can imagine that's better than what you're feeling right now. You can't make nothing up. Have you tried? That's why writing works. You start lying to yourself. I am grateful that I woke up this morning. I am grateful that the sun is shining. I am grateful that my Wi-Fi work, nigga. The fuck you talking about? I am grateful that I have high-speed internet. Right now I don't. I am grateful for this black and mild, fuck the health risk assessment, bitch. I'm grateful that that loud ass bitch that got on my nerves ain't here in my damn ear, or I don't live with her. He's like, ah, shit, I'm starting to get out of the damn mud. I'm grateful that this ain't that. Oh my God, we about to get somewhere. I don't know where we going, but it ain't there no more. I'm grateful that shit is starting to add up, because I hate fucking confusion and stupidity. Me especially. I don't know how to hate this shit. I'm glad that although it's hot and this weather pattern sucks, nighttime is pretty awesome. Oh, it's almost nighttime, ain't it? Okay, awesome. It'll be awesome in a minute. I'm grateful that I've been doing this exercise for so many years. And I remember every time that I do that, there was another time that I did that, which means at the time before that, it wasn't clear. But after I did that, I know it got better. So now I'm in a routine or a pattern of knowing that when all else fails, if I just get back into the routine ritual of writing down what I'm grateful for, I'm in the middle of things getting better already. I know that the holy people would miss that one. I know y'all gonna miss it. I know y'all, I know. I did for years. One more time. Once you make it a ritual or pattern, then you'll catch yourself in the future like this, going through the same shit again. And then you'll remember you've done this before. Why did I do this before? I wrote down. What did I write down gratitude for? Oh yeah, to create a higher vibration, blah, 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 manifestation. Let me go back. Have I done this before? What was I grateful for? What was I channeling? I got past that. You see that date right there? That date ain't yesterday. So I know I got past it. And that date ain't today. What am I talking about? Oh, what I'm grateful for. Isn't that crazy? That the default setting for everything, the reason why they tell you that, gratitude, you gotta think about that. That's the most powerful etymon I don't have. Gratitude. I know how it feels though. I don't know what it means. I can deduce it. I have a connotative model of it. I don't know the etymon of it. I wish I could. But grateful, gratitude, gratuitous, gratis, great, all these things. Siphoning, filter. But when you trigger it, when you use your actual heart to really be serious, after you get through the first 5 or 10 that you just warm it up. It's a warm up. It's an exercise, by the way. Stay woke out here. It's an exercise and entrainment of your mind. Because I'm telling you, like the sciences, you take all the fucking weird shit up. You're training the frequency of your mind to pay attention to all the things you're grateful for. I mean, if you've been doing this for a while, you remember the other times. And then you end up in synchronization with this shit works. I know it does. I did it before. All right. And instead of just staying right there, when you get good at this, not good at doing or performing like an Olympian, but like good at staying on top of this and paying attention to it, once you get good at noticing, then you go, what happens if I'm writing down what I'm grateful for that I don't have presently? Oh my God, breakthrough moment. What if I write down things I'm grateful for that haven't happened yet, but I'm grateful for them anyway? Come on now, run it back, run this back. I'll make sure, a lot of people suggest that, but they don't break it down. Let me break it down for you. Common rookie mistake, I guess. You'll say, I am grateful for the Lamborghini I'm about to get after my business takes off and I make $100,000 and everything works out in my plan and all this stuff. Now I buy the Lamborghini. I'm grateful that it worked out for me. Don't do that. If your mind, your imagination, or your tendency to want to plan it out is triggered by it, that's not what you're grateful for then. You're grateful for the idea. Maybe you should write that down. That's not what that is, though. Be very careful when you're accepting something in real time as if it were, if it isn't. Do you believe it's so? Yes. So, if she's healed already, are you going to run home to see if she's healed? Or are you going to go run home and take her outside and go to the fucking ice cream store? Think about it. This is very important. It's a quality assurance purposes that I think most people might get hung up on in other degrees of the same story. You can believe that someone else can heal your daughter, or that someone else gave you the suggestion that your daughter could be healed, and you know who they are, so you believe them, and yeah, I believe my daughter can be healed. At that point, before you get back home, you can worry about it and loop in your head that the healer said it can happen. I'm believing mustard seed it can happen, but there's always that little, maybe when I get and open up the door, she's not going to be all right, right? Because you've been through bullshit before, understand? But the bullshit before is outweighing what you're going through now. Catch that shit when that happens, okay? You're going to compare it to bullshit before the magic that's happening now. That's stupid, right? Why would I fucking be comparing what's about to happen to what happened before? I have more magic now. So catch yourself in that if you ever get caught in one of those loops, because I always try to show you something similar to throw you off. I'm just throwing it out there in case you haven't been through this before. It's work. So you can go home and hope for the best, or you can walk home and you say to yourself, yeah, my daughter's healed now. What are we about to do today? Well, I need that little girl out of the bed for. What are we about to do? We're going to ice cream. So now when you're walking home, you're thinking about seeing how she's doing. No, not even that. You see what I'm saying? You got to fine tune the pattern recognition. No, I'm not trying to see how she's doing. I know how she's doing. I'm going to go home, tell my girl a cool fucking story about Jesus, and then I'm going to tell my daughter to hurry up and get dressed. We're about to get ice cream in 15 minutes. And that's what you're visualizing on the way home, because you believe that she's healed already. So if you believe that it's done already, if you believe that it's fixed already, then you would not be considering all the possibilities if it isn't, which is lukewarm, right? You're lukewarm. Yeah. You know faith, you know belief, you know it could happen, but you also know the other things that have happened didn't happen. Like, it's a different magic, bitch. One more time. Let's walk through this shit again. You're facing something. Uncertainty. It usually is, isn't it? And it's chaos. So it can be one way or the other. You don't know which way it is, but you know which way it wants to go. And then you do the prayer, you do the thing, you do the writing, you do whatever it is. You talk to someone, whatever it is, and they convince you to lean a little bit more to positivity. You'll be all right. All right, one notch. All right. But in the meantime, what happens? As you're walking down that road, you go, but what if? Remember the last time? How the fuck did I get here? How dared that person? The audacity. You're doing all that shit. Nah, save time. None of that luggage. You don't even have to consider none of those thought patterns. I'm trying to help somebody. I'm telling you, because so much time goes into all of that shit and not what I'm talking about. One more time. So you're going to walk down that road and assume that whatever that choice is, wherever that road is, wherever that exit ramp is, whatever the decision is, whatever the judgment is that it's already done to the direction you're going. And maybe you got to walk to it. So what you should do on the walk to it is, instead of imagining about if it's going to go right or left, imagine that it went right already, and you're going to get there, or skip a step. Like, well, after I get to this shit, zoom out of it, Grand Theft Auto, and see yourself on the way to a side quest. And then next, right after that, I'm about to do this. So on the way to you doing the thing where there's a yes or no happening, you already chose yes in your mind. The only thing you're responsible for is what you keep in your mind in the meantime. And sometimes that's the hardest thing. You don't know how far this road is. But in your mind, you just assume, all right, I'm running into this person that's trying to do this thing or get a business started. Maybe they're an asshole. They could say yes or they could say no. But if they say yes, it's $10,000. All right. So instead of worrying about how you look and how you're going to say it and rehearsing all the narrative about yes or no, assume it's yes already. And when you're getting there, when you're driving there, when you're walking there, like, shit, I got $10,000. Right after I talk to this nigga, he gives me $10,000. I'm going to Guitar Center. I know me. So now I can start to think about Guitar Center on the way to the yes or no. So you're assuming it's yes because you're spending the money before you get it. So in that situation, you're not stressing if the business plan or whatever the conversation is goes wrong, whether it's paying your rent, whether it's an exception, whether it's getting a pay raise, all them shit. Everything, I'm talking about every fucking thing that you think about is just like this. You have to learn the algebra and how to do what I'm talking about. That'll save you so many fucking everything. It'll save fuck a Geico. I'm switching you to heaven for free. You bypass the math and the algebra of what the world gave you, and you broadcast exactly what the fuck you want it to be. That does not fucking mean that it's guaranteed, that you're entitled to it, that it's going to be even. But what it is you making a choice that no matter what is thrown at you, you're defining, you're finding, and you're creating a positive outcome, irregardless. That's gratitude. I told you I ain't got no edamame for that. I tell you a story. No, that's gratitude. I just explained gratitude to you. See, I'm grateful for these things right now, and I'm writing these things down right now because right now, if you're honest with yourself with the external variables and the look on your face, I'm not grateful for waking up right now, bitch. I wish I was still asleep. I want to go back to sleep, but the sun's too bright. You see, I'm neurodivergent. I'll get there all night. No, I'm grateful that I woke up this morning and the sun was out and there's fresh air in my lungs. Acknowledgement that no matter what the fuck's going on up here, I'm fine. I got my body at least. I'm grateful for, I got some snacks somewhere, it's just crumbs. Cool, but at least I can eat. I'm grateful for something, tequila. I don't really drink, but I could if I needed to. Cool, I ain't gotta buy tequila now. And then you're entrainment into that frequency right there. Reminding yourself that no matter what's going on, there's something to be grateful for. And then you code switch. I'm grateful that irregardless of what I was going through and thinking, I'm grateful for all my doubts and fears and insecurity. I'm grateful that no matter what, shorten the sentences, LCD. I'm grateful that I live so close to the beach now. I always wanted to live next to the ocean. I'm grateful that it was everything that I hoped it would be. I'm grateful for my dog and my cat not knocking down my new plasma TV. I'm grateful that today I'm not beholden to anyone else's wills or wishes. I can just hang out on my fucking surfboard. I'm grateful that I can surf more. I'm in the best shape of my life. Even if you can't visualize, you can write. Same story. You will write out that whole story, ladder to ladder, step to step. And as you add more steps to it, concurrency, charge, spin. You're doing the anti-witchcraft that they do. See, they're spinning that shit for darkness. They're spinning that shit to hurt someone. They're spinning that shit to get the satisfaction of an external event happening to something or someone else. Whereas all they really have to do to adjust their madness is spin it inward to where they feel like they're enough, to where they feel like people don't like me, tough, where they feel like they ain't gotta prove and have so much stuff, where they just write that they're grateful that finally they realize that enough is enough. You know the magic works. That's all. You go from something very practical, the very bare necessities of which you're absolutely grateful for, and then you go over and you code switch. You live in that next timeline because you already got the frequency right. You got out of lukewarm already by switching from Geico to gratitude. You already got out of lukewarm energy, and now you're channeling in that new energy, and now the ideas for the actual experience of your manifestation start to appear. Because gratitude is going to feel the same whether you're here or you're there. I'm teaching you how to hack this shit. I'm telling you, I'm the coolest, biggest brother in the world for shit. Came over my house when I had a PlayStation 4. I had all the cheat codes and all the CDs. I had like 52 video games. Anyway, so once you understand how gratitude works, you know what gratitude feels like. It's such a simple exercise too. It's a stupid exercise. I mean, like, the fuck, this shit gay as fuck. But let me go ahead and do it until you trick yourself, if you will. And then you dare yourself to be grateful for something that hasn't appeared yet. And then when you stop skipping that step, like You ain't gotta prepare for it. You using your imagination, stupid. You can just say it. Can you feel it though? Did you already use that steps of gratitude to borrow that energy substitution and bring it over to the future yet? Have you been able to move it across? Once you learn how to do that trick, when you're already feeling that energy, you know how it is when people are fucking fighting and arguing. They're just talking shit, and then what happens? You feel the energy shift if you're in that. Then you go, this person gonna say something spicy. Boom. Person says something spicy. Now you gotta wait for it. If this person has a choice to be spicier or to turn the other cheek. Oh shit, they were spicier. Now you know there's 2 more exchanges before that person starts raising their voice. And if this person's a fighter, you know someone's about to get knocked the fuck out. You can almost guarantee it. It don't even matter what the fuck the argument's about. It's in the energy, in the call and response. And most people cannot disable that energy. Notice, you can't tell them not to fight. You can't tell them to calm down. And then people instigate, oh my God, if that was me, I'd knock them out. How they talking about your mama? And this person thinking like, yeah, talking about my mama is fucking really intense. Who the fuck you think you are, bitch? Yeah, that's it. Just like that. Mob rule, democracy. Now think about it spiritually. Same story. Same fucking story. Same fucking story, unfortunately. Because you have to understand that everything starts in the spirit realm. And this is the line of effect. And if they knew the fucking universal laws, they'll know that one right there, wouldn't they? The mind is all. And the universe is mental. Ain't that what that rule is? Ain't that what the 7 laws is? Ain't that what the Kabbalion says? I could have sworn all my ancestors, they said that. I could have sworn if they told you there was a universe in the Matrix and they goddamn 7 universal laws, everything in which they built all their religions off of, by the way, if you haven't figured that out yet. That if the most provocative universal law there is the number one that's most neglected. The mind is all there is. Let me finish these sentences for these people. The mind is all there is. The mind is the only thing that's real. The mind is all. The mind is all there is. The mind is Israel. Ain't a flag. It ain't a country. Ain't none of that shit these motherfuckers said it was. I know. The mind is Israel. So the mind is all there is for real. Because this universe is mental. You've heard this before. But do you believe that? Do you believe that the mind is all there is? You believe that God is all there is? God is in the mind, ain't it? God said, let there be light, and then there was. So God is the prerequisite to physical manifestation of light particles. So God is operating from the mind then. Does not need a physical body if its mind creates physicality. As above, so below. Remember everything. You're down here. Same rules apply down here. Mind is all there is, even though these glasses make it seem weird. So the battle is not against flesh and blood, then the battle's in my mind for real. That's what the Bible's about. I don't know why they made it so gay and hateful and evil. It's telling you how to get your mind out of everything, all the traps, all the key traps and all the key waiting times, all the key you rehabilitating, all the key you went the wrong way, now you're going the right way, and this is what you got to go through, all the wrong way, people who got really high and they got knocked down and people really low got lifted up. It takes you through all the different patterns of problems of spirituality. But it emphasizes, fear not. Where do you fear it? In your mind. Why is that important? Because if your mind is all there is, then if you only think about fear, then fear will be all there is rendered. Render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. What is Caesar? The idea of that there's a controller or God outside of you. You know, popes in Rome. Cool. So if you render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's, then you're rendering, you're returning, you're giving back, you're producing, you're fabricating whatever belongs to them. You're handing them their portion. If that is not your portion, your idea, your belief, your traditions, your background, your habits, then render it back to them. Okay, cool fucking story. Return to sender. I don't need it. Not return to sender. I need to see you bleeding. No, return to sender. I don't need it. The fuck I need to entertain this goofy shit for? Render unto Caesar, the foreigner, what's his? What's left? Whatever it is, it'll be in your fucking imagination. Keep that in mind, please. You believe in God in your imagination. You believe it would be all right in your imagination. You created those jobs and those goals in your imagination. When you get frustrated, I wonder if they're cheating. You're creating all the scenarios in your imagination. When you try to figure out what you want to eat at, girl, use your fucking imagination. Can you imagine picking one of the 3 local things and you'd be happy eating it? That's the one we're going to. How about that shit? Use your imagination. Use your imagination. Your brain does not know if it's right or wrong, good or bad, left or right, cold or warm. None of that. It does not give a fuck. It is impartial because it's not bipolar. It's polarity. It's a gradient. So that gradient of going from black to white, those are like little stations on a radio transmitter or receiver. So you pick a station and then you amplify it and then it goes outwards and then that person hears it and then they dance, which is why they say music is what? Spiritual. Because you take the idea of a rhythm in a loop and then you fabricate it in physical reality, you know what to do, and then you amplify it with the electricity in the ether, by the way. Those are a bunch of steps you never have to think about. Thank God for science, automating some shit again. Understand everything? And then once you automate it and you put it on a disk or you put it on a file or some other scientist creates a technology to make it digital and wireless, then they amplify it when they turn up their volume on their own speakers. And guess what? That same thought that you had by yourself just a day or hours prior is now real in their fucking room. Ain't nothing more magical than that. To go from nothing to another person somewhere else in their fucking room feeling something that they weren't feeling before you did that. That's why they use music and idols. American Idol. It's one of the #1 things. You should pay attention to the song choice sometimes. That's very intentional. A lot of them songs be whack and you're trying to figure out why. What was the message? Same fucking story. Does it align with the ads and the guest appearances? It probably do, if you pay attention, part 2. To how they're manipulating minds too. But thank God they don't go that high. They manipulate it through very simple tricks and tips and shit like that. Like a fucking not a con artist. They are con artists actually. They draw us wrong, that's all. But like a pickup artist. They try to figure out the easiest language model to go from point A to point B. And it works, but it doesn't last. That's how their magic is. It works because people don't know how to counter it. It works because people don't realize it's real and it's happening. It works because people don't want to identify the obvious. How many times you gotta look in the mirror and say Illuminati bitch to realize that no matter what the fuck you think, there's an Illuminati bitch if they got a name. And it persisted this whole fucking time. People keep bringing up the thing that doesn't exist. But imagine if it did. Can you fucking imagine it? There's some fucking assholes that have been practicing magic behind your back. What does that mean? Cool fucking story, I guess. Why are they hiding, bitch? How magical can they be? What if I'm more magical? I am the bloodline of the kings of magic, bitch. What would be hard for me to believe? If I can just accept that right there for me. I'm the bloodline of the kings of magic. King James English. In the Holy Judean Bible are my grandparents. I should probably fucking use my imagination better. Can I imagine some shit like that? Like I come from the people that they're calling kings and stuff. What happens if I imagine some shit like that? Wait a minute, tell. King James and King John? God damn. They had castles and everything, didn't they? Crazy. Wait a minute. Where the fuck am I again? Type mismatch. Something's wrong. I'm not in the land of their imagination no more. What's wrong? All right, sins, wrong thoughts, wrong patterns. Cool. My mistakes? Probably not, but I'm probably perpetuating some stupid thoughts. Starting with, I believe that I'm anything else. That's why it's important to figure out who you are and know yourself. Because it'll do half of the damn work. If I know I come from the kings of America, then there's no fucking reason why I should be filtering life through a citizenship. Not that I don't have to go through that shit in the meantime. No, I'm talking about my imagination and shit. It's like Django Unchained for real. I don't just need to imagine some of the regular things and following through the monkey bars and the jungle gym. No, I need to think like a king for real. How many steps does it take for a king to get what the fuck it asks for? on God though. So that just helps me boost it faster. Like, oh, I ain't going through the same in-betweens and disasters. Not if I invoke my ancestry. Not if I invoke their spirits. Not if I invoke, if you can call your ancestors, I can call them Jesus. But not calling Jesus as white Jesus, calling Jesus as Genghis, my grandfather. And just that possibility, just like, wait, my grandfather was what? Did who? I have another family member that did that too? Wow. They're in that war for real? Oh, they tough for real. Oh, that's all in me too then. Let me hypothecate my shit back then. Let me assume that I am the son of kings, queens, and emperors, and that nothing fucking changes between us. What were they saying again? How was it when they did things? King Arthur and Merlin? What was that about, Harry Potter? Oh, these people, like father, like son, like the ocean to a cup of water. The quality of the water, the blood, didn't change. The power source for all these things is your blood anyway, right? So I have to figure that out, why they consume it. So if the source of it is your blood, quite literally, and all the corruption that's going on now is corrupted blood, literally, then you understand how important the wineskin parable is. So your bloodline is that important because it's the carrier of your light codes and gifts. Cool. Wait, where I get these powers from again? Don't put that on King James. Don't tell me that. I've been trying to figure this shit out my whole fucking life for no fucking reason. And then I find out why. And then it's like high. And then it's like, oh, I gotta go to the fucking sky now. I gotta go to Mount Zion with this shit. I gotta imagine that I'm talking to spaceships. I gotta imagine that one day I can walk on water. And we ain't talking about snowboarding or ice skating. I have to go there with it. Anything else is uncivilized. So I gotta start with the pyramid steps. I ain't there yet. I'm grateful that I finally was able to figure out one of my life's longest questions unanswered. I'm grateful for putting it out there on YouTube and 3 a.m. and attracting people who helped me get there. I'm grateful for the fact that I was able to create a Discord that could corroborate all the maps, the images, the timelines, the laws, and the PDFs. That only took goddamn 10 years. I'm grateful that I didn't do that for no fucking reason. It absolutely led me to no choice but to believe in myself. And in finding that, I'm grateful for the fact that the part of me that is believing in myself and the part that I'm trying to figure out against the rest of the world, it doesn't even matter no more because I know whose I am. I am whose I am. I am their grandson. I silenced years of internal dialogue by switching to the truth. Ain't nothing to worry about or think about when it comes to that, at least. Day to day, maybe, but less as every day goes on where I don't have to. It becomes accelerated. You start to really spin your chakra for real. Because you always remember that. Like, it's weird. Like, I can go to the worst thought I can still have right now and feel it and go, but on King James though? I can't worry about no past story about nobody. They all in that book. Birds of the feather, nigga. Of course I went through that silly shit. They did. I'm no better than them. I'm trying. But nah, if grandma went through that, I went through that. If granddad went through that, I'm going through that. I haven't been through nothing brand new. And I know how those stories end. Then I can probably guess at higher probability how my story gonna end too. I'm gonna get through that shit. I know what to do. Always did. Now it's just stuck on a fucking loop. No matter what the fuck the world is doing, no matter what the fuck's going on, black, white, or indifferent, I don't give a fuck no more. I never did, but now I know why I don't. Because I know that part is true. Dwayne Destin Smith, King Prester John Smith's 13th grandson. Fuck these niggas. What the fuck can I think about? I ain't got nothing to think about. Fuck that. Y'all don't honor kings and royals and none of the people that psychic can do magic for real. Fuck you niggas. Don't ask me shit for real. They can eat a dick for real. I'll figure it out by my damn self. And that just shuts out the rest of the world. Become very shamanistic. Because it's true. The reason why they never helped is because they couldn't help. It's not personal. Nothing that happened to me is personal now. They had no idea who I was. I didn't have no idea who I was. So whatever energy I possessed, whatever spirit I had, whatever leaked out was in the dark on some Play-Doh shit. How could they respond to that spark if they don't even know what it's coming from? I'd be fucking scared if the shoe was on the other foot. There's something about this person and they haven't figured it out, but I sense it. I wouldn't fucking attack it, but I understand their defenses. My mind leaves them defenseless. I get it. Thank God I'm not that type of warrior where I'm trying to take advantage of fucking people that's beneath me. Thus, I ain't worrying about anything. About what no motherfucker thinks. Ever again in human history. It's the weirdest sense of thing. You gotta be careful when you ask for freedom because it doesn't land where you think it does. Because it takes away the other thing at the same time. I can't afford to give a fuck what no one thinks about any of that what I just said ever again in human history. Cool fucking story. My life ain't that fucking important to everybody, so it's not dramatic or nothing. It's just as a matter of fact, I can't afford it. No mana, no thought pattern, no more looking backwards. I can only look forward. I have to figure out what the fuck that shit means now. I'm in the land of my ancestors as a citizen, but we were just kings of everything 300 to 400 years ago, and no one's telling us what happened. For the rest of my life, I have to figure out that riddle. And it won't take that fucking long. Because now I know who's trying to figure it out. Now I know which spirits are nudging me. Now I know why everyone else came. Now I know why the information I was provided. Now I know why I have so much shit about Moorish science. Now I understand Noble Drawleys are actually my grandparent. And I know that everybody else out this motherfucker was capping. They couldn't help me if they fucking wanted to. It'll make you lonely again. Isolated. Cool fucking story. I always was. Now I know why. It's not for no reason. It's not because I'm weird. How could the fuck I be weird to these people? Who the fuck are these people speaking King James English in America? What's weirder than that? Being somewhere where you're not from, talking someone else's fucking language, and then you're saying that to the king of the people, place, and language that you're speaking. For the rest of my life, that is my new Instagram filter. Who the fuck is this person? And why are they talking my language? You understand how powerful that is spiritually. I know. See, a lot of these people practicing black magic and spirituality, they're doing it with audacity. Nah, I mean that shit. If there's other spirits and demons with me, and I know there is, if it's law of correspondence, they're operating and carrying out things as Dwayne. What carries it out as king? What does the celebration really mean? See what I'm saying? You ain't supposed to think about it like a sandcastle. You ain't supposed to think about it about, oh, I'm a product of my daddy and mother only. Honor your mother and father, yeah, but put an S on it. It don't stop. The book keeps writing about all of the best Judeans in their bloodline. That's why they're proud. This guy here, who's a son of Simeon, great guy, over here with his mama, the greatest, this is his son, bitch ass nigga right here. But he about to get tough, watch. We want to introduce him to Raphael. The story of Tobit. Azazel is Raphael. Raphael's tough. And Tobit's little son was soft. Guardian angel. Can you imagine that? Where we would get that concept from? Your guardian angel will show up in people. Tough. I call them Zacks and Codys. Messengers that show up to transition you through certain seasons. They're there for a little while and then they're there no more ever again. You're like, well, whatever happened to such and such? You might run into them on Facebook once or twice, but you notice the connections aren't there. Very angelic. They use humans, bro. Some people are angels in this sandcastle, and then other vessels are used by angels. Two different stories. Make sure I'm clear on that. Some people reincarnate from somewhere else into these bodies. Other people in the body let other things possess them temporarily. Inspired spirit. Inspire, in spirit. The spirit's inside of them that's moving them around. That's why drugs are bad. As they open up your crown and let things in. And depending on where you're doing the drugs at, imagine what you attract. Then imagine all the other people that use drugs within their temples, like the monks and stuff, and they channel all these images and aliens and stuff. It's not the drugs doing that. It's the drugs allow it. That's why drugs are bad. The drugs aren't bad, but the drugs are bad. The drugs are bad because they allow bad things to happen easily to people who don't know what they're allowing to happen to themselves because they don't have the prerequisite belief system. So then they have to interpret it through their own lenses. So when you hear about DMT, acid trips, and the white boys and everything, they don't have a very different experience. And I notice that every time I try something that someone else describes, it's not the way I experience it. Especially mushrooms. There's nothing fucking scary about it. It's the most amazing thing I've ever been through. But I can see why it would get annoying or scary or loop. I'm used to bad dreams though. What I'm saying is, this is the bad dream. If the mind is all, then what is this? It's not the real thing. Simulation. Yep. That's what we said in that Bible. Fear not. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Greater is he who is in me than he who is in the world. Verily, verily, I say unto you, you can tell this mountain, move, bitch, get out the way, and it will. The mountain that's outside of you isn't real. The mountain that's inside your mind, usually the metaphor that they're talking about, isn't real either. It's only real to what? Your fucking imagination. So half the problem, the struggles, and the reason why people are flunked out and do drugs and stress out and anxious is because they're entertaining what? Vain imaginations. Shit that's not true. Then they prioritize a whole society of women who get to lead on feels. You control those too. Your feelings are not happening to you. Your feelings is what you chose to respond to in that pattern. You choose the pattern too. That shit might make you cry, that shit might make me laugh, but I chose to laugh. I imagine that shit being funny instead of fucking somebody up. I imagine letting people think, ha ha ha, shit is sweet, but I know how fast I fucking hit people, and I know how much it fucking hurts. So I have to play it different. I'm dangerous. Motherfuckers will try to kill me or lock me up if I ever respond like these people can respond. But now I understand why. I'm King James English. I'm not within my court system. I'm not within my natural habitat. I'm not within my jurisdiction. I'm not even with my neighbors or my Indian associates. We are scattered at this point. Someone before me got here and fucked up. I have to imagine that that shit don't matter no more. I have to imagine that I can figure it out and fix the bulk of it. I have to fucking imagine that we're aware of this at this time right now because the work is already done anyway. That's usually how this shit plays out, if you ain't supposed to worry about it. That opens up so much more because then it's not about me no more. Ain't about what I get. It's about what time it is. That I'm allowed to even be the vessel or messenger for anything that sounds like this message. And for anyone to hear it and for anyone to take it literally. Grateful. The simple things. You don't need everybody to believe in you, bitch. What's that got to do with your imagination? Some shit's gonna show up that you never imagined. On Carlos V. On Genghis Khan. On Mind God M. On Oya and everything between us. You start to find out, oh shit, you're a little bit of everything, aren't you? Multi-generational. Genesis, the genes of Isis, where all the superpowers come from. One more time. The book starts with that. The superpowers in man come from angels. Here are some of their kids and the amazing stories that they live. But if you happen to be a king or royal, watch out. The storm is coming. Oh yeah? There you go. They got the right one this time. My family finally did it right. Can you fucking imagine that? I'm the result of house music. If it wasn't for house music, I would not be here. Quite literally. John Smith and Carlos V's kids, and I think they're father and son, by the way. But those two bloodlines, mom and dad's side, would have not reunited if there wasn't electronic house music. And my dad was not a DJ. If New York did not have a blackout for him to acquire free equipment, hip-hop was in the park down the street from his apartment building. All those things created hip-hop, created house too. So if it wasn't for house music, my mom wouldn't have fell in love with electronic dance music. She wouldn't have been at that club or Zanzibar or some shit. And she would never met my father. Then I would never be here. I'm here because of music. Ain't that a bitch? So I understand why I dedicated my life to music. It starts to make sense. Not because I want to be a producer and famous in Atlanta and blue hair and skinny jeans. Stardust. The music sounds better with me. It's already inside me. On Judah. I do not exist without house music. The King of Judah. Born because of music. I understand everything. And guess what our most powerful weapon is? Guess what they weaponized against us? Now you understand Spicy Sundays. When I cursed them. You understand why my curses work? I didn't understand why it worked. I understood what I was doing. I didn't understand why I was doing it. Oh, why am I destroying the thing that I love so much? Because it's evil and stupid. What you gonna do about it? Cause a mud flood. Teach everybody how to do everything that no one would dare teach them. Their advantage is the strength and everyone else's ignorance. I'm gonna be the smart ass and make sure that no one's ignorant. Man, that's what these niggas is doing. Man, this is how you do that. Man, fuck what they talking about. Producer, beat maker, whatever the fuck. I saw both of them. How about that? Fucking, that mailing list shit is whack, man. They still don't have those shits. That's how they make all that money. And then they burn these people out and they don't trust them no more. They're reporting spams by Sunday. Stop playing with them. And everything I said about that degree, people would tell me, oh, no. BusyWorks, Av, CNP, Curtis King, no matter which one it was, they had a counter narrative that went everywhere else, but who the fuck was right? They pushed me back on lo-fi. Look what happened. Every fucking plugin that came out for like 2 to 3 years, they pushed me back on everything. Fruity Loops on Mac, Ableton Live. Like, come on. Hip hop, I can do that in anything. Now some new jackass coming around, I can do hip hop in anything, just like they did already 7 years ago when I was watching it back in high school. Yeah, leave a like and comment next time, faggot. That's all I was saying. You know, how come these faggots can't give nobody credit? Like they're allergic to the shit. That's what was pissing me off. It's like, how do they keep making the same fucking mistake and fucking up their own karma and chain link to expand the energy to be something great? Nah, they gonna make it fucking stupid. I'll fuck them up then. Then I realized, like, that's what my attitude is. It's not attitude. It's that I have the authority to do that. How the fuck? Yeah. You think about it. How the fuck they gonna tell me anything? I can't explain that because no one ever really tells me anything, and I couldn't understand it. That loop keeps happening. Most people don't tell me anything. I'll ask people to tell me things, and they still won't tell me anything. They're very careful about what they say to me. Like, what the fuck is that about? I was like, oh, I gotta think about it as a king then. Jesus Christ. It doesn't fucking matter if you're wrong or right, if it's what you are to begin with. So much shit happened just the way I said it. And that shit was stressing me. How come I get to talk about this goofy shit that no one really care about? And everything just keep happening. People keep coming back to me at confirmations. Shit, just the other day, MG, I see what you're talking about. Finally. God damn it. But no one stops and say, why the fuck did he know that already? No. The kid that also does 3 AM videos. What a fucking coincidence there. The guy that speaks things into existence is also teaching other people how to speak things into existence. I wonder if there's a pattern emerging. Then they found out who the fuck that kid was. And then all of a sudden they change the subject. All of a sudden it ain't that inspiring no more. All of a sudden, where my spiritual gurus at? Where y'all at? Where the music schools at? Where's all that shit you're talking about? Fruity Loops at? Where's all that shit that's forever? Where's all that shit I was wrong about? Where's it at? Show me. 3,000 copies, tough. For a brand new artist signed with that type of bag? That's crazy. I thought that'd be impossible on a bad day for one of your favorites. Come on now. Everything burnt out the same way I fucking knew it would. But the problem is, what if I imagine something different? That's a dilemma. When you take control of it, I look at the past few years, 10 of them. A lot of that shit went exactly how I said it would. But what if I said something different? Damn. It took you 10 years to figure that out. It took me 10 years to figure that out. Oh, this shit keeps happening every time I say something. They've been abusing these people. They've been ripping people off. They've been stealing ideas. They've been on some bullshit for real since I was a kid. But all of a sudden the wheels come screeching when I start saying shit. When everyone disagree with me. Motherfuckers are tight. Motherfuckers got the audacity. Motherfuckers being weird. What more do they want from me? King James grandkid, a bloodline of prophets and sorcerers. What else would I sound like? And that's why God veiled that. Not from them, from us. Because if I known what I was doing, it would have been worse. Thank God my father never told me. See, you have to take accountability for it. That's why it always warns people. It's not all like ice cream and $1 million mansions and all that shit that other people use the vanity to use this ability with. I understand it, by the way. It's not a judgment. It's just, that's not it. If you can control any of your thoughts, you can control all your thoughts. And if any of your thoughts can produce reality, then all your thoughts produce reality. That's it. You should be very careful with your thoughts. Because eventually you might say some shit. When you say some shit, it amplifies it. Especially if you have an audience. When 2 or more come together, the third is in their midst. That's even the fucking formula for procreation if you think about it. Weird story. Seed time and harvest time, same story. Well, if you plant a mustard seed, then you must give it time to harvest. The cool thing about mustard seed, though, it turns into a forest. Don't miss that. So it's the same thing with us. Same thing with you, I'm sure. You would not have found me if you were not ready for it. Impossible. I conducted everything I do in that way. I did not do any of this to get attention. I knew that it will find the people that it wanted because Henry Thomas Hamlin told me when I was 19 years old. It doesn't fucking matter what you say these days, bro. Ain't nobody give a fuck anyway. Those who do will find it. I only had some juice in. Let me try this organically. I did. Got way past 50,000 subscribers. After about 20 to 30, it didn't mean anything. Look how many people are here. Same story. It ain't for everybody. Thank God. But I know it's for me. I want to always be talking about it. Mr. said 3. Now, I am possible. I conducted myself in a way to which I did not gather too much attention. I manifested some cool interviews, and I told everyone I did too. It was weird. The part where they're not listening. I can manifest it again if I wanted to. That's what you gotta find, that feeling. That's why that list of gratitude helps. I need to find the feeling in which I would want to do something like that again, if I wanted to. That's what the want comes from, will. That's the willingness, that's the free will. The things that you want to do is free. The what is free, but the cost is implied. Just make sure it doesn't cost you your soul or your life. Because some things cost that much. The last thing I prayed for to realize this much cost me my whole life. I knew I was trying to manifest in real time as the human guy. I know why I wouldn't add up all the time. It just led me door to door, which is more than enough, by the way. I didn't need more. But then by the time I got serious about why the fuck are people bothering me about ancestry? Where does this Jonathan kid come from? Where are these other people at? I never see them use Ableton. Why are they talking to me for? What have I been asking for? I know what I was asking for 40 years. This time last year, it finally appeared. It took a year or two just to unzip the reality of it. I've been had the Pokemon cards. I just didn't do anything with them. I didn't see what the fucking point was. I have the same fucking problems. How am I gonna pay rent tomorrow? Actually, it wasn't that like that, but it was like that. It wasn't that, but it was like that. It was like unable to register this file because you do not have the updated operating system to even fucking use it. I'm in that situation right now. My operating system on that MacBook isn't high enough to use the programs I bought. Cool, sir. I know how to fix it. I need another MacBook. Got it. I've done that before. It becomes that much easier. We've already been dreaming about it. Ain't that far away now. You gotta dig yourself out of this hole. You gonna have to unwrap your own mummy too, by the way. Ain't no one gonna be celebrating when you finally wake up. Don't even fucking expect some stupid shit like that. Do not even expect that some other motherfucker is gonna get it. That is not your ministry. I can promise you that. Because this awareness is a gift. You gotta understand something. It's like going into NBA, all those practices, all those shots, all those misses, all those injuries. And then you get the trophy. And then you're just gonna give it to somebody who don't play basketball and be like, yeah, I won it. No, you didn't. Some shit you gotta want willpower. You gotta want it so bad that the rest of your life ain't nothing if you don't have it. Think about it. It cost you your whole life, but you didn't want that life anyway. It's a gift. It's a gift that divorced everything that don't fucking add up anyway. Because of what it is. It is self-evident that no matter what the fuck I did and no matter what the fuck I gave, when it came to that moment and that revelation, nothing before it would ever matter again anyway. Amen. Tough. It'll take you out your game. It'll cost you your whole fucking life. Damn bars cost you everything you didn't want. That's where I was stuck. I was creating a loop of things that wasn't working, and I couldn't figure out why the fuck this doesn't work. Now I know. You said, how's Alabama this time of year? Should ask someone in Alabama, stupid. Is stupid a full-time job? Can we talk about Marius? I'm curious about something. Who's Mary? Talking about my mama? What do you want to talk about my mama for? Which mother? I have several mothers named Mary, actually. Mary Emma. No Woodrow Ali, all of them, their daughter. Virginia, Maryland colonies. Pretty sure John Smith was named after one of his grandmothers. There's Mary Magdalene. Allegedly, her name was Mary. Because sworn that was the one that got Genghis out of the cave. Since she was rich as shit. She had more money than Judas. They were pissed that she wasted all those ingredients and washing somebody's feet. Could have fed all the kids. That means that bitch had money. Sorry, Grandma. She had a lot of fucking money. If you could feed the whole fucking town. And she was just like, whatever. Same story. They don't notice that. Because it ain't about them. I notice it. The fuck's she doing? Why would she waste something at a time where everyone's hungry? She ain't hungry with them. She don't know these people. She snuck in there. They assumed she was one of these other girls. Just like they assumed Jesus was one of these hoodlums. He's a goddamn emperor. No matter what anybody, King Herod, none of them are above him. We're not talking about spiritually or in heaven. We're talking about quite literally, he's a bloodline emperor. So something happened to where they're not honoring that no more. Oh, Roman occupation. Now fast forward to right fucking now. I'm a bloodline descendant of the kings and emperors. What the fuck happened? Oh, I'm under Roman occupation. Same fucking story. I just ain't meet Mary yet. Or did I? I probably did. Law of correspondence. I know, me and you too. Okay, the story's already written. Is it not written? That's what they said. I was like, oh, what does that mean? He was saying that to them in a book that wasn't written yet. Come on now, talking. What book were they talking about? And we ain't the one they talking about. So how could they be Christians? If the book wasn't written yet for Christianity, stop playing with me. Stop fucking playing with me. But is it not written that ye are gods anyway? Who are you talking to anyway? You weren't talking to everybody. But everybody was listening. They didn't even like that suggestion. Because that would mean you would have to be fucking accountable. He must have been followed around by narcissists. Oh my God, part 10. So if you come from a background with heavy in vampirism and narcissism, join the club, Job. Join the club, David. Join the club, Solomon. Join the club, Daniel. Join the club, Genghis. Join the club for all of the fathers that are probably in your family tree too, by the way. It's not just me. I come from a family of people. Can you fucking imagine? I think the only thing that's different about me is I got it on both sides of my family. I'm the only one like that. My mom only had me. She has half of those ingredients. Sad story. Good story. I have all the ingredients. I could do it again. If it wasn't for these scallywags, I could do it again. If it wasn't for these delulus, I could do it again if it wasn't for these narcissists. that have to follow me. All of a sudden, you're not uncertain about anything. That's the way it was supposed to be. It was written in the Bible, wasn't it? That's why they told us to remember it. It wasn't so you remember the past, so that you were ready for the future. Easy. Time is a loop. The spirits are the same. Same devil, same tricks. It's not creative. So the AI or that code or that demon or that spirit is not creative. It's not novel, which is why they sample and steal novelty from other people. So if you're 1 versus 1, imagination versus something that's non-creative, what do you have to do? Out-create it. Even the last talk show broadcast channel down to A2 about Jimmy Kimmel being indefinitely suspended. Wrong vowels, loop. Indefinitely suspended. Well, they ran out of money, cartel. I don't even know what to write on this book. I could channel anything right now, I think. Cost you everything you don't want. The judges of music. Busy Dork Beats is in the name. What's wrong with Carlin? Yeah, my mom let my dad at the club 2 dancing. Big loops, 3. They were all wrong together. Come on now. BRB, you gotta grab a ladder to change the AC filter. That is hilarious. My grandma always had a tequila in the cabinet. Made daydreaming a bad habit, yup. How's it going, Daffy Lizard? Shane said facts. Profit minus expensive equals how much the bank can make. GDP. Your mama's the person that everybody in a relationship with. My father told me she was no easy person. Niggas know your mama. Think that's funny? You from one of them corny black neighborhoods, aren't you? You from the suburbs. That's a suburb-ass joke. You only got picked on because you was fat and you liked too much Capri Sun. You could have had a normal life and a decent-looking woman by now if you wasn't corny. Mr. Now says, went downstairs, my mom brought up Jacob's ladder. I'm telling you. The well gets a ladder, you get a ladder. On a stream where I'm talking about how you climb ladders. Ain't that a bitch, part 5. I know, man. I know. Very unusual. Not really. Now I know why, though. Thank God. I did not know why that was happening. Now I do. Is it not written that that's what happens with people like you? Yes. It sucks, doesn't it? Yep. Told you. Then why are we here? Because it doesn't suck forever. It stops sucking after you figure it out. What? Azariah had no problems. He didn't know he was Raphael. But I'm pretty sure he figured it out. Probably a few near-death experiences. Then you figure it out. Then you're like, oh. Mwah. Shao Kahn for real. Whoa. Outworld. I know that's right. Astral Realm. He had control of Hades too. He's the king of Underworld too. He just didn't live there. Remember, Scorpion came up to see his ass. He had to go through 3 different dimensions to see Shao Kahn. Scorpion lived, in a bad place. Shao Kahn just wants to consume Earth, the physical reality. So the Emperor of Mentality, the principality in high places, wanted to take back the physical realm, Midgard, in between dimensions, as above, so below. So 3 dimensions, not 2. You're in the middle. Heaven or hell, it's a choice. That's 2 different paths, so it's 3 different variables. Where you're at, heaven and hell, 3. It's 3 dimensions. It's 3 different dimensions. So it's 3 different 3 different bandwidths of possibility. Law of polarity, same story. Middle, left, middle, right. You can go either way. And you can go in several strings at once, string theory. Its universal laws are all activated at the same time. They're just going in different intensities and directions. That is what you're trying to control. Spin. They're lines, but they're spinning in circles. That's where time comes from. The law is in motion. Cyclically, Fibonacci, spiral, staircases, all things. That's why it's an hourglass. If you think of a grain of sand moving through an hourglass, it's moving like the solar system. Then it gets to a tight spot, and then it expands again. Then it stops, then it resets and moves again. Same thing with your thoughts. As above, so below, quite literally. It's all the same pattern. That's what the alchemists and the metaphysics people were getting at. All is mind, the universe is mental. The universe, meaning everything in it. So, if everything is that, then the laws apply to everything in the universe, starting with your mind first. Same story. So all your problems, all the people, all the money, all the food, all the tequila, are all products of your mind first. And if you get control of your mind first, then you get to control everything damn else in this damn universe. Same story. Everything. Because the mind is all. And you're in a universe. So everything in this universe is mind first. So if you get in tune with mind, then you control everything in the universe. Now you start to understand what emperor is. Yep, same story. Mind control. It's about controlling your mind first. Oh shit, what number is that? I thought that shit said 12. I was about to trip. It's a half a Gemini, SVJ, and a 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Interesting. I'm telling you, be putting sigils on these things. It means something. It says, how cool is a spirit? And if any of these sigils offend you, then you probably shouldn't drink it. Wisdom. Yep. If the graphics offend you, you probably shouldn't consume it. Good math. Don't miss it. Damn. Party time. When downstairs, my mom brought up Jacob's ladder. Same unusual story. The classic event of frequent exceptions. Impossibilities. Jake Pullins. What's good? Saw a wooden ladder at the store earlier. I know you did. I know. Everyone has seen it except for me so far, so I'll let you know. But I'm working on something else. So one thing at a time, I guess. That'd be crazy if they both manifest at the same time. I'll work on it. I'm gonna stick on that lander. And then we'll manifest something else. And then I'm gonna remember that I manifested 2 things in a row. I'm gonna manifest something else. And then I'm gonna manifest my way out of this fucking tomb. Quantum entangled. Quan's tomb. City Muhammad. The tomb, the temple is your head. Circle 7. The circle, the church is your mind, and the 7 is the senses to let information in. You should control it. Still good practice to come back to the graphics to see later they don't bother you. Maybe you get a temporary block because you need to go through another gate first. Oh, I don't mean it that deep. I'm just saying, like, if you notice a product or a drink and like the graphics offend you, that ain't the one to get. In that moment that you witness that feeling. That's everything. That's literally everything. That's intuition. You don't have to know why. Intuition is the opposite of knowing, so you just follow your intuition. Something is telling me, something is nudging me. I have a feeling that, it seems that, I can't explain it, but no. And if you follow that no, you'll live through the sequence, and then you'll also get the reason for that feeling to begin with. That's the most interesting thing about intuition. It is not a void. It actually, if you listen to it, actually teaches you. It's wisdom. So the most important thing in getting is understanding. And wisdom is a whisper. That's what Solomon was saying. So the more you listen to her, the more she explains it to you in a metaphorical way. Like, oh, I listened to my instincts and everything was okay. Same story, bitch. Same fucking story. Oh, I followed my intuition and my senses and it led me to the path. Yep. And the craziest thing about your intuition, you programmed it with your imagination. That is the same thing that leads you to your manifestations. Hate to fucking say it. The same thing that saves your life It's the same thing that brings you to Lamborghini. So you have to slow down everything to hear your intuition, your gut, not your brain. It's in your solar plexus, I guess. It's in a different chakra wheel. That gift right there is not in the same wheel. It's not in the same wheelhouse. That's why you have to be in alignment. They're talking about your chakras. The fuck are they talking about, boy? Your thoughts have to be in alignment with your words. Your words have to be in alignment with your heart. Your heart's got to be in alignment with your gut, and so on and so forth. They're talking about aligning your chakras. What the fuck are these? I want Hindu, man, on my grandfather. But that's what they're talking about. That's the alignment. The synchronicities and the colors come from your heart space. So it means your heart is in alignment at least. Then the mind and the cerebral stuff and the numbers, time and everything. All right. Now you gotta get the time, the numbers, the colors, the words, the shit that people are saying to you. And then pretty soon, you'll see the physical manifestation of what that intuition was leading you to. But all you can do is get in alignment. How do you get in alignment? By receiving and releasing all of the things that don't serve you. They're using such a GPT language model. What they mean is, you're getting into alignment of whatever the fuck you say it is. So you're not getting alignment with something third party. You're getting alignment with yourself. Because intuition is part of yourself. Me and you do not have the same intuition, so we have our own. Cool. So to get in line with your gut instinct, intuition, you have to get in tune with your heart. Most people can't do that because they're not telling the truth to themselves. And then once you get the heart, the gut, the heart, and the mind together, that's when you're able to express the feeling of the thing. So it goes from the visual to the feeling to the gut response. One more time. The idea, the feeling that sets through your nerve space, and then the chemical reaction in your stomach, where it makes it feel real. Well, your reality is in your stomach, not your brain. So you're trying to send a signal from here to downstairs. They tell you the Kundalini experience is from downstairs to upstairs. I get it. Jacob's ladder, 33 vertebrae. I understand everything, Mason. Cool story. But y'all do everything upside down. One more time. Let's turn it upside down again. This kid is down already. He's in his mind already. Then he sees angels climbing up and down the ladder. Up and down the ladder, not one way. He's creating a circuit between his mind and his gut. And he has to wrestle with an angel, the messenger, the voice. The wrestling can be arm wrestling. It can be Indian leg wrestling, which we got the Quetzalcoatl culture from for our people. Or it could just be wrestling thought, wrestling math, wrestling ideas, wrestling their vibration. Most of Job's trial was in here. He didn't know what happened. He didn't understand what he went wrong and how did he end up in this situation where everything up until this point, based on what he believed about God and himself, went the way it was supposed to go, and all of a sudden it's not. And he had to climb that ladder again because he got knocked down. He got knocked out the tower. He had a tower moment. So he fell from where everything was in alignment. And now he has to climb back up or climb back down to get it back together again. Humpty Dumpty shit. That's all they're really trying to tell you for real. If you code switch to metaphysics, like, yeah, you'll get knocked down again. And then this is how Job walked back up. He spent a lot of time arguing with niggas. He spent a lot of time trying to do the judgment and improbabilities and shit. Then he's like, I ain't trying to hear that shit. I ain't feeling too good. I got to process grief, distress, and a change of scenery all at once. Oh, I got to get my mind clear. And if you read it with that, what you end up reading with Job is, what was the mental steps, like the stages of grief? What was the mental steps that he took to climb back up the ladder again? Because Job didn't just go through something and get out to the other side and live and tell the story. No. Job fought through the whole fucking trial to get to the other side. And he got there faster once he realized what. One of the angles is that he realized that God was in charge no matter what. So there's nothing for him to figure out. That was his fundamental belief. He got everything he wanted because he gave it to God. He knew what the deal was. He just never experienced a loss like that before. He was trying to figure out if he did something wrong. And a lot of people say, oh, well, God, that's messed up that God would test his favorite person. And like, what the fuck's going on out here? It would seem that way if you don't understand nuance. What do we mean by that? Why would it seem like God would be indifferent to either outcome? Why do we assume that God is processing whatever it is through the lenses of a human? But a human is telling a story, giving you a hypothetical scenario about what God did, by the way. Even if they're God's kids. What they're trying to say to you is that no matter what's happening to you, they're trying to show you what you're supposed to do in response. And that's to not worry about it and mind your own fucking business. Do not curse God. Do not sell your soul. Do not take an oath. Do not give up. Do not worry about the worst. The worst has already happened. Now you're at the spot where you have to climb back up. So get up. Daniel in the lion's den. I don't think he really wanted to go into a lion's den on that for real. I don't think he would have mind passing through it, but the fact that he had to sit there in the dark for real, the least of his concern was worrying about the lions getting him. His best concern was, this shit is dark, it stinks, and I'm hungry. Hopefully they got breakfast in the morning, bitch. Shout out to these cats, for real. They're keeping it very warm downstairs. So, yeah, it's all about angle and perspective. Angling the correct perspective to get you out of the dark. So it's like holding a mirror to a laser to make sure you can recalibrate it to where you want it to burn. That's attention, by the way. Same story. If you're not in control of it, Cyclops, if you don't have the glasses on, you open your eyes, you'll just start shooting and burning down everything that's in front of you. But if you can control, focus, and put these glasses on, it'll only happen when you want it to. So the glasses for Cyclops is a mode of controlling something that was uncontrollable. It's something external though. Truthfully, Cyclops should have learned how to do it without glasses. I mean, he's trying to give a Jean Grey a fucking psychic, isn't he? Like, she should have taught him something. God damn. You know you can do this shit without glasses, right, Cyclops? You know you can change your polarity. And that's the hero's journey for everybody else in that damn story, by the way. Learning how to control their powers. They gave Scott Summers some fucking glasses. They're so cheap. He had to control being a simp instead. Ain't that a bitch? So sometimes, man, some of our toughest battles is preventing us from doing some of those battles, if you think about it. I could fucking never. So yeah. Oh, thought you meant seals. What they mean is they are asking to be eliminated because those rails are annoying as shit. That's hilarious. Still good graphics to come back to. What do you mean, like the seals, like the sigils and stuff? Oh yeah, that's a good point. You may not understand the seal. You may not understand the pattern that you're looking at. That red one right there, yeah. It doesn't offend me though, so thankfully. It looks very relative. It's broken though. Weird. Someone's fucking around. The things you learn on your road here. Yeah, it don't bother me though. I mean, it is what it is. They sell 2 more alcohols, I guess, playing with magic. Waste, but still. Lets them know it works at least. Everyone fucking does it that makes money. They all use magic to make money. Don't you forget that. There's no such thing. That's a very rich and powerful person that is not surrounded by magic. Impossible. Magicians would have got rid of them already. Witches would have got to them already. Honeypots and everything. You heard about it. That's all these high-stake divorces are. They're honeypots. The cash out is for their secret society. They gotta bust that shit down. One more time. In the secret society world, your NBA players and rich men like that, they're being tracked their whole life, usually. Not by everybody, by a smaller group of people. They're playing the odds. And then as they achieve certain things and they get closer to the finish line, that's when they send a honeypot in. Or, what's that shit called? A monitoring spirit, a person. Sometimes they show up as managers, sometimes they show up as doctors, no Kanye. But they'll get these people close to you from their secret society. It doesn't matter what their title or position is. The fact is that outside of their title position, they have an alternative agenda for you. Keep that in mind. And then what ends up happening is, I guess in this timeline, because the mask is off, and because a lot of brothers, no matter how simpy they are, first experience, they're still standing on business once it happens, once it unravels. They're not fighting for it like we would have 30 years ago. So they move in, they do all the things, they say all the lies, they're rehearsing. Some of their text messages they're deleting is not with other guys, it's with witches. And then they go in for the kill. The kid detects it, unravels the mask of the narcissist, if you will, and then they run around in panic, and then they abort the whole plan, and then they rush for the divorce, for the payout. Mm-hmm. Even some of these mysterious deaths and stuff, they're not mysterious. They're probably coven or secret society related. Like, that was the damn point. Like that boy with the crypto who left that message at his girlfriend and his laptop and all that shit, and they found him in the ocean about 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago. Same story. That woman was a honeypot man, and he figured it out. Enough time to type that message. So you have that element of people in this polarity, in this reality with you too. I just want you to know that. When things start going right for you, whatever degree it is, just keep in mind of the people who seem way too happy to suddenly be there, especially if you didn't call for them. Like if they come to you, if they approach you first, and you didn't call for them, is what I'm saying. Like it's out of nowhere, not out of nowhere, you know what I mean? Out of the blue. Make sure you check that spirit. It's onto you. You're doing something right. They assign you stalkers and honeypots. You're doing something right. I wouldn't worry about what their agenda is. Just know that's what it is. Like, oh, it's a honeypot. I can't take this serious. I know it is. Like, oh, this is definitely a honeypot. This sounds like a honeypot. It talks like a honeypot. No, it's delusional as a honeypot. Yep, it's a honeypot. Yep. So even that spiritual battle is very physical, because there's physical people aligned to the negative side of the spiritual battle, and they will show up in your physical reality. Yes, they will. But our job is not to worry about that, not to be scared, not to be lukewarm. Wish a motherfucker would. It'll turn this whole fucking simulation upside down with one of its kids. So thus, I don't think they understand that. They're not magical enough for me. They don't believe in magic enough. They don't understand where the sorcery comes from. We go to the matrix. If a sorcerer is connected to what? The source code. Understand everything. So if you're connected to source code, then it overwrites everything for you if it chooses you. That's why it takes a long time for you to get the remote control. The initiation is for trust. The initiation is not for it to trust you because they already picked you. It's for you to trust yourself with the power when it finally lets you know that it picked you. Rebel beloved chosen ones, whatever the fuck they're talking about. They're just starting to think for the first time. Thank God, thank God. But once they get past that storyline, they go through their real trial job, then they'll come back and be like, why the fuck did I get myself involved in this shit? You understand why? You didn't. You didn't have a damn choice. There's no free will in this. Graphic began time year. Jamie does a lot. So you're from Hindustan, aren't you? You wrote that shit backwards. Year time begin graphics. Time year begin graphic. Graphic begin time year. Buzz Lightyear to the rescue. What the fuck are you talking about? Yep. So have fun with this, guys. Any questions? Fuck it. It's 5:30. We out this bitch. Probably. And like I got nothing to do. Any questions? Anybody? Pies? Question marks? Nobody. Ain't nobody got nothing. Good. You don't go no further than that anyway. You might as well imagine the best outcomes for your life, your dreams, and your wishes anyway. You only have two choices. Either you do something like that, or the default is that something else will do it for you, usually in the opposite direction. So you might as well take control of your mind, at the very least, and always project the best quality of feeling projections. It doesn't have to be great shit, it can be simple shit. Just make sure it's all the time. Honeypots are there to get you out your timeline. Come on, Destiny swappers, we know. Nothing but Twitter jumping with crazy shit. Going to simulator. Simulation. Now later simulator. Yeah, we're getting to the other side of it. Remember the eclipse is still in a couple of days, so we're right on time with these messages. Especially all the neighboring UAPs. They also probably send us pulses or radio signals or AI, whatever the fuck it is. I'm pretty sure they're very proactive in this experiment, since it's theirs. Don't forget. You are not alone. Not for real. Not even in physical. As above, so below. They're there. I don't know what their laws are, their rules of engagement, but they're there, engaging, to whatever limited degree. You'll notice it eventually. Every time I go through one of these moments, I go outside, this goddamn shooting star happens. The first 50 times are remarkable, but that was 51. What is that? Signs and wonders. Use the stars for keeping track of seasons. What time it is. I know that's right. The message is clear. Hooray! Tequila! Celebrate. It's time for celebrations. Anybody else? Anything else? I'm telling you, I'm out on some 33 shit. I'm out. 23 Jordan, I'm out. The name of the bottle is Tremana. Tere Mana. Tremana. Tere Mana, like Terra Man. Terramana. Tremana. That's the way I'm gonna remember. Put the vowels in a different order. Tremana. Terra. Man. Tree. Mana. Been talking about mana all week. Ain't that a bitch though? Hold on. Don't forget, not only is it a random fucking synchronicity of some motherfucking whatever the fuck mana, but I've been talking about the 3 peaks. I've been talking about the tray all the time. Come on now, stop fucking playing with me. But not only was I talking about the Terry and the tray and the Tartarians, Turturs, don't miss it now. I was talking about the tray the whole time now. And then I was talking about mana all week. I've been saying that word all the time. No RPG. It's in the Bible part 3. I done read this word so many damn times. And I've bought tequila a lot. Like, you know how these bitches are. So I'm like, no. I never seen or picked this mana before. I never picked this tequila before. I said I wanted some fucking tequila from the goddamn desert. This is some tequila meat in the goddamn desert, bitch. I was like, oh my God. And his name, Trey Mana. Tere Mana. Torero. Same story though. Entertain. Same goddamn story. Entertain and entrain. Same fucking story. 9 tray everything, boy. I'm telling you, it's all around us. Math rules everything around me. Math and geometry get the money, though. That's all. I'm telling you, I'm gonna figure out the money formula too one day. Shit. Want some King James shit. Are you not entertained? I know I am. As boring as my life is right now, thank God, part 10. Before any other body's daughter comes in the room, my goddamn life with their thoughts and feelings. I'm enjoying the boredom that's always temporary in these seasons for guys like me. Get back in the game, coach. But anyway, it's your boy, Dwayne Destin Smyth-EL, the son of John Smith and Carlos V. Back at you again, giving you the meta to metaphysics, part 10. Peace. Dwayne the Rock is crazy.